we've got to give ourselves to this struggle until the end. Nothing would be more tragic than to stop at this point in Memphis.
Hold up, he gonna get this work. He gonna get this work, nigga. Hold up.
Look, wait a minute. All right. Let me. I know what it is. My bad. There you go. Damn it. Fuck. I know I fixed it, but now I have to repeat everything I just said because y'all didn't hear. I wish I would have said that when I fucking pressed the shit. Okay, let me start over because they didn't hear nothing I said because the fucking TikTok live was on mute. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah. YouTube, what it do, Black Atheist, new topic. If you can see what's behind my head, you know, the internal critiquing, hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you new, and some other shit I said. Y'all didn't really miss much, but yeah. So wish y'all would have said something when I first started because I just talked for like 3 minutes and niggas just it's all right. It's cool. We'll get it right. Yeah. So over on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. And we'll get into it. Yeah. So sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
so
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Hey, make sure y'all yeah, okay. Yeah, now how old are you?
26, born in 1999.
And you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe in God or are you religious any?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, so basically I'm asking some tough questions here. We can just go through them. We can go through all of them.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the first one is, does human free will override God's love for you or us? Does human free will override God's love? What do you think about that?
Okay, so I would say physically, yes, free will overrides God's. No, I would say God's love, like God loves us unconditionally, but that doesn't mean, like in my religion, at least that doesn't mean you will get acceptance into heaven. But as far as
Well, I'm
his
not talking about
love,
heaven. I'm talking about right now. Like, okay, you have a relationship with God, right?
yes,
God is with you at all times, right?
yes,
He loves you. He's going to protect you. He's going to cover you. He's going to shield you, right? No weapons formed against you shall prosper, right?
yes.
So what happens when the evil bad man comes with his free will and he wants to cause harm to you with God present with you? What is God supposed to do? Is he not obligated to do anything?
Well, I mean, it depends on how because I understand the way you're structuring it, but it depends on how you look at it. Because, in my opinion, because if, like, I'm going to protect myself in this physical plane, I'm going to protect myself. And at the very quote unquote, in physical terms, the worst outcome is I die, correct? In physical terms. Now, in my belief, if I die, that's not the end of my existence. With my
So you don't
devotion to
care.
my God, I'm going to heaven.
Do you not care about living? Like, we're alive, brother.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, let me ask you this. Does this life mean anything to you?
Yes. This experience means a lot to me.
Okay, because and then even so much so that he didn't just make you and poof you in heaven. He put you down here first. So clearly, while you're here, there has to be some form of covenant or obligation to you if you're gonna give your life to him while you're here, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
If he's like, I'm talking about like motherfucker breaking your home with the 12 gauge pump, going room to room. Where is God at? Is your God supposed to just let this happen? In the physical world, like he's just supposed to let it happen.
Well, so let's take that example for existence. Is the person breaking into my house one of his children as well? Is that not my brother in Christ?
I don't know. He's using his free will to take out your family members one by one. And your God, who you have a relationship with, who loves you, who's supposed to protect you, is watching, brother.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend this is cut and dry, because that is a hard question, because I do think about things like that. Like,
what I'm saying is, because God is your father, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you understand that, because you have children, do you not?
No.
You don't have children?
No, I have a family though.
Right. With the little amount of human strength that you have. I'm not saying, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying, like,
no, I
you're
understand.
only one.
Yeah.
You're just a guy, right?
Yeah.
With your limited human strength, you would risk it all for your family members, right?
In a heartbeat.
God is more powerful than you. And I'm not saying this is not if God good, why evil? No. Y'all can have that. We can have God allows evil, fine. But what am I supposed to do with the motherfuckers who are claiming that they got a personal relationship with the God, where the God because if you read your Bible, when those Israelites call his name, he comes down every single time.
Yeah.
When they call on him, he comes down and walks with them. He wrestles with them. He drops bread from the sky. He sends angels and messengers despite the world being fallen and human free will. He comes down in the Bible. I'm just saying, where is the consistency right now?
I mean, I feel like that is a hard question, because I feel like it depends on that is a good point, because perspective really is everything. Because so for my point of view, for instance, when people, like when I give my testimony and I let people know how I feel God presented himself to me, and then other people that are not Christian or have other faiths, they give me their perspective. And it's like sometimes I wonder, like, say, like how you just gave that example. So God is all powerful, right? And like in those examples you gave, he basically, he presented himself in a way that was functional with physical reality, right? When you're talking about the Israelites. So say somebody did break in your house and somebody has a gun, they're holding a weapon to your family. And in that instance, their gun jams. Now, if that was intervention and divinity, and that gave you the opportunity to stop the man and protect your family, what's to say that that wasn't his intervention?
How often does that happen, though? I mean, are you familiar with the lady who, when the police came into her home, and she was like, she called on God, and the police unalived her? Like,
Yeah.
are we gonna count the hits and ignore the misses? Is it like we're gambling?
No. I'm just asking, like, in that example, because I will admit, I have no problem admitting this. When situations do happen like that, I do question myself as well as, question my relationship with God. And I do have questions, and I try to find the answer. And, in my, like you said, my limited strength, my limited understanding, I may not always find it. But in the other scenario that I said, where the gun jams, what tells you that it's not divine intervention?
Well, I'm saying we're not talking about the gun jamming. We're talking about.
Yeah, but we're saying that, like you're saying, talking about God intervening. And what if that's the way he intervenes?
By jamming the gun?
Yeah, yes, because it's on this physical plane.
And
like,
I'm asking you, okay, are we, and that's what I asked you, are we counting the hits and ignoring the misses?
Yeah, but you didn't address that scenario yet.
I just did. I just asked you, are we counting the hits and ignoring the misses? So fuck it. Fuck when God allows all these millions of people to get shot. We're gonna go with the one time a gun jam.
I said that I do have, I do have questions, and I do come to God and try to ask him, because it does make me question it. But I'm saying,
what does he say?
What do you mean?
Y'all keep saying that y'all talking to God and y'all questioning God. What does he say? What is the answer?
Honestly, in my opinion, like the same thing. When I had a family member with cancer that was dying, and I was visiting every day, and they're in the hospital bed, and I'm praying for them to get better, and I'm there every single day. And when that family member ended up passing, it was hard. It was hard. And it hurts, and it does make me question. I was angry. I was upset. I was in pain. And then I start to think to myself, and I pray. I do pray that heaven is real, and I do pray there is a God. Because if there is a God, then this isn't the end. Then that person dying isn't the end. Yes, this life can have an amazing experience, but that doesn't mean that heaven isn't bliss. That doesn't mean that them moving on. Like, if from this perspective, we're looking at people dying and people getting hurt as, oh my God, that's horrible. They're passing away, they're leaving. Now, if heaven is real, then that means they're leaving, yes, a physical existence where there is pain, to bliss. They're leaving to a place where they're with God, to where they're with their ancestors, they're with their loved ones that they know that have passed away. So the way I see it is, after my aunt died, I looked at it as, which a lot of people say this. A lot of people say that, when somebody dies, they say they're not suffering anymore. And I feel like they say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but now we're talking about the afterlife. And when you spoke about the afterlife, you said if heaven is real, if there's an after. We don't know about it after. That's why I want you to focus on the living. Because if you're gonna say, well, God doesn't have to help us while we're alive because heaven exists, well, now we're talking about niggas. We're talking about dead people. I don't want to talk about the dead. I want to talk about the living.
But that's but see, in your point of view, because you're atheist, correct?
Yes, I am an atheist.
So this is your point of view. Earth, that's your point of view. After that, there's nothing. For
it's
Christians,
yours too, though.
It's beyond this.
No,
it's
not.
You're
here with me, brother.
Yes, and after this place, I believe I am going to heaven wholeheartedly.
We can't listen. This is what I'm talking about. I want to have a conversation about the living people. I don't want to talk about dying in the afterlife. I want to talk about living, breathing humans right now on the planet. When you bring up the afterlife, you're skipping us and going to this spirit realm. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the living people.
But that's the thing. That's how we see, like, this physical plane isn't the end in our eyes. So it's hard for me to talk about
after I die. I want to talk about right now in the real world. If I gave my life to Jesus Christ, what is his obligation to me, and what is he required to do for me while I'm alive? That's what I want to know.
He's not required. Even if you don't give your life to him, he still will love you. There is no obligation to you. He loves you.
Then it's not if there is no obligation to me, then it's not a relationship, and y'all should stop calling it that.
Yes, it is. Because it's unconditional love. That's a relationship. Everything on this earth is conditional. There is no thing as unconditional love on this planet Earth.
How is it unconditional? Because how does a person show you that they love you?
They watch over you. They want for you. They hope for you.
Do you protect the people you love?
Yes, in the way I can.
Would you, if you knew that a man was about to break into your grandmama's house, and you could get there and be at the front door at her defense, would you be there?
Yeah, because I live in this physical plane, so that's what I would do.
Right. And the moment y'all say God is with you in this physical plane, he's a part of this world now, right? He's a part of the living world, right? Because remember what I told you about the Bible. All of this shit you talking, it goes out the window when you read the Bible, where he comes down and protects these people. When Jacob stole Esau's blessing and Jacob was moving from city to city, running from Esau, God came down and said, bet not one of you motherfuckers play with Jacob. That's what he told him. And he protected him as he was on his journey. And then he came down and wrestled with the nigga and gave him a new name. He protected his livestock, his concubines, his sex slaves, his servants. He protected all that shit. So all of this shit you talking about, we got to wait till we die, that goes out the window when the nigga comes down in the Bible. So I want you to require from God what Jacob required from God. Jacob told God, if you come down and help me, then you will be my God. That's what Jacob told Yahweh in the Old Testament. That's what he told him.
So
there was a standard, there was an obligation, and he required something of his God. And his God came down and did exactly what he asked him to do at that very moment. And so I have you here now worshiping the same God, saying, I gotta wait till I die.
Okay, so do you think that every person requires the same experience and the same exact relationship with God, like in the exact same way? You think that God reaches people in the same exact way every time? It's a question.
I'm gonna answer that question with a question.
Okay.
When according to the Bible, when God when God sent Jesus down, right? And Jesus was crucified on the cross on Calvary for our sins, right?
Yes.
Was that for one? Was that for one, two, or everybody? You tell me.
He
Was
died
that for
He died for all our sins.
Okay, then. So if the nigga came down and crucified, if his son was crucified for all of our sins, the motherfuckers who accept the son and the salvation, yes, he should be helping all those motherfuckers across the board, whichever way they need help. Yes, because when he sent his son down, that one experience applied to all of us, according to y'all. It was one. It was one thing that it was one experience or one crucifixion. It was only one, and it applied to everybody across the board the exact same way, right?
Yes.
So let's flip it. So let's flip it back. If he can send his son one time, one instance, one crucifixion, one burial, one resurrection, if it only happened one time and it applies to us all of us should be like, well, okay, look, all of us need food, water, and shelter, and we need you to protect us from them bad people across the board, because that's how he works.
Okay.
It's not fair to allow an objective experience when he does it, but on our side, we can't all experience him the same way. That's not fair. That's not just. That's a scam, brother.
You know, that is a very good point. It really is. It really is.
You know he dropped bread from the sky in the Bible. You know that, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You know
that's
you're not hearing me. When he dropped bread from the sky for them niggas, it's a wrap. Cause now I want bread too. You don't want bread from God.
I mean, but now we're talking about the context of the Bible, right?
No. Because I usually don't even do what I'm doing right now. I'm giving you everything. I'm giving you every story in that Bible where Jesus helped and God came down. I give you all that. Now I'm asking you to hold your God to the same standard as these niggas in the Bible did. We talking about a God where there was millions of Israelites in captivity, and this nigga sent plagues and split water so they can get across. The moment he started doing shit like this, I can't accept nothing less than that, right? You accept less than what he gave Israel?
No.
Okay, then. Where is your God when you need him? What standard do you hold your God to? Because Jacob said, listen, brother, if I read you what Jacob told God, you're going to be like, damn, he talked like that. Them niggas weren't playing with Yahweh. That man told Yahweh, if you come down and help me, then you'll be my God. That's what he told Yahweh at the bottom.
Yeah.
I want you to hold your God. I want you to hold Jesus to the same standard Jacob held Jesus to. You believe in the triune God, right?
Yeah. So God,
I mean, Jesus curing a little bone cancer ain't gonna hurt nobody. I promise it ain't. If one of y'all grab y'all nuts and be like, you know what, Jesus, get this bone cancer out these children immediately, then you can be my God. Where's y'all standing at? Hold that nigga to the fire. Y'all out here playing. Y'all play pimping, man.
Okay, but if I told you that my testimony was me going towards the direction where I was going to die in this physical plane, and I do believe in the afterlife, but in this physical plane, I was scared and I was going towards the direction I was gonna die. And in my experience, God came to me and saved my life. It would just be words to you because it's my testimony. So even if I told you that and I could show you my experience, you wouldn't be living it, so you wouldn't believe it.
Well, I set you up though.
What do you mean?
Did you see the last one?
Are you selfish enough to thank God?
Yeah, that's why my head's in the way. Because when y'all say shit like that, I'm just gonna do this.
What do you mean selfish enough to thank him though? Well, I did read that one. I made sure I read them all before I came out.
Yeah, you would worship and praise a God who you believe is helping you and not other people?
No, because I worship and pray to him to help other people as well.
Right. But you just gave me you just gave me your testimony, right?
Yeah, my self-testimony. Yeah.
How do you wrestle with the fact that God, remember what we talked, because earlier you agreed with me when I told you that John 3:16, he sent his son down. It was one experience and it applied to us all. And on the flip side, I'm saying y'all don't have the luxury of asking God to help us all across the board. But when he want to send his son, it applies to us all. And so now you're giving your testimony about how he helped you. And I'm simply asking you, okay, what about everybody else he's not helping that pray to the same God as you?
Okay. Let's take that example then. Let's take that example. So in my situation, I was struggling, going through something extremely hard. And then my mother's situation was struggling, trying to keep her house afloat. So her requirements were not my requirements. Now, once I got my help, I was able to help my mother. So would that not be in direct correlation of him helping me and also helping her?
No.
Because you said that should not the same thing apply to everybody, but not everybody needs the same help, right?
You using your free will to help people is not the same thing as God doing himself. Because there's people, you talking about your mother, okay, there are people who you will never see, never meet, praying to the same God as you that you can't reach.
But that's your perspective.
How are they? No, listen, there are people who are not your mother that you can't just drive down the street to their house. They need the same thing your mother needs from the same God you pray to. And I guarantee you, if you pray to God to help them the same way you help your mother, they are not going to get that shit. So I don't want you to use your free will to do the Lord's work. No, I need him to help because you're only one person. You can't go. You're not Superman. You can't fly state to state and help everybody that need the Lord. So I'm not going to put that responsibility and that burden on you.
Okay,
we gotta hold up. Listen, you're trying to take on the burden of a fucking God. No, let God do his work.
No, I'm taking on the burden I can carry.
But you're only one person. Okay, because you said God helped you in your testimony, and then you said you use your free will to help your mother. That's two people. That's two people. What about the rest of these people?
What if my mother uses her free will to help somebody else? What if you use your free will to help somebody else? What if everybody did that?
The problem with that is, according to y'all, we live in a fallen world. World is full of sin, and Satan is controlling people, and the enemy is controlling people, right?
That doesn't mean you can't fight back, does it?
It's what I'm telling you. If I got God, if I have the Lord on my side, right? I have God with me. He's everywhere. He's omniscient, omnipresent. He's everywhere at the same time. Why the fuck would he not just, hey, God, listen. The enemy is trying to grape and traffic those little girls. I need you to go handle that right now because I'm not in fucking Mexico. I can't get there. By the time I get there, all 12 of those little girls are gone. I need you to do it, God. And God just handle that smoke.
That is a very good point. It is.
But I want you to,
because I'm not gonna, because this is a hard thing about debates, because people come up here and they defend their points, but I guarantee you there's things you question your own self. I bet you have questioned if there is a God, and there has been things that made you question. And that is a point that I do wrestle with. And honestly, I'm going to be honest, I don't have the answer for that. That one does, it is hard because I feel like I do have a lot of empathy, and I do see a lot of things going on that I want to change, and I don't have the ability. So I'm not going to argue on that point, because that's one thing I can't stand, when people argue points that shouldn't be argued. So that is a good point.
But I am not asking you to do it. I'm asking you to hold your God to a standard. It's not, it's not for you to carry. That's not your cross. You, as a person who has a direct relationship with the creator of the universe, that's why I'm asking you, if God loves you and you don't want to see those little girls hurt, why can't God's love for you override that free will and he go stop that?
Yeah. Yeah, I
That's a
do. I
question.
do.
That was a
Yeah.
that wasn't something to ponder on. That was a question.
Well, that's like me asking you why did God send Jesus to take our sins? Why didn't he just snap and make it happen? You will never be able to give me the answer of why he specifically sent Jesus only. Why he didn't
Well,
just snap and take away our sins.
God don't talk to me. When I was a Christian and I asked him, I didn't hear anything. When I was a Christian and I asked him, "Hey God, why are people starving? I don't like to see people starving, God. So as my God, why aren't you helping them? I ain't hear nothing. Shit, that nigga let me starve. I ain't hear shit. So I'm trying to see, like, if you can talk to him and he answers you, ask him. Because he ain't answered me.
So
a couple days ago, I was being facetious, but I asked the people on the panel to ask God a question and ask him to talk to us right now. I asked them that. And they was like, he don't work like that. And so now, unfortunately, I got to ask you, brother. Can you ask him and then he answer us right now?
So you mean you hear his frequency?
Can you ask
Like
him?
you? Yeah, but what do you mean answer you? Because if I ask him to watch over you and he's watching over you, how are you gonna say that he didn't?
Because
how are you gonna explain that he didn't watch over you if you live a beautiful life and everything you endure you can handle and you're being watched over by divinity? How are you gonna prove to me that my prayer wasn't what caused that? Like, genuine question. How would you prove that it doesn't? Because like I see a lot of these questions you're asking me, like I could ask you the same thing and you don't have an answer for them either.
God is not on my side. He's on yours, right? I'm an atheist. I'm an anti-theist. I am anti-God. I hate God down to, listen, when I think about God, I literally think about shit and piss, brother. I don't fuck with God, but you do. I'm not asking you to ask God to protect me. I'm asking you to ask God to just answer the fucking questions that we have. You have a question that don't get answered, ask him.
Okay.
Just ask him.
So if you know the end of the Bible, Revelations, okay? If those situations started happening, where would you and your faith be at? Like if it did automatically start happening, everything in the book of Revelations, what would you think? Would you start questioning if God is real all of a sudden? Or would you still stand 10 toes down thinking, oh, I switched up, I don't believe in God and I'm going to stay like that, even though I'm seeing these things physically in front of me now? Because the whole time I was questioning, where is he at? Where is he at? And now that he's in front of me, I'm going to sit here and stay in my anti-God faith.
But that makes, well, in my opinion, that makes him look worse because I've been asking the nigga to cure bone cancer for 10 years. He didn't come. But he gonna send the fucking apocalypse at me? So I can't get no help with these chilling, but you gonna send the apocalypse down. That's crazy. I didn't ask for the apocalypse. When I was a Christian, I asked the nigga to help these starving kids that I couldn't reach. You know, when I was in the National Guard, when they would pay me, you wanna know what I would do? I would go through my neighborhood and we'd be like, I swear to God, we'd be like 20 deep. It'd be me, it'd be all the children from the neighborhood. We go get some shit to eat. Literally, $200 gone. Like it's nothing. Why? Hey, listen, I can only reach who I can reach. I was doing the best I could to help in my community. I would, you did
the best you could. Exactly.
Yeah, I would jog around my neighborhood just as a joke, and like I turn around, it'd be like 10, they'd be like 10 deep behind me, jogging with me and shit. So I did what I could, a little something, but I'm not God. And you ain't about to make me feel bad for not being God. You're gonna put that shit on the Lord. And I'm asking you to put it on the Lord like Jacob did.
Okay, so say I put it on the Lord, right? I question him and I ask for something specifically that doesn't apply to me. It's something I cannot reach. And then tomorrow I look up the news and something does happen. Where like me myself, do you think I should just blow that over, or do you think I should be like, damn, I asked him and it happened? Like I'm asking because I do believe that there are people who have those exact experiences, the ones you're talking about. And when something like that happens, like where are they supposed to just be like, oh, well, I asked him specifically for that. I called on him just like you're saying, and now I'm just going to say it wasn't him. Like, that's the hard part about it.
I don't understand what you're saying, because
so you're asking,
if you ask
like,
God,
yeah, like you're saying for us to call on God, like you were saying, that there's situations where you cannot be, you're doing the best you could, and there's like things happening, like say in Mexico or in places where you cannot be. And if you came and prayed to God tonight, or prayed God for a couple of days or whatever, and you're asking for this one thing, it's very important to you, you want these people to find help, and then you wake up and they do get the help, what's to say that's not from God? What's to say God did not answer your prayer?
Has he done it?
He's done it for people. Yes, some people have that exact experience. Exact.
I don't recall.
You know, I do have to go, but I really do enjoy your point of view. I really did enjoy the conversation. All right, man. You have a good one. Be safe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, in so many words, he answered the question. He said, I mean, he said it a couple of times, but like he said, God it's not no obligation to us. Well, does this life not mean anything? And if it doesn't, I want you to tell people that. When y'all go out and proselytize and y'all trying to spread y'all faith, walk up to those starving children and say, hey, look, God doesn't give a fuck about this life. It don't matter that you starving. It don't matter that. So I don't know how y'all got to figure it out. But how y'all gonna figure it out? But
Yo. Hello.
Sir, you're not a generator, an operator, or a destroyer. I just want you to know that. I read your bio. That's not you.
I was just trying to I'm going through life figuring this shit out, man. I'm already deconstructed. I'm trying to get all the way right. Bro. I'm trying to meet my community, but I know what you're saying.
Do you believe in God?
No. No, I did before. I'm saying I had to get through the mental illness. I had to, you know what I'm saying, find myself, because not what I'm being told, not what I'm reading.
Yeah.
I'm too aware to just keep going with the bull crap, you know.
Yeah, but why is generator, operator, destroyer in your bio?
Okay, it's in my bio because that's what I was believing at that time. You know what I'm saying? I told you I'm still going through figuring all this out. Like, that's been up there for a while, like 5-6 months. Oh, I believe it though.
What is it that you want? What do you have for me right now?
I was just...
Yo, Rance.
Hold up.
Yo.
Hold up. So you don't believe in God? I don't think this has anything to do with you then.
I just like where you was going, and you know what I'm saying, I'm just relating to what you got going on, because there's a conversation and topic that, you know, a lot of people will go in circles with instead of just attacking the point. the things that you're saying is making too much sense. So they have to deflect. You know what I'm saying? People that believe are gonna have to deconstruct and use their own brain instead of trying to use outside force that they were never even. It was just mind control, MK Ultra. But yeah. And then so my bio, it kind of like I'm attracting, I guess, what I want for myself too in that aspect, because I grew up Christian long time. Really had it in my heart, soul, mind, body that Jesus was coming back and God was coming to save me. And then things started happening to, make me not believe anymore. And then I was hurt for a while. I started crying. I'm like, why is all this happening to me? And I just coming to the conclusion that no one's coming to save me. So got to save myself.
Exactly.
That's it though, bro.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate you. Tap the screen.
Thanks.
I ain't tapping the shit out of the screen. All right.
All right. I'm 22.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do. And tell Hanji I'm gonna rape her. Alright? Fuck Hanji and fuck you. Bye.
Yikes, Hanji. Fuck happening out here? Fuck Hanji do? Hanji didn't even do shit. But yeah. I just don't like when they say stuff like, "Oh yeah, that's something I wrestle with." Ask the motherfucker so he can answer you, so you can give me an answer. Like, don't just wrestle with it. Ask God. That be blowing my mind. Like, that's something I struggle with. Okay, like, when are you gonna ask your God to answer your question? It don't work like that. It does work like that. Let me show y'all something. Hold up. I ain't gonna believe this shit. Mm, mm, mm. Check this shit out. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. I want y'all to listen to this. This is Genesis 28, verse 20 to 21. Listen to how Jacob talked. Jacob says, "If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God." That's what Jacob said to the Lord. And so I'm just simply asking the Christian, whether you believe this is a literal, biblical, hyperbole, is metaphorical, allegory. Allegory for what? Aren't you supposed to be able to talk to God that way? If God feeds these motherfucking children, then then the Lord will be my God. If God can protect us from hurt, harm, and danger, then he shall be our God. If God's love for me overrides human free will, he doesn't let hurt, harm, and danger come to me because I've given my life to him and I have a relationship with him, then he shall be my God. You're not supposed to just worship and praise God with nothing, no obligation, no incentive, no benefit. That's not how they talk in the Bible. No. God has to do things to earn their trust on a massive scale, not just one person, right? We need God to help. I mean, not me. Of course not me. I'm an atheist. I don't give a fuck about God. I just want the people who pray to him. You know what I'm saying? Let him help them. If you're a Christian and you pray to God, God shouldn't be allowing these majority Christian countries in Africa to be starving. That's just not how that should go. If they believe in it, worshiping that big ass statue, should no government be able to starve out a country or starve out a nation or strip resources from a kingdom that's Christian, that's believing in God? No. Mm-mm. You know, well, I would use the Islam as an example, but you know, mm-mm. Islam is only for men. Women should no woman be practicing Islam. That's just the bottom line. I'm sorry. If you're a woman, you're practicing Islam freely, like of your own free will. I don't have nothing to say for you. But you know, where is Allah when those Muslim men are unalive and those Muslim women stripping them of their rights on autonomy and shit? Where is he at? I mean, I know he allowed his prophet to marry a 6-year-old and consummate the marriage when she was 9, but I mean, man, I'm gonna do a stream. It's gonna be like women should not be Christian, Muslim, Hebrew Israelite. I don't know how the fuck y'all do it, man. It amazes me. It amazes me how a woman could be religious. Like, ma'am, they impregnating 14-year-olds, ma'am. They raping 9-year-olds, ma'am. You're a woman because you started your period, ma'am. I just don't understand. These people are raping women or ordained by God in the Bible and the Quran, and y'all just on your knees. Strange behavior, you know. You know, men could make a case white men, Arab men, and Canaanite, Assyrian, Israelite men the case for why they should be Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They could make a case. Everybody else, what the fuck are you doing? You know, I just don't understand. If you're you know, you're a descendant of Rome, right? You're a descendant of Ishmael, Isaac, or you're an Edomite, you can make a case for why you should be religious. But everybody else, you're strange. You're a strange individual. You know. But yeah, I'm trying to see, like, okay, if you give your personal testimony about how God is helping you, I'm like, okay, so you gonna thank God for helping only you? And if you're saying, well, God doesn't have to help, or he doesn't have to do anything, then it's not a relationship. He has no obligation to you. There's no benefit to worshiping him or praising him. What's up, Lord?
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get down. When you just said that you have no, you don't understand why women are Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is someone in the chat called Trini Yahweh. We were talking about what that guy said about Hanji and said about Black people. The first thing she said was that, well, he's not Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, she has no way to verify that, because the only way for me to know if a motherfucker is Christian is if they say they are, right? And she said, well, you can look by the fruits of the spirit. There are plenty well-behaved non-Christians. But then, in response to one of Lieber's comments, she said, well, people get what they put out.
Oh my God.
So when people ask questions, like when people say things like they don't see why women are Christians, right? I do see why, especially if you're a white woman. I see why, because misogyny serves a lot of women. She's here saying it means when you spread hate and see hate, you shouldn't be surprised. So in response, you think to someone spreading hate, because Hanji is not even on the panel, you think that somebody says that they should grape her. Trina's Yahweh, you think that someone says that they should grape her. And this is why I think that everybody should, because I don't know where you get that putting out hate and all of that kind of stuff, but this is the women like her will tell a great victim or a child that has been essayed, they will tell them that they deserved it. Watch what you wear. What were you doing? Why did you go there? Right? This is the kinds of things. Well, it must have been something that you did. That, ma'am, that is absolutely what you believe. You just said it. She said this whole room is spreading hate. That's absolutely what you believe. You just said it. You think that when you put out hate and that you should get hate in return. What she's saying is you don't believe in God, you deserve to be raped and murdered and called a nigger. You deserve that. That is what she's saying. You deserve it because you don't believe in God. You deserve all the horrible things to happen to you. That's what she's saying. You don't believe in God, so that is hate. So you deserve whatever anybody wants to do to you, you deserve it because you don't believe in God. Stay away from these hoes. They dangerous. They are just as dangerous as these fucking men. Shut up, Trina, because you said it multiple times. They are just as dangerous as these men. These are the Clyde. These are the Bonnie type hoes to a Clyde. These the bitches that'll help the nigga tie you up. Men, these are the hoes that'll help another man set you up. These type of hoes right here. Cause she literally saying stuff, and then she's saying, well, I'm not saying that, trying to gaslight a bitch. These the hoes that'll set you up, niggas. Don't trust them. Don't trust no male-centered hoe too much, because a male-centered bitch, they get hoes in trouble, they get men in trouble. Because they'll do anything for a man. They'll do anything for a man. And she's literally saying, this panel is spreading hate. We simply do not believe in God. But because of that, we deserve to be essayed. We deserve to be called the N-word, right? We deserve all of that because we don't believe in God. That's what she's saying. And a whole shame because I called her out. That's what you're saying. You said it multiple times.
No, that's not what I meant. Like, you can take written text out of context very easily.
No, you said it multiple times. Listen, what do you mean that's not what you meant? What does, when you put hate out, you get hate back? What does that mean? What does that mean? Come off mute and tell me what it means.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. The host himself was talking about how he hates God and saying
but what does that have to do with the man that came up here and said he was gonna grape somebody? And that
clearly a very immature,
wait a minute, Trina,
disgusting.
don't interrupt me. What does that have to do? What does what the host said have to do with him calling us the N-word and saying that he was gonna grape somebody that's not even on the panel? What does that have? What is what you're talking about us hating God have to do with what he said? You can come off mute and tell me.
So the person that came up was clearly a very immature, disgusting human being. Just came up.
He was a Christian, though. He was a Christian.
I mean, he said he was a Christian, but
I know, but you say you're a Christian too. Why should I believe you?
Well, you can prove it for yourself by my character.
I know your character. Listen, and your character just said, maybe you have the three faces of Eve, but your character just said, if you put hate back, you should expect hate in return. That's what your character just said. Your character just said, y'all spreading hate. Your character just said, what you put out, you should expect back. That's what your character just said. So how can I tell the difference between him and you?
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that I never said you deserve hate or disrespect.
So then why would when someone is telling you about the crazy shit he said, why would your response to that be when you put out hate, that's what you get back? Why would that be your response?
So my response was, when you're spreading hate, you shouldn't be surprised when hate is spread back in your direction. So, not in any way that you deserve it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Disgusting to me. It was completely inappropriate.
So let me ask you a question. What is the reason why white people call us niggers?
Hate.
So who is spreading the hate? In that case, who's spreading the hate?
The people that are using derogatory terms toward you.
No, how did it start though?
How did
because
hate
you said
start?
When people spread hate, they get hate back. Yeah, how did racism start?
I just said you shouldn't be surprised if you're. He was literally talking about.
I am asking you how did the racism start? What did Hanji say to deserve for him to say? She wasn't even on the panel.
She did nothing to deserve it. Okay, nobody deserves to be hated
like
and disrespected.
Ariel said, you responded to all of us, but you didn't respond to him. That's crazy.
Because some people are ignorant and ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. He's a
coming
Christian.
into.
He's a Christian.
He was not a Christian because
Yes,
you can
is.
tell
Yes,
by
he
his
is.
fruits. You can tell
Yes,
by
he
his
is.
character
He
that he is not someone who lives in love. Actual Christianity is living in love.
No,
love of God and love for your neighbors.
No, it's not. No, it's
Those
not
are the
because
two most
because guess
important
what?
commandments.
Because Trina, your God says if your neighbor strays you away from him or your family members, you should kill them. That's what your Bible says.
No,
You should
my
be the
Bible
first
says
one.
that not to murder, actually.
It doesn't matter. Your Bible says if your neighbor, your family member strays you away from the love of God, you should kill them.
My Bible says to forgive.
Ma'am, you
My
want me to
Bible
read it?
says
Do you
to
want me
live
to
in
read that
love.
to you? You want me to
I mean,
read that to you in the Bible?
You
want me
can
to read
pick
it to you in the
apart
Bible?
each piece, but
No, but
I'm
that's
not
what
even
you're
gonna.
doing. That's
Well,
what you're
I'm
doing.
telling you that there's a whole book, so you read it from the beginning to the
No, but
end,
that's
right?
what you. So I'm supposed to ignore the part where it says if you're driving someone away from Christianity, you're supposed to kill them. Should I ignore that?
No, you should read the whole thing from the beginning to the end, so you can get to the part where it says that living in love is the ultimate goal.
Trina, how can it be the ultimate goal when in this same Bible, God says, I come not with peace with a sword. I came to separate mothers from daughters, fathers from sons.
Our fight is not in the flesh. Our fight is in the spirit,
no,
right?
But you're here in the flesh. You probably going to live 40 more years, Trina. You probably going to live 40, 50 more years.
Yeah.
You here in the flesh for the next 5 decades. What are you talking about? And like Bar said, obviously this part is important because God didn't just bring you straight to heaven. You need to be here for a reason.
Okay. What's the reason?
So why would you? So when that guy came up, now mind you, even if the other guy didn't like what I said, we were having a regular conversation. When that guy came up and said that to Hanji, said that about Hanji, why would your response to that be like as if what I'm doing and what he's doing is equivalent? Because it's not.
No, it's not. But so I didn't have any response to that because sometimes I think silence is golden. That man did not deserve your
It's crazy that you respond to us though. What do you mean fucking silence is golden? The fuck that mean? He called us niggas, bitch, and you talking about silence is golden?
Why would you entertain somebody that's coming in to just be
you
disgusting?
Entertained us. You know what's so funny? But you entertained us though.
Yeah.
You had so much to say about us. Exactly, Aaron. Your silence is complicity. And that's why I don't trust white people. Because they cannot be trusted in a clutch. They cannot be trusted. Sometimes silence is golden. Sometimes silence is agreement.
Responded to everyone, didn't even bother coming up on this panel. But let me tell you something. You act as if these people aren't Christian. They are. Do you know how many times men are in my DMs telling me that they will rape me until I believe in their God? Until I cry out his name, will they consider stopping? So don't fucking sit there and say that it's not Christians. They're not real Christians. No, they're doing exactly what the fuck Yahweh wants them to do. They're just as sick and sadistic as the God that you fucking follow and worship. The same motherfucker who took 12-year-old Mary against her will and impregnated her with your so-called fucking Christ. So miss me with that shit. These are Christians. You just don't like the fact that they're actually going by your disgusting fucking book.
But the problem is she has so much smoke for us in the comments. But when we asked why she didn't respond to him, she said, well, silence is golden. I think that silence is complicity. Silence is agreement.
I think that Hanji and Lords is absolutely right, 1,000, and Trina doesn't understand.
No, she
what
understands.
Don't I understand?
Listen, we are not going to do this. This is 2026. These hoes know when they're being racist. They know when they're being violent. They understand. Stop, wait a minute. Hold on. Stop giving her the poor white woman treatment. She understands exactly what the fuck she is doing. We are not going to do that. We are done with infantilizing whiteness. She understands exactly what the fuck she is doing. You do not have to come to that whole rescue. You are not the nigga in white to come on get her from the bad black people. She came up here. She's a fucking adult. She understands exactly what she was doing. She understands exactly what she said. We're not going to do that. We don't do that in 2026. They have always understood. White people have voted for the GOP en masse in every presidential election since the 1960s. You bitches understand everything.
Oh, I feel you. I'm an ivory white
Okay,
gorilla.
don't say anything then. You bitches understand everything. You understand more than a bitch give y'all credit for. You understand everything. You understand that the election of Donald Trump was in response to the racism that y'all bred when Obama was. You understand every fucking thing. You understand that gas prices are fucking high right now because of Donald Trump, but it's a price y'all will pay to get your fucking white country back. You understand every fucking thing. You motherfuckers understand everything. No, I don't need to chill out, Kendall. I don't. I know some of y'all black people that be scared when a motherfucker be talking to white people. You should leave. You should leave because y'all understand everything.
Hey, that was smart. That was smart.
You should leave. The high price, high food prices, high rent, high. It's a price you motherfuckers will pay for the promise of an all white society. Y'all understand more than motherfuckers give y'all credit for. That's all I'm saying. She came up here. You notice she hasn't left yet. She understands exactly what the fuck is going on.
I didn't leave because I was having a conversation with you, even though I keep getting muted every time I'm trying to
But yeah, you
respond
couldn't have a
back.
conversation with the motherfucker
No,
that was
but
up
this is what
here.
I'm saying. Why you came to have? Why are you having a conversation with us? We didn't say we would grape nobody. We didn't call nobody N words. We didn't do that. Why are you coming up here to tell us this?
I mean, I was responding to you directly, responding to me in the comments. So
Yes,
that's
because
why I
you
was
know why?
speaking to
Because
you.
you said sometimes when you put hate out, you should expect hate back. That's what you. Who put hate out?
I mean, this whole topic he
Yeah,
was
that's a great. Hold up,
saying
that's a
about
great
how he
question.
hates
Well,
God.
slow down. Who's putting hate out though? Which one? Like, you think
You
what I said is
directly were
me
saying that you
putting?
hate God. When you think about God, you think about urine and feces and this and
Yeah,
this and that.
that's not
And
hate,
then
man.
to say I hate God is not hate.
No, because
Well,
it
no,
was
because first of all, we don't think God exists.
How can you
How
hate
can you
something
hate?
that you don't believe in?
I was giving him because he asked, he was like, I'm an atheist. And I'm like, yes, but like in this conversation, what I believe don't matter, because I was explaining to him that, you know, when it's time for me to talk about God, I don't fuck with that shit. But I was trying to tell him that to keep him from going to the atheism thing, because we're not talking about that right now. I was just giving him the gist of my disdain for this religion and shit like that. But it wasn't the topic of, it wasn't even supposed to be the topic. We wasn't even supposed to be talking about me hating God.
And
That
let me
was
ask
just
you a
me.
question.
Mm.
Do you think your God is omnipotent? Trina,
Explain, please.
do you think he's all powerful?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think you have to fight your battles for him? Because God told people, do not touch the Ark of the Covenant. And when Uzzah touched it to stop it from falling off a horse cart, God just ended him right then and there. When God was dissatisfied with the creations he made, right? Do you know that your brethren went and stormed the nation's capital? All those people were grown. They had credit cards. They got their credit cards. They booked hotels. They got in
Did he say no sound again?
Neurospicy, go ahead. Is you don't have anybody over there, Bo?
I got one, but they shit. Yeah, I got one over there. It's cool. Whenever I refresh the screen, the sound mutes, and so if I don't look to see if it's muted or not, it's muted on their end. They can't hear shit, and I have to go and check. But I wasn't looking. I wasn't paying attention. My bad, y'all.
And this is how I know that people's minds aren't firing on all synapses, right? Because somebody that thinks they're a king, King Clint, said, "Gas prices, you talking about that? That's wild." That means you couldn't follow my conversation. It's okay.
Yeah, he wasn't tracking.
It's okay. I mean, you have, I know that people. I keep telling y'all, I used to be a grader for Pearson, and the children that I was grading for, those children are adults right now. They adults, and they are not well.
Yeah, the arts. Are you are you a friendly, or you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God. I'm a Christian man. I just know honesty when I hear it because of my life experience. I like what most people have been through in 40 years. I've done in 4, unfortunately.
Mm.
So when I feel real spirit, real people, I actually really feel their soul. But I'm different, bro.
Cool. Can you see what's behind my head?
Yeah, I seen some of the topics. I understand. I understand more than most people. More than most people, man. Like
do you think human free will overrides God's love? God's love?
That depends on your position and your perception. For me, no, nothing overrides God's will and God's love for me.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me.
So if God loves you and y'all got a relationship, and then someone tries to break into your home, how far will they get before God stops them from coming in and trying to unalive your family and take you out? How far will they get before God says,
Well, wrath would get him first. God would get him second. God's a Rottweiler. Wrath is a Doberman.
That's not what I asked you.
No, but that's what I'm telling you. It's like, that's my dogs right there. I can show you. I can go there upstairs.
That's not what I asked you.
Oh, well, I thought maybe.
I said, if God's love for you and his protection for you overrides human free will, how far will they get before he stops them?
For me, he's going to stop them. But for other individuals, other Christians, they're not reading their Bibles, man. They're not practicing obedience. They're not practicing.
A person has
or
to read the Bible.
Most of those believers that go to church, they're not in church because they're not part of the people. They're segregating. Cool. You know.
So a person has to read the Bible and be obedient. And what do they get in return in the real life? In the real world, what do they get in return?
Nothing in this world. Nothing. We don't get anything in this world.
So what's the point of us? What's the point of us doing anything? What is the point of us praising and worshiping this God right now if he has no obligation and no standard we can hold him to in the real world? In the real world.
Not this world. I don't want nothing in this world, man. And he doesn't know. He doesn't.
We don't have that. We don't have that luxury and that privilege.
What do you mean? You don't have what luxury?
We don't have the luxury to not want anything in this life. We don't have that luxury or that privilege because we're black. I'm black. Black people can't sit around and not require anything of their God when we're being disenfranchised and mistreated as we speak. There are still black people. There are still black people. Shut the fuck up and listen. There are still black people turning up strange fruited in 2026. I don't know if you notice about us. Black people don't strange fruit themselves. They're literally getting away with murdering black children, cold blood. So we can't just sit back and say God doesn't have to do anything for us in this life. We can't do that. You might can, white man. You might can. We can't do that. We've been miseducated and colonized in the name of Jesus. We can't sit back and not ask for anything. Right? This globe has been conquered and colonized by white European Christians. So of course y'all don't need nothing. You're right. Y'all don't need nothing in this life. But I do.
Hold on, Bar. So apparently you were talking shit to Be Easy?
Me?
No, Artist.
No, I'm a friendly.
You're a friend.
Who you talking shit to who?
I'm a friendly.
They said he was talking shit to Be.
The reason why I'm a friendly is because I've got like a million.
You're not a friendly.
Got a million split personalities. I got a lot. I'm an artist. Like, so some days.
Yikes.
You got a million split personalities. Sound like you do need something from God. I thought you said you ain't need nothing from God. Sound like you do need something from God. Sound like you do need something from God to me.
But he said what I want. That's what I want them to hear. I want them to hear them say, we don't supposed to expect nothing. You don't get shit right now. Fuck right now. Wait till you die, nigga. That's what I want y'all to hear. So y'all can be like, damn, this what I'm agnostic about? This what I'm questioning? I'm scared of hell at night over some shit that doesn't even do anything for me while I'm alive. That's what I want you to see. Because that's what they have to say. They have to say this life means nothing. Because the moment they care about this life, now they got to hold God to a standard. And it's like, damn, why the fuck did you bring us here if you don't want to do shit with us or for us while we're here? I ain't talking about no man helping their grandmama or no man going to no food bank. No, I'm talking about God. G-O-D. When we talking about what no human had to do, what did God have to do? All that shit go out the window when niggas start, because see, if you saying God is using you, what the fuck is you gonna do when the man that's going around unaliving people is saying God told him to do it? Niggas killing their kids and they said they heard a voice from God. Now we got to figure out which one of you niggas is actually hearing things from the Lord. That's why we need to remove this middleman that's humanity. Get humanity out the fucking way because niggas be lying. Let God come down and do it himself so we can know for it without a shadow of a doubt it's him. Because the same way you saying God told you to do this, God told you to, it's a nigga right now recording himself walking across the country in the name of God. What the fuck is we gonna do when the nigga start walking across the country, slicing heads off in the name of God? What we gonna do then? You gonna say that wasn't God? How? When he does this shit in the Bible. So if it's best for y'all to just step back and say, I'm gonna let God do it so there's no interpretation. There's no human error. I don't want no human error in the way. I want God to do the shit himself. So without a shadow of a doubt, it's fucking God. I don't need you to go to the food bank. I want God to drop bread from the sky like he did in the Bible. How old are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, how old are you? And it's not the
I'm
afternoon,
good.
it's
I'm
still
good.
morning time where I'm at.
Hello? Yes.
Do
No,
you believe in
I live in a different timeline, I think. So that's it.
do you believe in God?
I believe in my God. My God. Not your God.
See, these fuckers don't even worship the same God. I cannot.
Yes.
How does
Yes.
what is
Uh-huh.
your God's name?
Let me introduce myself. Let's have a submission if you have time. I'm going to
No,
explain
I
everything
don't
to
have
you.
time. What is your God's name?
Oh, my God is the African name Nyame. Yes.
Okay, and
He's not.
what does that God do in the real world for people?
Well, our God created everything and he gave us brains, right, and morals because of your brains. What's the problem
And
with that?
when the enemy comes, what does this God do?
Well, he leave it up to you because you got to save yourself. That's
Well,
the
if I have to
everything.
save myself, I'm gonna believe in myself. I don't need that God either.
No, he created you. That's it. He don't bring laws to you. He give you a brain to think, man, to survive.
I don't need a God for that.
No, we don't need a God. No,
I
you're
don't.
up
I
to
don't.
yourself. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. What's the benefit to worshiping your God? What do we gain out of that?
Did I ever said to you that we worship a God?
You just said your God. You just gave your God a name that you worship,
Yeah,
right?
that's how we call it. That's it.
Okay. So what does
Are
it do?
you-
What is its utility?
God creates. That's it. He did not write a book for us or something. He just create.
So he just creates, and then what?
What? He gives you brains. So work with it.
Okay. You can keep that to yourself. We don't need that either. That don't do shit for us.
What
We looking for the gods. We looking for the gods that do work.
what kind of work?
Whatever we need, nigga.
What do you need?
A genie. I need a genie in a fucking bottle. I want a genie in a bottle. Where if I tell that
Your
nigga,
brains, man.
hey, they over there trafficking them kids, go, I'm gonna lie all of them and return those children to their homes. That's what I want. I want that type of God.
Oh, you don't need your brains at all.
No, I don't. I need a God that's gonna help these children out
live
here.
without brains. Then live without brains, man. If you don't need your brains,
I had a dream about this moment. I'm having deja vu. I had a dream about this exact moment.
no, because I don't know what kind of point you try to make. Use your brains, man.
Get down.
You get down too, man. Use your brains. You are stupid. Use your brains. That's what you got to do.
It's all right. I'm gonna use my brain. I'm gonna use my brain. Don't worry about it. Show ass down. Yeah, we don't need a useless deity. We need deities that work. If your God don't work, leave me alone. I don't want to hear about it. I like my God like a genie. Give me three. Like, you ever seen Dragon Ball? You put the Dragon Balls together, you get your 3 wishes, nigga. That's what I want. On the spot. I need my wishes granted on the spot too. You see them kids over there? The Lord, handle that. Make sure they never go hungry again. Make sure can't nobody cause harm and danger to those children. Regardless of if it ain't no grown-ups present, make sure those children are safe. Then you can be my God. We can talk. What we doing? Is that too much? If that's too much to ask of your God, then I don't want no smoke with him. We'll put him with the rest of the gods in a little bag. Mm-mm. Yeah. And they say use your brain. Use yours. Mm-mm. Yes. In a little bag. Yes. Put all the gods, write their names on a piece of paper, put them bitches in the bag. You know, I used to say this. I'm gonna say it here now. I don't give a fuck about no God helping just me. You gonna help us all, you gonna get the fuck out the way. And if you can't help us all, what the fuck are we doing with you? What are we doing? How selfish of you to worship and praise a God that only helps one person? Is your name Kaiser?
It's Kisser.
Okay, ma'am, get out of the fucking restaurant and go outside. It sounds like you in the back where the refrigerators at and shit. Go outside or get somewhere quiet. It's a lot of noise in your background. It sounds like you're outside now.
I've been outside, but what you hear is that it's a pool.
What's that? Thought it was a generator operator destroyer.
No, I happen to be outside too.
I'm just yeah. Do you believe in God?
I believe in my God, yes.
Ma'am. Okay, what's your God's name?
Thanks. Mother Nature.
Mother Nature is not a God. Gods are dead white men in the sky, ma'am.
No, my God is Mother Nature.
No, nature is nature, ma'am.
No, but I believe that she is God.
She's not. She's
She
nature.
is to me.
Don't reduce her. Don't reduce her to something so futile and minuscule.
I think that that's your
Under a
opinion.
masculine title, no less, Gaia deserves more respect than that.
Right. Gods are men, ma'am. How you gonna call Mother Nature God when she, not only is she objective, right?
Okay.
But without her, there would be no one here to have a discussion about
I know.
We talking about Mother Nature, ma'am. She transcends all. You understand that, right? You can't reduce her to no human construct. Gods are Odin and Thor, ma'am. She's higher than them. So let's give her the respect she deserves. We're just gonna call her nature. She is she's not a god, ma'am. So yeah. If you believe in nature, cool. Nature is not something you have to believe in because it's real. You're in nature as we speak. There's no belief needed. It's an objective fact. Every last one of us, when we go outside and we put our feet in that grass, that's objective reality. All of us can do it. Even the niggas that ain't got feet. Put your little stub in the grass. It's there. It's real.
Damn, now I got Michael Jackson Human Nature stuck in my mind.
I mean,
That's a great song.
Even if you don't have arms and legs, if you got a back, all of us got a back for the most part.
So that's my
Put your
point.
back. You can put your back in the
deny
grass.
her.
Man.
You could deny everybody else. You can question everybody else, but she is undeniable. So that's
She's
why I
not a god,
worship
though,
her.
man.
But I mean, you could call her whatever you want. At the end of the day,
No,
I call her
you can
my
call her
God.
what she is. She's not a. But see,
whatever. But that's my God. That's who I worship. That's who I pray to. That I connect to her. That's my God.
So she has utility too. Can she do something to help us all right now?
She can.
Can you pray to her and ask her to make sure that there are no starving children? Make sure that these people that's trafficking these.
But that's what you're talking
women.
about, free will. That's what these people are using their free will to do.
So
that's what they're doing, because in nature, all right, in nature, like what people teach you, right? You're supposed to go forth and multiply, right? So in nature,
that's biblical, ma'am.
Okay, fine, maybe.
You're not a Christian or
I'm not. I'm not, but a lot of y'all believe in this. Can I just finish so I could just
I don't believe in
point?
it.
Here is Christian.
Okay, but you've heard it though. Can I tell you what I think?
Why are you quoting it? Why are you quoting it
because
as
I'm trying to prove a point.
non-believer? But you're a non-believer, man. Why are you quoting their scripture?
All right, so you just want to argue?
No, ma'am. I want you to talk about.
So can I just talk
Don't
then?
quote the Bible
can I talk?
at me.
I wasn't quoting the Bible. It's not a Bible thing. It's more like a parable.
Be fruitful and multiply comes out the Bible, man.
If you say
Because
so.
it doesn't come anywhere else in older scriptures. It's only
in
biblical.
nature, it does, guys. Y'all just completely just missed the whole fucking point.
Wait,
The
when
point
did
was,
Mother Gaia say?
I don't know who the fuck
fruitful and
you're talking
multiply?
about.
Mother
But in
Gaia
nature,
is Mother
right.
Nature. You see, this is why people really need to understand what the fuck they're worshiping. Because I
think
love
you're
how
a
you
little bit
motherfuckers
high.
say, I
She believes in
worship
God.
human nature, which is based off of Gaia. Gaia is literally the earth. In Greek religion.
Literally, it's
And
whoever you want it
nowhere
to be.
does Gaia say be
You're a
fruitful
dumbass.
and multiply. The only dumbass here
You're
is
the only-
you, that you don't even understand what the fuck you're worshiping.
You should never be fruitful.
Oh, tough shit, darling,
Me,
because I
you're-
am fruitful. Married too, no less. And I find it ironic that you motherfuckers are the most
That's exactly
self-hating
how you're
and
a
judgmental
dumbass.
on everyone
That's
else.
exactly how you're.
And it's kind of funny how you're using
You have Gunning.
the terminologies of my
have Dunning-Kruger-
culture to
have
worship
Dunning-Kruger-
something that
You have
you
Dunning-
don't even know how to
You're too dumb
solidify.
to realize you're-
Crazy fucking work. Crazy fucking work. Want to worship Mother Gaia, but talking shit to one of the people who created the damn mythology. Insane. Right. It is very weird to, downplay me when it comes to having children. I think what it is that the pick me didn't get picked. And so she takes it out on the people that didn't have to show out to get their happily ever after. Crazy fucking work. Namaste, Amu. Good to see you, friend. Must be a single screaming mom. You know what's funny? I wasn't screaming until you overtalk. When you overtalk someone, it's kind of hard to hear. Is it not? Okay.
You know what's
I
so
love it. When
funny?
my husband is at work, this is when these motherfuckers want to talk shit. Go ahead,
You know
Lex.
what's so funny is that someone named was that Spice One up there? Who was up there? Who was the name of the person that was up there?
We'll just call her Dixie.
No, what was her screen name?
I don't know. That's why I said I wasn't paying attention to the name.
People love to give people love to say, "Oh, you're a single mom," as if that's an insult. But your mother was married and she was a single mom. Because we know, right, that women, even when they're married, pull the majority of the weight. They take care of the kids. We know that, right? This is not shit. This is some shit that we can prove empirically. This is some shit we can prove empirically, right? This is not something that's that I'm saying. Like, it's a bunch of studies that prove that your mother is the mother, the father, the everything, even when they're married. Because men don't really do shit when it comes to kids, unless they have to.
Yeah, you could be a single mother while married. I've witnessed it firsthand.
Yes, like we have the stats to prove this. This is not something that that motherfuckers just pull out of their ass. And so Spice One says single moms need love. Actually, we fucking don't. We fucking don't. Right? I got so much love, bitch. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Like y'all don't like a nigga do not understand. A man do not understand, right?
Did that one person left? No, she's right there.
Oh.
Anyway.
How old are you, ma'am? Ma'am, at the bottom, how old are you?
I'm 38. I'm just feeling the same pain. And I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that beautiful woman that was speaking was still here. And I see her, so I'm good.
Yeah, but you came up for a reason, didn't you?
Yeah, because I was listening to her. And
What?
to all of you. I love all of you. I'm just listening. But I feel that I am a part of that story. In my own way. But I'm just here. And I'll shut up.
Ariel, don't ask. I don't know. I don't know, friend.
Okay, ma'am. You believe in God?
Did you guys really just laugh at me?
Nah, Beth, we are not. We are laughing with you.
Ma'am, get down, ma'am. What do you want?
I should get down?
Do you, ma'am? Do you believe in God or not, ma'am?
Of course. Yes, I do.
Okay. Which God? What's your God's name?
Why are you telling me to get down?
Right,
I'm
Ariel,
sorry.
I was about to say that.
My goodness.
40 milligrams might be too much.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to do 20, and then if that don't work, you know.
She definitely sounds medicated.
That's what I mean. Like, you might want to go. You might want to step up. That's why they do step up therapy. That's why they do step therapy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to start that high.
Listen, I had to do step down because I started on 30. I said, my heart's going to explode. But I think I missed something. Because she sounds like she's...
Trying to listen to Hanji. But, you know, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Everybody tends to come up here for Hanji. I don't know why.
Right? Listen.
Whatever spells you casting,
I must be casting something because there was a Muslim in my DMs the other day trying to marry me. I'm like, absolutely not.
you know, that's like the fourth time somebody came up and did that and said your name. Like the other day, it happened like twice back to back, and then
That's
it
the
was like,
same guy.
oh, it's the same guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
The same.
And then
right, I'm most
my
wanted
live last night.
You're gonna need a wanted poster.
The problem is, motherfuckers like fucking with pretty girls. I'm gonna start going live, bitch, and show my big fat funky leg, fat funky rubber leg on. Let me see. They ain't gonna fuck with me. I ain't gonna get no DMs. I ain't gonna get no DMs. I'ma make my voice go down like this, make them think they talking to Tyrone. They ain't gonna DM me. Shit, I might get more DMs. I don't know. Fuck. I might get more DMs because, you know, people pretend not to like the girls, but a nigga pretends not to like the girls. But I hear Ty DMB, right? But I hear Ty DMB jumping. People pretend not to like the girls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. They know. And then I got a bald head too. You can pretend like you're rubbing on your best friend. Baby. I'm saying, you know, if you want to rub on him, but you don't think he I'm gonna start renting myself. You know what? New job unlocked. New job unlocked. Hold up, where's Bash? I never thought about that. Are you in love with your best friend? Do you want to rub on him, but you don't think he'd like it?
What the fuck?
Call rent a nigga.
What are you saying, girl?
You know they got those. You can like pay somebody to come and cuddle with you. That's what that's.
No,
Come over
listen.
here and
I
rub
was
my-
just looking at a
ball here.
documentary last night about rent-a-girlfriends in Japan.
Jeez Louise.
Listen, have you been enamoring your best friend, but you know he's as straight as a nail? Go rent a nigga. I got a bald head and everything. You can pretend.
So confused. You love your best friend?
No, I'm trying to get for men that might love their best friend, but they know the best friend is straight. I mean, they straight too, but they got a little itching.
I do have a harem.
Well, I could call you. What's up, bro? What you doing?
Get that bag, Lords.
Y'all tap the people watching. Y'all tap the screen. Let's try to get to 100,000.
Yeah, and speaking of bags, Hanji, get out of my fucking desk because every time I go in there, my goddamn candy bag be halfway empty.
I got you.
I'm lost.
I took your stapler, by the way.
We know that, baby. See, I did know that because I count my staples, and I knew.
And don't forget, y'all, get your tickets so you can vote too. After you send your heart me's and your gifts and stuff, don't forget to go hit the gift box. There's a box next to exclusive. You're gonna have a ticket in there and hit it as many times as a little number on the lower left hand says you can hit it. It doesn't cost anything because you already got kind of got it when you sent your gifts and your heart me's and stuff like that. So don't forget, it moves the host up, it moves the live up. So don't forget to go in there and vote as many times as you can vote. And just tap on the ticket.
Hanji, what were you saying before?
Beth, I was trying to tell you that alcohol and pills don't mix, and I'm scared for your safety right now because you have no idea what's going on.
I'm talking to Hanji.
What are you talking to me for?
Because I was asking you a question. Why the fuck is someone answering me when it's not you?
Bitch, this ain't that. It's not. This is not that.
Baby, let me tell you something. It's too early in the morning. It's too early in the morning for that. It is too early.
Did anyone else hear Anna Faris from the Scary Movie franchise just now, or was that just me? Yo, that jacket is tight, son. Yummy.
It's too early. This would happen. You done dropped the kids off at school.
Apparently, I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying?
You done dropped the kids off at school. Now you ain't got nothing to do. Now you ain't got nothing to do. Your husband done gone work at the firm, winking, blinking, and nod, and now you ain't got nothing to do. Like you.
Woo.
Okay, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that even if I change it on here, it stays the same on the way they say it on YouTube. I didn't know that.
What stays the same?
Like, because the whole point of me not changing, I thought that when you change it, it shows smaller on the way they see it from the desktop, but it doesn't change. It stays the same. So they still see it. They still see it like in the bigger view, but it's like even though I changed it on here, they still see it the same. I think no, it does change. I'm sorry, it does change. I'm tripping, but it's not like bad. It look good on the end.
Damn, now I want to watch Scary Movie now. She got me in the mood.
I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not welc
Courtney, you didn't miss much, I promise you.
Say I gotta go to rehab. I say no, no, no.
We had a Methany on earlier, Courtney. Yeah. He was a Christian Methany.
Everybody make sure y'all tapping the screen, man. Get this 100,000. We got a long way to go. What time is it? It's only been 2 hours. Okay. We got a little while to go. Get your heart me's, get your little TikTok thingies. Yeah. Because apparently I have to catch up to be easy. I didn't know he was in C1, you know.
And get your tickets, because if you vote, that'll help the live move up, move up, move up, move up.
Can't talk shit to him if I'm in C2 and he in C1.
Right. You can't talk shit. So y'all make sure y'all get y'all tickets.
Y'all let that nigga pass me. It's all right. It's cool. Shout out B.
Because he be letting us up on the panel and you don't.
Touche.
And now he got a community gift and you don't.
I think I do actually have a. Hold on, let me go see.
You don't. You have check.
Okay.
Well, I would tell you, but I've been in the comments without pay for 2 weeks. I'm on strike.
It's rough. I don't have one. Damn.
When was the last time you updated the app?
Yesterday.
Oh, no, that should have been there. It's like a heart symbol, and it'll like, excuse you, it's like a heart symbol, and then it'll say unlock, like it'll have like a lock next to it, and it'll say community heart, but I don't even see that in your gift gallery, not even in interactive.
Damn, Hanji. Hanji, like, I don't even see it over here.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. What we cooking today? What is in the menu?
You in a second.
Sound like one of them niggas be cooking them crickets back together.
Ariel.
Yeah. Sir, how old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Do you believe in God?
Nah. Not the God, not the concept of God that they are painting us. Nah.
You breaking up. What did you say? Not the what? I can't. Your phone is breaking up. Not the what?
You can hear me? Can you hear me now? Because I can hear you.
No, your phone is breaking up. No.
Pray for better Wi-Fi.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
So what? Yeah. So what did you say? You believe in what?
Well, the concept that them feed me, the colonizers, about this God, Jehovah, Jesus Christ, and hell and paradise. To me, when I come to my senses and I did my own investigation, I find out all that is a story tell. What good God has did for us, whoever you are want to call God, well, I call God, if it's a name to call it, because I call it creation, and creation no want no glory. Well, I call God, if it's a name to call it, because I call it creation, and creation. And what is the golden rule? What is the holy commandment in this earth? Taking the moral from the Bible. We'll burn, we'll grow, we'll reproduce if you choose so. Because some people.
What God is this? Which one is it?
Let me cook this. Be patient.
I'm
Because I
not
know you can hear me
this,
clear.
first of all. And you're not answering the question. Which God is it?
You hear what I'm saying? I'm saying to you, it's no name, creation. I will call it nature. I will call it nature. Beloved.
I'm not your beloved either, but I don't know why you're talking about.
I said.
Hey, relax. I don't know why you're talking about commandments.
I
If
said
you're
you're
not
telling me
talking about
relax,
the
sis.
Bible, God. I am,
Sis.
bitch. I'm not your sis. I'm not gonna ask you again.
No, you
Stop
want to call me
calling me
bitch,
that.
hoe?
Yeah, bitch. Not the
Relax, sis.
Bible, God. I am,
Sis.
bitch. I'm not your sis. I'm not gonna ask you again.
No, you
Stop
want to call me
calling me
bitch,
that.
hoe?
Yeah, bitch. Respectful. Yes, you are. I asked you not to call me that shit 3 times and you kept doing it. So when I turned around and called you out of your name, now you're mad and you're crashing out and I'm on my period and shit and I'm a whore. All you had to do was stop calling me something that I asked you not to say.
This is how I know
All
that
right,
men.
all right. I'll get a
This is how I know. Shut up. This is how I know that men don't like women, that they like other men, and that my rent
No,
a
you
nigga
want to play
service,
beat.
and that my rent a nigga
Feel
service
so
is
bad.
going to blow the fuck up. I'm
Play
going to be
beat it
able to
now.
open international locations. I'm gonna have to start learning how to say rent a nigga in Spanish,
Play
Haitian
beat it
Creole.
now. I feel so bad that I just poor
Sir,
I
the
be
think
poor
he's
old
quiet.
just
lady.
Something
mad
is
that
wrong with you.
there is something
Poor
wrong
the
with him.
old
I think he's
lady.
just mad at the fact that his beard doesn't connect.
Yeah.
Well, my dick connect well with the pussy. My dick connect well. Yeah.
Your dick connects well with other dick, but that's neither here nor there. We're here to discuss the topic. A boundary was set and you crash out over said boundary, which
That
means it
motherfucker
tells me
say,
you don't take no for an answer.
he said my dick connect well with the pussy. Nigga, you got to stand so close because your dick's so small. You got to stand so close.
You want me to take it out? You want to see it, bitch? You want to see it?
Absolutely not, because
What?
I will
Sir,
definitely hit you.
you're wearing knickerbockers, bitch. Why would I want to see? You're wearing knickerbockers like Little Lord Fauntleroy, bitch.
You
What are you
look like
talking
you
about?
got a pay.
You are
With
married,
American
sir.
flags on. You look like you
You're
got-
marrying knickerbockers like Little Lord Fauntleroy. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about dicks, nigga? You got on shoes that look like little pilgrim shoes. With why you look like Little Lord Fauntleroy? Why are you talking about dicks? All
Brick
you
City,
missing
the
is the bow tie. Is the
motherfucking
frilly bow
New
tie.
Jersey, in the motherfucking What you talking about, ho?
Listen, mind you, this is the same thing he did last time he came up here. And these are the ones that come up here to talk about God.
Brooklyn, in the
But
motherfucking
You know
I don't
what's
care about
you know what's
that.
so
You gotta
funny,
calm
nigga?
down.
It sound like you're barely in Brooklyn. See, I'm about to get serious now. It sounds like you're barely in Brooklyn, like you holding on for dear life, bitch.
It sound like you need a
It
big
sound
dick in
like
your
some of
life.
your relatives are in Guantanamo. It sound like
lacking
them people
something,
looking
Ole.
for you. It sound like people looking for you.
Lacking something.
It sound like them people looking for you, bitch. That what it sound like. It sounds like you're a dreamer, bitch. That what it sound like to me. It sounds like you're a fucking dreamer. That's what it sound like to me. Oop, struck a
Sounds like
nerve.
you're a typical man with no fucking emotional regulation. Please.
I got you, Breezy.
That nigga always got on knickerbockers.
Why your body
Are those
so
the same
small?
shoes?
Knickerbockers.
Hey, put me the camera right now. Why you don't turn the camera right now? I'll show you myself now. You don't want to see me?
Sure. We don't. We see enough.
Why you
We done seen
Absolutely
enough.
not.
nothing. Put me back in the comments because y'all don't piss me off too. Mm-mm.
And the Democratic Socialists of America's rise in 2016 in reaction to Donald Trump.
Can you lower that? Oh, okay. I'll help you then. Because they do that shit on purpose. That's why they come in with all that noise. Kalimera Betty.
Friend, turn around and leave. Turn around and leave. Turn around and leave. Mm-mm.
The people want to know what are you reading. Or typing, I guess. Dougal, go ahead and block him. He doesn't need to come back.
It seems I've lost my way. Hey. Yeah.
The believers are not okay.
No, they're not.
Nigga, I got the blower. I got it, friend. Oh, listen, because I'm not even playing. The niggas be just as quiet as the Christians do. That's crazy. Listen, I got the blower. Just tell me
tell me where we chilling in the cut, and I'ma blow. Who we blowing at? There we go. He got a blower too. How come he ain't use his blower? That's wild. Good morning, Bartholomew.
I don't know what I just did.
I don't know either. You were swooping over. I don't know.
You know you're a proud American, right?
Who's a proud American?
You.
Who said that?
I just assumed.
Nigga, I already said I got my blower. Why do you want to start with me this morning?
You gonna shoot me? Damn.
Don't be calling me no proud American. I'm a proud Black American.
Like a Hulk Hogan.
Exactly.
I am a real American.
Listen.
America.
I don't know what's wrong with you this morning, Bartholomew.
Logan.
Damn.
Hello? Nigga named Logan.
What you doing? What's this nigga doing next to me?
This nigga's a janitor at the Applebee's. He don't.
God damn. Do you know you up here?
Logan, you on the panel, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for you guys. That's all. I'm waiting. You hear me?
It sound like
yeah, we hear you. We hear you. What you doing? Cleaning storage rooms?
I got the keys. Yeah, we hear you, nigga.
Nah, it's my earpiece.
Mm-hmm.
Your earpiece making all that noise?
You got to sit down and sit still. Don't it?
Yeah, I had to take it off. So I'm ready.
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And which God do you believe in?
The God of
Isaac, Jacob,
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
I know y'all wondering how I knew. I could tell sometimes. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yep. I knew. I knew he was about to say that. I just knew it. I just knew he was about to say that. I knew he was about to say that, brother. Yeah. So
I was up here before.
I don't remember.
Okay, don't worry. I'm in. I'm back.
Yeah. Does human free will override God's love for us? Or
it shouldn't,
or his love for you? For example, like if you and God, you got a relationship with the Most High, and God said he's going to protect you, he's going to cover you, he's going to shield you. If the enemy comes and they want to use their free will to cause hurt, harm, and danger to you, can God's love for you override that and protect you from that hurt, harm, and danger?
Okay. Physically, no. Spiritually, yes.
What good is the spiritual if you're not physically able to even like do anything? You just fucking laying there stiff in the physical world, talking about a spirit, brother.
Correct. Because God doesn't deal in the flesh. Hold on. Because God doesn't deal with the flesh. That's why.
Here, get down. Petty, get down. I like that picture though. Now, what did you say? What was your answer?
I said God doesn't deal with the flesh.
Yes, he does.
Well, my God doesn't.
Yes, your God does.
Well, it's cool. It's cool that you have your opinion, and it's kind of, or your facts, whatever you want to call it. It's fine. But I know
I don't have any opinion on God. God comes down. God came down in the Bible and did things in the physical, real world. Did he not?
Correct. And that was when we weren't in sin. Correct.
No, the world was in sin after Adam and Eve ate the fruit, right?
Correct. I'm talking right, but I'm talking
so,
about.
Okay, hold up, slow down. Listen to what you said. You said that we he doesn't. You said because we were in sin. You said we weren't in sin at that time, and I'm saying everything he did after the fall of man in the garden was in the real world. All of those miracles, all of those times he intervened and came down and helped, that was after the fall of man, right?
Correct. And you're correct. What I'm saying is that at over a period of time when we all started committing sin, not everybody was in sin. That's when we started losing our power. That's why it says in the Bible that, but we die like men because we sin. But go ahead, I'm listening.
But I'm saying God intervenes in the real world, according to the Bible.
I do. Then what I'm trying to say is that God is not going to intervene with us unless we do something for Him.
We've already done it.
He already said in the Bible He's going to turn His back on us until we we come back to Him.
We've already done that.
We already done what?
We've already done that. We was doing that. They
done what?
Like, who do you think black people have been worshiping for the past 400, 500 years? Who do you think we've been worshiping?
Absolutely incorrectly. We have not been doing it correctly.
We haven't been worshiping God correctly.
Correct. The Bible was taught to us through slavery. We were forbidden to read nor write.
That doesn't matter if we're still worshiping and praising the God, regardless of any. Right. We couldn't read or write and we was worshiping God. You know that, right?
Correct. And that's
is
why
that not dedication?
That is not enough. That's not enough. It's just like you taking a test and you score 50 on the test. That's not passing. This whole thing, this whole life, this whole world of living is like it's
meaningless to you, I assume. Right. Who cares what happens in the real world? This is just a meaningless test. The real life begins after you die when you get to heaven, right?
Because
is that correct?
Why I said that?
Is that correct?
I strongly believe that, because for the simple fact is that it's how the world started. It was all started based on lies, fabrication, lies, steal, rape, pillaging, death, murder. It's all lies. This is not the way it's supposed to be. We all know that. God deals with what we call distinction. He deals with ups, downs,
do you have a relationship
right,
with God?
Male,
do you have a relationship?
I don't have a.
Hey man, please shut the fuck up and wait. Yeah. Please breathe. Please wait. Do you have a relationship with God?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to tell me what your obligation to God is in the relationship. What are you required to do for Him in the physical real world every day? What are you required to do?
To serve Him and keep the laws,
and how does that
statutes, and commandments.
What does that look like?
On instead of serving Him on Sunday, serving Him on Saturday. Actually, sundown Friday night to Saturday, Sunday night. Love thy neighbor as yourself. He teaches you how to serve Him, love each other, how to be a good husband, wife, how to treat your children, how to do business with people, how to be honest and straightforward with people, pay them on time, things of that nature. Teaches the Lord's of God is to have a good life. What to eat, what not to eat, what to dress, how to dress. That's how I serve Him. And we must endure that to the end. Don't worry about the flesh. The flesh, you live in your flesh, you live in sin.
Please get off the microphone, please. Okay. Stop moving your mouth like that. Please relax. You're moving and you swirling your tongue around on the microphone. Why are you doing all that? Just stop. Please.
I guess I got the phone too close to my mouth, man.
Some
Don't worry,
are
I'm
you
sorry.
what is that
Go ahead.
like damn. Okay, now I'm trying to see what are the benefits to believing in God and serving and worshiping this God while we are alive. What is he guaranteed to give us? What is his obligation to us? What do we get in return while we're living in this relationship, in this covenant with God? What do we get?
Well, as far as living is concerned, you're not getting anything. You're getting eternal life.
Right. So this life don't matter. And we just need to just focus on dying, right?
I mean,
I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds bad when I say it like that, but it is bad. It's as bad as I said.
It is bad.
That is bad.
It is bad. I agree.
So when you go out and teach people about your God, do you tell them what you just told me? Hey, everyone, listen, I have this God that I serve and worship. Fuck this life. This life is meaningless. He's not required to do anything for you while you're alive, but you must serve and worship him and keep his laws in hopes that when you die, heaven is real. Why don't y'all tell people that when y'all go out and spread this shit? Because y'all come and tell me the truth, but then y'all tell them God love you, God cares about you. No, he don't. That's not true.
I don't teach.
I'm glad you don't. Keep this shit to yourself, please.
Definitely. But what I'm saying is that every creation has an instructions, and that's including humans. So we just can't be walking through life without instructions. Someone created you, and someone gave you, or someone created you, and you came with.
That's not even a conversation. You keep going off topic. I just want to talk about God. I want to talk about God and his relationship and responsibilities to us while we are alive. If you saying he's not obligated to do anything for us while we're alive, that's all I needed to hear. Because you don't have no dog in this fight if you don't give a fuck about the living, breathing humans.
Right.
You forfeited your opinion on this topic because you don't give a fuck about the living. So there's no reason for me to even keep talking to you at this point. You've already conceded. At this point, now you're just proselytizing and teaching us bullshit that don't really help us in the real world.
You asked me about me. I told you about me. I'm not teaching.
So, okay, the moment you say this life does not matter, get down. Because at that point, you're not saying anything fruitful. We're talking about, because I'm a living, breathing person who's on planet Earth, who's alive. I can't do nothing with the afterlife. I can't do nothing with that because I'm not there. I want to know what God can do for me in the real world. What's the benefit and the obligation to me now? Right. That's what I want to know.
So what it is, right. So what it is that the things that he said, thou shalt not and thou shalt, is what we need to practice now while we're on earth. When we die, we're giving an eternal life, and that is the new life. Now you prove to him that you deserve an eternal life by keeping and enduring his laws to the end.
And it doesn't mean anything in the real world because he's not obligated to do anything for us. We can be doing all that shit you're talking about, and daughters get kidnapped, women go hungry. Right. If God loves us, if they drop a BOMB on this bitch, is he gonna stop that? Then he don't give a fuck about us.
Yes, he's gonna stop that.
No, he ain't.
Well, my God said he will.
They BOMB'd a church with 4 little black girls in it a while back.
Correct.
They was at church, sir.
Right. That's not everybody.
And the white folks, these black girls at church, and the white folks got away with murder. God didn't protect those children. What makes you think he gonna protect me and you? He didn't protect them at church.
Right, because they were in sin. They were taught wrong how to serve him.
Get down.
Ew. Go the fuck away.
Let's get down, brother. It's all right.
fucking imagine using that as an excuse. But then, didn't that motherfucker die on the cross for that shit? So then it doesn't fucking matter. He died for nothing. But to excuse an atrocity like that as sin, hurry up and meet your God, motherfucker. Because we don't need you here.
Nigga said they was taught wrong. How the like?
Fucking gross.
Twan, you on the panel?
Oh shit, I'm on the panel. Damn. I'm sorry, boss. I am out walking my dog. I'm just listening. I do want to join, but let me walk this dog because it's not really loud out here. But you know, that last guy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. That's wild. That's all I'm gonna say right now. That's wild.
Yeah.
I didn't as I'm listening. And for TikTok purposes, I'm 32. I've been up here. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? I didn't know this is how crazy I sounded, and I'm not even gonna put it on anybody else because I didn't realize that's how crazy I sounded when I'm having these conversations and I'm making these arguments for these things. And I mean, even the conversation we had before, because like I said, I'm on my deconstructing path because I've kind of removed myself from this. I identified past tense as Muslim, but I don't identify that as anymore because I removed myself from it because it was too many unanswered questions in that aspect. And one person tried to tell me that I should learn the religion the right way, but it kind of goes back to the previous guy. I guess I was taught wrong, but I just didn't realize I sounded this crazy, bro. It's my mind is kind of blown right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
And the example I gave him was the 4 little black girls that was at the church that got BOMB. He said they were taught wrong.
They were sinners.
Sin, brother.
So God didn't punish the teachers; He punished the students. Is what.
I mean, what do you expect from a deity that literally had 2 she-bears maul 42 children? I mean, it's nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to know this guy, and I'm being straightforward. I don't want to know this guy. I don't want to learn about him. Yeah, and or say what you want to say because I don't want to assume what you were going to say. But so
yeah. Everybody, there's only 2 ways this can go. Either you have to say fuck this life and I don't care about living, breathing humans. Or you have to just fucking, well, yeah, I struggle with that. That's all they say. Yeah, that's something I struggle with. Okay, ask your God. They either gonna blame us, or they're gonna blame us, or they're gonna say this life is meaningless, or they're gonna be like, I don't know, I can't answer that. There's only 3 options. Pitiful. Ain't no benefit. He ain't obligated to do nothing. Why the fuck are y'all calling a relationship then? If the nigga just don't like, I'm gonna keep your laws, your commandments. I'm gonna follow your word, accept your son as savior, and read and learn all this fucking literature. Live my life by your words and your teachings. And then as soon as the clan is ready, no matter what time of day, as soon as they get ready, they can come just breaking this motherfucker 10 deep, and my God ain't gonna help shit. Yo, I might as well believe in myself, arm myself, and learn how to defend myself, and don't worship and praise no God. I might as well do that. I got a better chance of putting some fucking shots on targets and being alive than to, well, my God's here, so if you come close to my house, he gonna get you. No, the fuck he ain't. So,
no, I agree. It is an oxymoron because when I mean the Jacob story was key. I mean, because how I was taught, at least when I was raised Christian, how I was taught is like you do this for God and He will do for you. So it's kind of like a do it and I'll show you. Instead of like show me and I forgot how to say it goes. Like show me how to tell you. I forgot how it goes. But it's more so like, you know, but in that instance, we see he said, no, you do this for me, then you will be my God.
That is the nail in the coffin.
Then he proceeded to do it. God proceeded to do it. So I do 1000% agree when you say ask your God right now, because we see several times in the Old Testament. I mean, throughout the Bible, even regardless if you believe it's made up or not, whatever. We see for this we see it several times where people call on the God of the Bible. Yeah, he comes.
Yeah,
he comes. Like it ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, he talked to Moses on Mount Sinai, whatever. He came, and in this instance, like, when has he came? Because and I'll pause because it is. I think I'm going into a loud area, but and right now, if we can even put it to the real world now, the people, technically, if you want to be technical, the people of Israel and Palestine, they worship the same God. Whose prayers is he answering? When they pray for freedom or peace, who does he decide to answer? That's a genuine question I would like to know, because technically they are praying to the God of Abraham, and they are on opposite sides of the spectrum. Whose prayers is getting answered at the end of the day? I don't think anyone can answer. I mean, you probably can see who probably, if you want to say getting the favor, you can probably answer that question, just based off of what we see. But if they serve the same God, why is it even a pick and choose battle? Why is even the battle happening?
Because in order to, I was going to say, in order to satisfy a war deity, what do you have to do?
Gotta wage war. Yeah, you gotta wage war.
Because the God of Abraham is the God. That's the God of all of the Abrahamic religions. The same God. No matter how they splice it, they talking about the same dude. So, I'm just trying to see where, I just don't, I don't get it. I don't get how they rationalize this stuff, because this was hard for me to. I couldn't do it. When I left my religion, this is where I was at right here. This was like, I think like one of my last days being Christian. It was all this right here. What is the benefit? What does he do for me? Why would he help me and not them? I could not get over that. I couldn't let it go. And so I was like, well, why isn't he saying anything? He ain't answering. He don't talk now. Well, if he don't want to talk, fuck him. And I left. And so what are we supposed to do, And then the worst, even if a person comes up here and give their testimony, you still lose, because now you're saying God picks favorites when he doesn't have to. That makes you look selfish. The one thing they say about us is, oh, we selfish and closed-minded and arrogant. And yet here you are claiming that God did this miraculous thing for you in a world where he's letting children get trafficked. Who's the selfish one now? Me? Or the nigga that's praising and worshiping God despite the shit he's allowing? See, I couldn't worship no God that let that type of stuff happen to the children. Let that stuff happen to the children. Fuck free will. Fuck the world being fallen. The moment you give a testimony, you have now entered God into the physical realm of helping niggas in real life. Now we gotta expect God to do these things unanimously or objectively. You forfeit it. The moment you start talking about what God did for you, I'm gonna look over okay, so ask him to do it for them. Well, it don't work like that. How it don't work like that if it worked like that for you? And so now you have to wrestle with, is God helping me? Why is he helping me and not them? How is he helping me and not them? Should I be worshiping a God that helps me and not them? Does he pick favorites? Would I pick favorites? Why am I worshiping a God that picks favorites? Maybe I shouldn't worship a God that picks favorites, because I wouldn't pick favorites. And if he picks favorites, he's not more loving than I. So I'm going to leave. And now I don't give credit to God no more. Now God has no power, because I do all the things all of the things that were happening anyway. I just give the credit to myself now. God not needed. Now you don't believe in God. Now you don't believe in God. Now you're an atheist. Now you understand that even if a God is real, it's selfish and closed-minded and arrogant to worship him. Even if he can come down right now. What are we supposed to do with that? The jig is really up. The shit is bad, man. But it takes it. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, I didn't want to cut you. I thought you paused. That's my fault.
I paused. I did pause. I'm done.
Well, my therapist asked me this question, and I was kind of stunned by it. But in the Bible, God chooses his people. We can go and we can say, you know, God, you know, all people are God's people. No, God clearly said Israel is his people. And I realized I'm not Israel. I'm not from Israel. I'm not one of his people. So it's like I said, thought like, why am I worshiping a God who chose his people? And then go a step further, like, because I was having a discussion with my dad, because I remember I told you earlier, my dad's a pastor. we argue about it a lot. We don't argue, but we have discussions about it a lot. Yeah. And I said, why would I worship a God who chose his people? And then I said, I mean, the reason I never was Christian, I don't believe I was Christian anyway, because I never believed that Jesus was God in the first place. Mm-hmm. But he even he said, I have only came to get the lost sheep of Israel. These were his words, red letter Bible, whatever you want to call it. These are his words. He said it. I didn't say it. And he said only. So he specified a group of people. Then he said, I only came for them. Then I think he called the lady a dog or something like that. I don't want to, I don't want to butcher it, whatever. But like he said, not only here for there, but it's. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh gosh.
No, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
No, I was saying like, I'm how he already chose his people. I realize I'm not an Israelite, so why am I worshiping a God that basically says I am not a part of his people? Because I'm not an Israelite. I'm not. I'm not. I can't. You know what I'm saying? I done already did my DNA test. I done already looked through all that. I am not an Israelite by no stretch of no imagination. No stretch by the imagination. So I am not one of his chosen people. So he's already chosen his people. And I mean, you know, it kind of goes with the conspiracy theories, because I've never been a conspiracy theorist kind of person. But, you know, if you look at the powers that are at be, you kind of see how things are. And it's like, how do I make sense of that? And I have not been able to make sense of that. I have not. And in Christianity, they teach you the concept of blind faith. And I realized that's how indoctrinated I was, because somebody could say something to you, pastor be up there speaking nonsense, and you just in the crowd yelling, yes, pastor, mm-hmm. And it holds no substance, no weight whatsoever. Just up there selling hope and hopes of this. But it's only or I want Ida to get what she's saying, because I don't want her to miss her point or forget her thought.
Oh no, I was just going to add to what you were saying about God choosing his people. I was going to say, and as far as Black people, we see in the Bible, if you believe it, right, what God is willing to do to get his people out of slavery. He sent plagues. He unalived people. Right. He turned the rivers and the water into blood. He did all of these things to free his people from enslavement. What did he do to free y'all niggas from slavery?
And that's where I was going next, because he didn't do nothing. Some of my people chose death. They chose the bottom of that ocean before they went into slavery. And I mean, to answer your question, quite frankly, I don't think he could do something for, a people that aren't his people. I just don't. If you don't believe in him, why would he save you? Why would he help you? You see what I'm saying? And that's not to give an excuse, but it's kind of like, well, they will tell you that he is everyone's God, but obviously he clearly has a specific set of people that he favors and that he chose above all of these people. And it's clear. So it's like, how do I substantiate where I fit into that? Because I'm not a part of those group of people. So I can't substantiate that. I have no sort of, I have nothing to sit up and tell me like, this is right. Because everything is pointing to what the hell and why the hell, how the hell, when the hell, where, it's like the hell, what's going on?
Well, this is an internal critique. So unfortunately for us, we have to allow that God exists to even have this conversation. And so if God exists and the Bible is the word of God, and it's all together for the sake of the conversation. Paul's letters allows us to be Israelites spiritually or by faith. Even though we're not Israelite, the moment that Paul's letters get put down into this Bible, even though we're just, for the sake of conversation, we're not Gentiles or Jews, but unfortunately, Paul's letters is what turned us into Israelites spiritually. So we are spiritually a part of the house of David or Abrahamic, whatever. That's how that works. That's what Paul's letters do. That's why most Christians are not Christians. They don't follow Jesus. They really follow Paul. Because Paul's letters is what makes this a global faith, as they call it. So, yeah. But God, I feel like God, when I first started deconstructing, they would tell me, you want God to be a genie in a bottle. And my answer is yes, I do. Yeah, I do. When I call on my God, he's supposed to come down and help me because he's my God. That's how it's supposed to go. That's how the people in the Bible do it. So I'm like, why can't I have what they're having? Yeah, I want you to keep up your end of the deal while I'm alive. Yes. And when I die, because I gave my life to you, I get to go to heaven. But you can't ask me to serve and worship while I'm alive and you don't do shit for me. What if somebody cut both my hands and my ankles? They cut my hands and my feet off. And you watched it happen, God. I can't even put my hands together and pray to you no more. I can't even walk around this bitch no more. You see what I'm saying? Like, when is God gonna defend us? Because Lord will tell you, the Bible talks about how you're supposed to turn down your family if they reject God. That comes with what is the benefit if I got to do this? I got to cast out my people. If they reject my God, I have to cut ties with them. In the real world, everything that we got to do for God is physical. It's real world, real life or death. It ain't no spiritual nothing. When you praying, you ain't praying spiritual. Nigga, you praying in the real world. When you get on your knees and worship and praise, you go to church fucking 12 times a fucking week. That's physical. Your money that you give to that church, that's physical. Your resources is physical. Your energy is physical. Your fucking mind, your body, all that shit is physical. The way you talk, the way you got to read this Bible and spend your physical, like your time that you hear, you got to spend all that time giving it to him in the real physical world. And these niggas get on the panel and say, he don't got to do shit for us in the real world. That is the craziest shit in the world. You can't stop a bullet? Nothing? Could you imagine a Christian woman, devout, modest, hair pulled up, she ain't showing no skin, she ain't showing no cleavage, giving her life to Jesus every fucking day. She don't even talk at church. She just write her little notes in the thing and just go about her business. And in one stormy, it's always storming and thundering when shit like this happen. One thunderous night, the devil done got into these niggas at the bar. They drunk and acting stupid. She getting into her vehicle coming home from Bible study. She catch a flat. I'm just giving you some movie shit. She catch a flat. These niggas pull up in the 10 deep in the truck. She gone. You know them little church girls with the white dress on and shit. Don't got no tattoo. They just disappear. Just gone. Internet, God watching. Man, that's. And he don't do nothing. He don't break nobody's leg. He don't pause so she can get out of there. She need a moment, chewed over with Twix, nothing. Just gone. Never seen again. Family crying. Brothers trying to find who did it. They'll never find her, see her body again. She gone. She's somewhere in fucking Puerto Rico or something. They don't traffic her from damn Utah. She down in Guatemala or some shit, tied up in a fucking freight cart or something. I don't fucking know. Where God at? You just gonna watch?
Man, what got me is when you told the brother, you said when you go out and you are teaching these things to, to non-believers. Mm-hmm. And, imagine that they struggling. Like this guy ain't ate in a week. And you basically tell him, like, I know you're suffering. I know what you're dealing with is a lot, but God gonna save you. Like, do you like, bro, that is like a crazy concept to even try to fathom. Because you're basically telling this man, like, everything that you're going through, it don't matter. Like, well, you will be all right. Kind of like dudes get hit every day. Be like, no, bro, that's basically what you're telling that man. Mm-hmm. And he himself, he is sitting there like, how doesn't it matter? It's easy for you to say that because it's not happening to you. You're not suffering.
Yeah, I went like, because they go out and they proselytize and they teach this to the children. And they have their little commercials on YouTube and Facebook ads. The churches, not the churches, they got Facebook ads. They got ads on social media about their churches and shit. I just want them to put it in the ad. Just tell us, hey everyone, we got this God we worshiping through colonialism and slave trade. He don't really help us in the real world, but if you just give your life to him and you praise and worship him every fucking day and give all your time, energy, and resources to him, there's a chance that you might go to this mythological place that we don't have no evidence for when you die. He's not obligated to help you in the real world, but he's always with you. But give your life to him in hopes of an afterlife. Tell people that when you walk up on them. I guarantee you that I won't even be here. My work is done. I stopped doing this. Because now you've given that person a chance to make an informed decision. And if they still choose it, I can't come. It's nothing I can do for them. But I just want you to give them the chance to make an informed decision. The God ain't going to do shit. He's not obligated to do shit. And if he do something for you, he's just picking favorites. So you still worshiping the God that don't give a fuck about everybody around you but you. You got to be selfish to accept that. So pick and choose how you want to do it. Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? If you say, yeah, hey, I can't stop you. When it comes to the Quran and Islam and shit, hey, look, man, look. We got this God that's based off another God that's based off another God. And even though our shit is a copy of a plagiarized, bastardized version of somebody else's religion, our God can't do shit for you either. And we fighting the same devil that the other Abraham religions fighting, but our God don't help us either. And we got to pray more times a day than y'all. And our prophet is a PDF. And we want to marry 6-year-olds. But, maybe if you give your life to Allah and you're a man, you get 72 virgins when you die. Maybe, I don't know. He can't help you in the real world either. But, praise and worship him out of fear, or you want 72 virgins. Come on. Tell them that. And if they convert to Islam, there's nothing I can say. Just tell them, though. But see, they don't do that. They lie to you. God is going to be with you. Yeah, God going to be with you. He going to come down and no weapon formed against me shall prosper has got to be the greatest lie ever told. They've been building weapons, forming them bitches against us and prospering the whole. That's how they prosper. Because if it weren't for the swords and because see, the Arabs was on horseback with swords. So they wouldn't attack a whole city or village or kingdom. They catch niggas one-on-one on horseback with a sword. Get you out the picture. But the white man had some that niggas in. The white man had gunpowder. He had that motherfucking cannon. That motherfucking yeah, white man had that gunpowder on him. They formed a weapon against us, and that motherfucker prospered. Man, look. And then a smart Christian would say, it's because we weren't Christian. Then they kidnapped and trafficked us across the motherfucking large ass bodies of water, start giving our life to Christ, and they still nooses around necks, burning motherfuckers alive, feeding motherfuckers to alligators, turning real humans to gourmet, nigga, eating people. You got to be a selfish nigga. You got to be a selfish person to praise and worship a God that watched humans get ate in the name of God. They throwing babies to alligators, and niggas is talking about God help me when I was on crack. You out your rabbit ass mind. That's why I'm like, even if God is real, what are we supposed to do with God right now? What are we supposed to do with God? That's why I say black people you can't be no black person talking about no, you believe in this shit at all. It don't even make sense for you.
Man, you're gonna think this funny, but you had my barber up here last week, boy.
I remember that.
And I was sitting here listening because I was like in and out of meetings, like, and I'm listening to the conversation, and I'm just wondering like what's going through his mind, because what's going through my mind is like I didn't know this stuff. So when I was originally brought into Islam, it was under the Shiite pretense. So like the hadiths, they hold no weight, they hold no bearing, and I was to believe that they were false. That's what I was told. So of course I continued on, but then as I started to go through the religion and I started to learn different things, I realized that the hadiths were important. they were more than important, especially to to Sunni Muslims. So I'm like, okay. So this past Ramadan, I'm like, all right, let me sit down and let me actually read these hadiths, more so about the first black Muslim, because I read that there was hadiths about that Bilal, and about the Muhammad and Aisha situation, and just several other situations, and and it's problematic. And I probably would understand why like Muslims would not want someone to, maybe go through that, but then there is a sect of Islam that completely accepts it. And like having that conversation with them, it to me, like I said, to me, it's problematic because you put it on me just on GP alone. I agreed. The situation is just crazy. And then to actually read about it and read the sources, several different sources on several different accounts from several different people that was the case, then that's when it was like, all right, this isn't something that I can align myself with. Truthfully, it's not. Yeah. But then, like I said, when you sit down and have the conversation with other Muslims, they will substantiate it. They will go through these things, and I tend to ask them one simple question. I said, I put them on that. I said, would you allow me to marry your little sister or something like that? Like something just outrageous or wild. I'll say that, and they always say no. And I look at them and I'm like, but you give credence to that. And then it's several other things that, like I said, that as I'm reading the hadiths, it's problematic because I'm realizing that the bounds and the guidelines in which were set in Islam, at least, what I was told or what I've come to learn, that Muhammad didn't follow a lot of them. So it's like, why was he able to circumvent these laws and these things that was put in place? All because he was a prophet of God? Well, that doesn't, you know what I'm saying? That right there is that's what really is confusing me and throwing me off, because you can't, like, if one person gets out of line, best believe there's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 following along. You're like, one person is just not going to be able to do it, and they be the exception to the rule. No, that doesn't happen. It's never happened in the history of niggerdom. It's not going to happen. So I'm like, why? I'm like, this is very problematic. And I can't substantiate that. I can't align myself with that. I just can't. Mm-hmm. Because I don't believe that I needed to read this book to be a good person, to have empathy towards another human being. I never felt like even when I call myself a Christian, I never felt that way. And I still feel that way. I believe that truly, no matter what religion, if you believe in religion or not, you should not have to read a book to be a good person or to have empathy towards another human being. But I mean, according to that one woman, I don't know her name earlier, but I mean, apparently you get what you deserve. So and that was even crazier. But that was even crazier. Like, I didn't know I sounded this crazy. That's really all that's really all I wanted to come up and say.
Yeah.
Because listening from the outside in, and like I said, I'm on this path of deconstruction because I believe Lord says something of the sense of, I have brought you to the river. I can't make you drink. But I mean, y'all gave me a cup, and now I'm coming back for another cup because it's like I said, what I'm starting to hear is just crazy. And when I think about it from the perspective that you asked me to think about it, man, it puts everything in a whole different kind of light and a different kind of aspect and perspective. And that's all I wanted to come up and say. That's all.
I got a new God. If you looking, you need a God to worship. Everybody was up here. He dropped bread from the sky. He didn't drop manna. He dropped Anna. His name Ushmush. It's a new God on the block with a new revelation.
I heard about it.
Man. Tap in, man. Tap in, because Ushmush don't play about us, man. He's serious about us. We gotta all come together and praise and worship him. And it's gonna get better for us. Stop worshiping Jesus Christ, worship Ushmush. Tell it.
And there's which question is that on your prompt? It says, what standard do you hold God to do in your relationship? I mean, I was sitting there was asking me that question 2 weeks ago, and I've been sitting here trying to formulate an answer and try to really understand my relationship with God. And so what I did, I tried, unfortunately, I'm still indoctrinated. So I draw back to sources of at least what I believe is God. And so, in Islam, it has this, if this is the wrong understanding, whatever, but this is the understanding that I got from it, is that the relationship that we are to have with Allah is the main relationship or it can be described as it didn't say student and teacher. It said more master and slave, more than a student and teacher relationship. And that bothered me because even in Christianity, it's something similar. And you were talking last week about how Christianity was really used to enforce the slave mentality. And when you think about the basis of what your relationship with the God is, it speaks to that master slave relationship, because God is apparently, I'm gonna put my quote fingers around my head, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote, all powerful, self-sustaining, all of that. So he technically doesn't need anything from us. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't need our praise, worship. He doesn't need anything from us, but we need everything from him. That's not a relationship, I don't think.
Yeah, that's the point. That's a great point. Because it's
I'm sorry.
If it's a relationship, because that's the only alternative. Either it's a relationship and a covenant, or it's a master and a slave. Can't have both. Because the Bible says slaves obey your earthly masters as you would in heaven. Uh-oh. Who the fuck are they talking to then? Because who's gonna be the slaves in heaven? The niggas that's the slaves on earth? Well, I don't want to go.
That is a crazy point. Because who is he talking to? And it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. God's chosen people. It's are we his chosen people? Because in this book, this Bible specifically, he is obviously speaking to a certain group of individuals, and he points it out. He makes it clear. These are my people. I'm going to protect these people. I'm going to do these things for these people. So it's if these aren't his people, why would we worship him if we technically aren't his people? Because it's crazy, bro. When I think I was watching it when you were speaking to Hebrews, and I've seen him on several debates and stuff like that. I actually met him in person one time, like about 2 years ago. And you know, good brother. I ain't got nothing bad to say about him, but like
nothing bad to say about who?
I don't know him well enough to say anything bad.
I'm saying who you talking about?
The Hebrew of Hebrews. You spoke to him last week. The black Hebrew Israelite who said he wasn't black. Bro, that appalled me because I'm like I done been to Israel. I done been there. None of them people look like me.
Ooh.
I know
Chaldeans.
I know Palestinians. I know Palestinians personally. Like I know them personally. The brothers don't look like me. Like I've never met an Israeli and a Palestinian that looks like me. Like, or even someone from that continent, Arab. Like none of that. I've been to India. I've been to Thailand. China, Japan, all of these places. None of these folks look like me. The only place I've only been to one place, and these people look like me. And when I went back to Africa, when I went to Ghana, because I found out I am from a Ghanaian root. So when I went back to Ghana, I said, "Oh, these people are from these are my people." When I went to Osu Castle and I saw like the point of no return when slaves, when basically you walk through this is the last time that you will ever see your homeland. Like I walked through that. I didn't. To be honest, I didn't feel God in that. I didn't feel God there, brother. I didn't. I did feel the pain of my people now. I will say that was emotional. But man, going to that place, like it really like put me in a perspective of like, is there really a God? Because if there's really a God, you know, how does he allow this to happen? Because we say that he knows everything and he knows what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen. He is aware. So how do people come up with the concept of having free will? Like God, like you basically saying that God knew. Like I don't even know what I'm gonna eat today. I ain't even ate today. I don't even know what I'm gonna eat today. But you saying God already knows this, and I haven't even decided. So do I really even have a decision? Do I even have a choice? In Islam, they call it's something called predestination. So it's already determined if you're going to go to hell or heaven or not. So I'm like, what? I literally when I learned that, I said, what the hell am I doing? What am I doing? I said, if he already decided, he technically had given me the free will to make a decision to choose nothing. If it's already decreed, you know, how do I continue to think that, oh, I have a choice in this when it's already told? He already knows what I'm going to do, when I'm going to do it, how I'm going to do it. Like I decided to go to work. Well, what if I decided to not go to work today? I could have just chilled on the couch all day. Did he know that? He knew that. He knew. Well, did he?
Sorry, that was me. That was an accident. Sorry, you can come back off.
Oh, so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I overstepped on anybody. I'm sorry.
No. It was an accident.
Okay. But yeah, I'm like I don't even, like I said, I decided to wake up and go to work this morning. Did he decide that for me, or did I make that decision? Like, and no one, and then like in this, and I'll leave it with this, because like something in Islam like that really bothers me, because it's like, or I realized how indoctrinated I was, because the blind faith concept really had me in a chokehold, because in Islam, if someone doesn't know an answer, what they will say is God knows best. And we are just supposed to accept it.
Which isn't an answer, by the way.
I agree. I 1000% agree. It's not an answer. But we are just
saying anything.
Nothing. And we are essentially supposed to just have faith that God, that God's sovereignty or his all powerful, he has it decided, or you know, or he knows. And I'm just, and like I said, that just didn't sit well with me, because it's just like he basically is leaving us in the dark on a lot, and we are just supposed to have the faith of a mustard seed, blind faith. You're supposed to just, you know, go that. but no one in the history of this earth has ever did anything without, not, well, no, that's not true, because there are blind people, there are people with, like you said, no hands and stuff like that. But normally you do things with your senses, hear, see, touch, smell, things, like you do that. But we don't do that. Like, what I'm saying? He doesn't give us the choice or anything like that, bro. I didn't realize how indoctrinated I was, bro. And that last guy you brought up about the 4 little black girls, bro. When I tell you that bothers me. It bothers me, bro. It bothers me because it tells you how brainwashed people are. Because he basically said that these children, he said those children were taught wrong. So instead of me punishing the teachers, I'm going to punish the student. And he didn't not even give them a chance to learn, I guess. he didn't even give them a chance to learn the right way. He said, no, I'm gonna just end it right here. What? So there are other people that are still learning the wrong way, but he decided to end them. I don't even think people know the rules that we're playing with, or even if there are rules.
Something about it gets worse, but man, it's about to get worse because one of the guy earlier, when I was talking to him, he said that God basically was working through him, or God was working through people. And I was trying to explain to them, when you say that, you're opening up another can of worms, because what do you do when people do evil or things you think are evil in the name of said God too? And when we're talking about that church, that was done by a Christian organization. That was done by Christians. The Ku Klux, that was a Christians. Those girls were Christians. It happened at a church, but the people who did it were Christian too. What are y'all gonna do? Not you, but them. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do when the clan say God told them to do it? Now we got a clan. Now we got a different clan of worms, because now we got people doing good and saying God told them to do it, and we got people doing bad and they're saying God told them to do it. Who's telling the truth? Well, let's go to the scripture. Does God command things that we think are bad in the scripture? Yes, he does. Does God command things that we think are good in the scripture? Yes, he does. Who the fuck telling the truth? That's why I'm saying I want to leave the middleman and the interpretation out of it. Let's see what God does if all the humans step back and don't do nothing. I don't want a human involved at all, because humans fuck shit up. Let the perfect Almighty do it, and let's see what happens.
Man, Lord said something that earlier that blew my mind. She said, or she brought up a point about the flood. She said when God was displeased with this world, he basically flooded it. He got rid of it and started new, or quote unquote, he started it new.
Correct.
So when you look at this world today, and it's like,
flood this bitch again.
Right? What is he waiting on? Genuine, and that is a genuine question. Because you look at all the things that the reason, like you can look at the reason and why God said why he did it, in the Bible, quote, I'm gonna use quote around my head. He said why he did it the whole time. He laid it out clear why he did it, what was going on, everything. Even the Sodom and Gomorrah story. Like it was clear what was going on. He basically said, "Oh, this is an abomination. I am going to get rid of it." So we've seen the Creator create something, it failed, and he destroys it and starts something new. However, we look at this world now, and it's like, do Christians in this world consider this world a success or failure? Because then it gets to that. What do you consider this? Because we have genocide everywhere. Like you said, the little black girls. I mean, I had said something earlier. The Sandy Hook kid was a Christian. Like, you are not finna sit up here and tell me that this world that God has created, because it was created by him. If he created all things according to you, it was created by him. is he pleased with this creation? And if he is, or if he isn't, because what they'll tell you, oh, Jesus is coming back. Jesus is coming back. I'm pretty sure people have been waiting a long time for him to come back. People been waiting. I think some people. I was like, at least according to my mom, she wait. She like hurry up.
Yeah.
So like that's what question I normally ask people, like, and I'm glad Lois brought it up because it was I'm glad she said that. If God saw a world that he created it and he was disappointed with it, he clearly started afresh and started anew. Why isn't is this world considered a success compared to the last one?
Mm.
Where does it come in? Like, has the Great Flood happened? Is it like, you know, like what, like where is it? Like, it's these questions, and like I think 2 weeks ago, man, you told the guy, you was just like, let's call him, ask him right now. Let's ask him right now. Like we see, like you said, we see in the Old Testament several times where people call on him and he appears and he does what they ask or whatever. Of course, and you can say that it was a mutual relationship because they did what God asked and God did what they asked. That sounds like a mutual relationship to me. That, you know what I'm saying? In the Bible, it kind of sounds like, you know, it sounds like a mutual relationship when you put it on this, but then when you draw it back to these times, I see people call on God all the time. Like I said, the Israel-Palestine conflict is a perfect example. They both believe they worship the same God, whose prayers are getting answered right now. And why? All right, why? And I don't think any side can answer. I genuinely don't think any side can answer.
Mm. PVT, how old are you? Oh, did you try to come up here? Do you know you up here?
No, I didn't try to come up here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me drop it down. What the fuck? Person at the bottom right, you on the panel. What's your name? Miss Vuna. What did I say?
Sorry, didn't mean to come in.
Okay. Zay, you didn't try to come up here either, did you?
Nope.
Okay. I don't know why TikTok be doing that to y'all. Bringing niggas up for no reason. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, man, Twan, listen, bro. The word atheist, I know when people hear that word, you know, it sounds like a demonic term, some evil shit or some shit, but it's really not. It's just people who don't believe in God. That's it. Everything else about you is some mutually exclusive shit that don't have nothing to do with being an atheist. Atheism is about God. Being an atheist is about God. But black people, we can't be out here believing this shit, bro. We just can't. Fuck that other shit. I can't even be agnostic about no God at this point. I can't, because what I'm supposed to say? I gotta leave room for the possibility that this shit is real. Yeah. All right. I won't at all. I can't do that. I don't even want to, like. I'm so far gone. I don't know how. Listen, if you see me ever praising and worshiping God, they done threatened to take away somebody in my family's life or something. I'm telling y'all, if you catch me, like if I change and I go back, they got something against me. They done told me a loved one is gonna be disappear or something like that. That's the only way they're gonna get me back. Cause I could never do this again. I can't even fathom it. You know, it'll take a lot for me to go back to that shit, for real. and be out here praising and worshiping God. I don't even know what that'll look like for real at this stage in my development. I wouldn't even know what it'll look like. What could I say? What could I do?
Brother, I was so indoctrinated. I was praying to a God I didn't know. I didn't even understand. I could recite a verse to you in the Quran, brother, and I don't even know what to say. I could probably know a couple words, and I didn't even know what it was saying. And they were telling me that in order for my prayers to be answered or heard, I had to speak in a specific language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I said, I looked around. Man, I literally looked around and I was looking for a camera. I promise you, I was looking for a camera because I said, "Ain't no way." I said, so I basically I was basically like, so I can't pray until I learn until I learn Arabic.
Yeah.
And they were just like, I got mixed answers. They were just like, well, Allah only makes it easy for you, so it's okay if you say it in English and don't know Arabic, don't know Arabic or whatever, because God understands. But it's important that you still learn Arabic because that you can know so you can know your religion, which I agree with in a sense. But at the same time, it's like I don't speak Arabic, yet this religion is for the whole world. And I don't want to butcher a Quran verse, but in the Quran, it basically says if I wanted God, or quote unquote God said, if I wanted to make you all one people, all one color, all one language, I could have did that, but I didn't. So it's like, he says this, why do I then need to only learn about this language, this culture, this here in order to fully practice the religion correctly? You know what I'm saying? Like, that bothers me. Like for example, I smoke. I ain't afraid to admit it. I smoke. Just whatever.
Yeah.
They say if you smoke, your prayers won't be answered for 40 days and 40 nights.
Right.
And I'm like, I ain't out here robbing nobody. I ain't out here nothing. You know what I'm saying? I just roll me a smoke me a doobie.
Can I interrupt you for a quick second?
Absolutely, of course.
Okay,
of course.
Great. GSG, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you're annoying the shit out of me, okay? Just because you think that Jesus is your Lord and Savior does not mean that you get to superimpose him in the Old Testament. You don't get to do that. There is never a text that says that the Yod He Vav He is a king or an angel. Ever. There is no text that supports that. And if you think angel of the Lord means that the Yod He Vav He is an angel, then you just don't know how to read scripture. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I'm quoting scripture. You're just saying no. I'm not quoting scripture back because it's very clear to me that you have no fucking clue about the Jewish faith, about what it is that we believe, about how it is that we interpret the text that was made for us. You fucktard. What the fuck is wrong with you people? No, you're fucking wrong. You have no fucking clue what angel of the Lord means. And even if I were to grant you that angel of the Lord was the Yod He Vav He, you're still never going to convince me that that was Jesus. The fuck is wrong with you niggas? You're never, ever, ever going to be able to superimpose your raggedy ass, crusty toe having, white bitch ass Jesus into our text. Give it the fuck up. And stop editing me, you piece of shit. Sorry, go ahead, Twan.
Oh, no. What you said was way more important. What you said was way more important. Yeah. Like I just wanted to say, I didn't know I sounded that crazy. And of course, I've been listening to Bar for a while now, a couple weeks now. I think I found maybe about a month ago. I've just been listening. Yeah, listening to what people have to say. You don't get many Muslims. You got a couple Muslims. You don't get many Muslims. Because especially black Muslims, I'd be interested in what other black Muslims have to say. Especially because now that I've learned about the treatment of slaves in Islam and how black people are in Islam, it doesn't sit right with me. Like I can even tell you, like I live in a Muslim community now. Like, you know, and no one would know I'm Muslim unless they tell you, but they do know I'm black. And well, I would tell you, I go for walks every day, bro. People don't even be walking. People avoid me.
Why do they do that?
I have no idea. And it's a mainly Muslim community, so we're all Muslim. They don't know I'm Muslim now because I just moved over here. It's an all Muslim community. Black? No, they're not black. But in Islam, see. I'm glad you asked that question. Islam, that's not supposed to matter. It's not supposed to matter.
But it actually is supposed to matter because I try to tell them, like I tried to tell you that Islam is Arab supremacy.
I heard Satan when he was up here speaking about it.
You think Satan be lying you think Satan be lying?
No, absolutely no.
You think that nigga be lying about what he's so when Satan was up here, because Satan was up here last week and we had the black dude up here. And Satan walked him through what the fucking prophet said. And that nigga said the Arabs come first. And we asked that nigga, okay, now that you know that the Prophet Muhammad said the Arabs come first, what are you gonna do? Well, I'm just gonna stay a Muslim. Well, get down. Go on over there and lick the sandal. I told him go lick the sandal. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. It's Arab supremacy. You, as a black Muslim, are worshiping a faceless Arab man, because Muhammad don't got no face. The white people used to call it Muhammadanism. Even though the Muslims don't call it that. The white people, that's what the white people that was talking about this shit, they used to call it Muhammadanism. Because they believe that those Arabs worship Muhammad. But he is their Christ. He's their Christ.
He is.
He's the last prophet, that's their Christ.
And I will say that is one thing that bothered me, because when I came from Christianity, like I called myself a Christian, but I never understood the concept of Jesus being God. Never understood that concept. And I am.
Wait. Before we continue, can you tell me why it is that you think that race shouldn't matter as per Islam?
No. I was not saying that. What I was saying was according to Islam, and that's what I was according to. Okay, let me answer, because I don't know the original hadith, but they bring up either it's a hadith or it's a Quran.
So man, greater or lower, everybody.
Yeah. You know exactly what I'm representing. That because when I asked that question, that's what they pointed me to.
Yeah, I got you. So that's a lie, and it's poorly worded, and I give you that. So I had that was the one that I had walked through with that gentleman with. Unfortunately, he wasn't tracking that. So there's a concept called taqwa in Islam. Have you heard of that?
Faintly. I haven't it's I definitely wrote it down. It's in my notes, but I don't I haven't got
piousness.
that one.
It's piousness, right? It's like how much you keep your God in mind, right? So one of the fiqhs say that an Arab woman can never marry a non-Arab man. Period.
See what I'm saying?
The other fiqhs say Arab man can marry non-Arab woman, but never an Arab woman can marry a non-Arab man, as per Islam. One of the scholars have said anyone who says Muhammad is black should be unalived or dark-skinned. Muhammad is described as a white-skinned guy, very light, very fair. Muhammad, peace be upon him, says, let us go attack Rome so we can get the blondes. Explicitly, he says. It is a lie that race doesn't matter, because the hadith that you're talking about says, in terms of taqwa, piety, whatever, then you're all equal. But in terms of race and lineage, you are absolutely not equal. In terms of lineage, an Arab is always better than a non-Arab.
You see
That
what I'm
is
saying?
why that paid. What are you saying? Pay for?
I'm sorry. That was me. That was me.
Piety.
That was me. My bad.
No, now you Mac was correcting me. Piety. Yeah. So the lineage and race, and this is why Muhammad says in several hadiths, he expressly says, my lineage is the best. By the way, in Arabs, not all Arabs are equal. He calls the Bedouin as like inferior and untrustworthy. So there's a caste system, if you will, and a hierarchical system in which Muhammad sits at the top. Then it's like a trickle down. Everybody to whom he's affiliated is sequentially lower, but it ends with the Arabs. And then outside of the Arabs, everybody else is the same. It is absolute bullshit. That's why they say you have to do your salah in Arabic. You can't do it in non-Arab, right?
Correct, or your prayers won't be answered.
So, and the Quran says, never will I send to you a messenger except in your own language, right? Back, by the way.
He did say that.
Yeah.
And
So
I'm not Arabic and I don't speak Arabic, so that's
yeah. So like it is expressly against. You don't have to go far outside. You have to you can go into the Quran itself. Forget the Sunnah. The Quran itself expressly says Arabs are superior. Arabs, he chose the Arab language as the final message, right? And the idea is you can become Arab, you can go and convert and then adopt. It says in the Sunnah, you can't dress like a non-Muslim. You can't adopt or participate in the rituals or habits or customs of non-Muslims, right? This is why you will see all of these clowns that are not Arab wear the thawb, the white robe for the Arabs wear.
Man, I would cut you up, but I literally started to buy them and like, man, I remember, man. I'm sorry.
Oh man. So do you see? You cannot even dress like a non-Arab. Let's say, in my culture, we have some dress sense. You can't wear that anymore. You cannot resemble the ways of the kafir. So it is both a cultural Arabicization that's occurring, an imperialism, a colonial construct, and as well as a literal race, if you can call it that, or lineage, bloodline, Arab supremacism. So I don't know why you're like, I mean, I do know why. Of course, they lied to you, right? Without lies, Chris Lamb dies, as I always say. But no, you're completely under the misconception that there is, as per Islam, you're not supposed to be inferior or superior. It expressly says you are supposed to be inferior and superior. Anyone who disagrees is not a Muslim. In fact, I think Ibn Taymiyyah said he takfired people. You know what takfir is, right?
Also, he miscommunicates them or exiles them in a way.
Excommunicate, not miscommunicate. Excommunicate. And you know what the punishment is for takfiring, right? Or for the one who gets takfired, right?
I was told it's unaliving, or that's what I was.
There was a sect that believed in racial egalitarianism. He called them bid'ah. You know what bid'ah is, right?
Innovation. Yep.
Innovation, and that bid'ah is kufr. Innovation is kufr, right?
Correct. Yep. If you innovate from,
he called them. He said they're doing bid'ah. He said they're doing fitna. You know what fitna is, right?
Fitna is basically like straight, or it's like
corruption.
Corruption. So straighting shubahat, or I thought it was shubahat.
Yeah, shubahat also. Yeah,
shubahat. Yeah, okay.
Shubiyya. They're actually called the Shubiyya sect. Matter of fact. So absolute nonsense that you were fed. I'm sorry that it took you too long to. I mean, but you don't have to know all these things. Why would a non-Arab specific to this tribe and to these people, God, tell you that, by the way, I don't talk to anybody that doesn't speak Arabic? Like, that's it. That doesn't make any fucking sense, right?
Yeah, and like,
Yeah.
it doesn't, and like it's funny because when they first gave me a came to the religion, they gave me a clear Quran, and it wasn't in Arabic. So I'm like,
Mustafa? Clear Quran?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not by any means.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, let me. I have one. I can go grab it somewhere.
Curious, and sorry guys, if you guys want to continue on, I'll just have one question and I'll drop. I'm just curious what kind of Disneyfication that they're doing in the Clear Quran.
Let me turn on my camera, see if I can show you the one that I have. It's dusty. I haven't opened it.
Good idea.
So my
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can change my camera.
You don't have to show me on your camera. Just tell me who's it by. Yeah, is it say Mustafa?
Mustafa.
Yeah, Mustafa.
Dr. Mustafa Khattab.
Yeah, I said, yeah. This guy's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar. They do so much bullshit in this book, in this specific translation. They lie the fuck out of this because they made this specifically for the Western audience. Let's just real quick, 434, read that.
1 second.
I want to see if they I'll show you how quickly and easily they lie on this one.
Do 434. Anissa. Women. Okay.
So Anissa.
I believe on purification before players, right? If that's what I have up.
No. It's the wife beating verse.
Oh yeah. Oh, 434. Oh, I'm on 43. I'm on 43. Yeah. You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Husbands as providers and protectors. Men are the caretakers of women, as men have been provisioned by God over women and tasked with supporting them financially. And righteous women are devoutly obedient and, when alone, protective of what God has entrusted them with. And if you sense ill conduct from your woman, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds. But if they still persist, then discipline them gently. But if they change their ways, do not be unjust to them. Surely God is most high, all great.
Yeah. So you know what the actual translation is?
Strike them. Yeah. Should I think strike them.
You see what they did there, or he did there? Yeah.
Discipline them gently.
Gently.
Yeah.
None of those words are in there. It's just a lie. It's a pure fabrication. He's doing bidat, actually.
So actually, just because I asked about this verse, and you know they took me to that, and then they take me to I think there's even the tafsir. They always take me to the tafsir. I don't know why I had a brain fart.
Yeah,
they take you to the tafsir, and then they say that in the tafsir you're supposed to use like a mishwak. I think mishwak. Yeah, and I was like, but if I'm reading this, you know, if I don't have the tafsir, like if I'm just a new person reading this.
Do you know what a miswak is?
Yeah, I have one. I actually have one. And I used one before.
One that you use for your teeth, right?
Correct. Yes. Mm-hmm.
But do you think so, guys? Folks, miswak is a type of a tree, right? But trees have branches, right? How big can those branches be?
They can be very big.
Yeah, the one you're using for your teeth is not what it says.
The one I have is it's actually pretty. It's actually pretty big.
Use to whip your wife. Like you could get a big one.
And you're supposed to hit her below the neck so that way they won't see the bruises or markings.
I was going to say that's what they also said.
They draw blood, and you're not supposed to break bones, but you're absolutely able to whip the shit out of them.
Just
Because
don't
it
touch
also
their face,
says-
though.
Yeah, don't touch. And it also says, a man shall not be asked why he beat his wife. In the Hadith.
Because what the man does is his business and no one else's. Is between him and Allah.
And the first line, it's a decent translation, but I want everybody to like get the clear understanding. Man, Allah has made one to excel over the other. Allah has made one superior to the other, which is to say, men are made superior to women. Literally and explicitly, it says men are superior to women in the Quran in chapter 4. Folks, for everybody listening, that's chapter 4, verse 34. Men are made superior to women. That's the end of it. There's no discussion more. If you ever meet a so-called feminist and she's a Muslim, you know you're talking to a damned liar. Anyway, I just wanted to correct you on that, man. Sorry for taking over, guys. Continue on. I'll drop. I'll be around if you need me or anything. Bye, guys.
Bye, Habibi. Be well.
But no, I think Sathiam, because that conversation he had last week, because I wasn't aware of that, and that's when I was like, okay, I really need to dive into the Hadith, because the Hadith, like it sets a different light on Islam, and people can sit here and say that it buffers Islam, but no, I don't believe that. the Hadiths some of the Hadiths are wild, and the reason I was told to not accept the Hadiths or to believe that they were fabricated because it was more of a he say she say kind of thing. Like, oh, this person says something, oh, this person says something. So then then they tied it back to Christianity about how in the four Gospels it says according to John, according to Mark, according to Luke, even though there's no evidence that these people even really wrote these books, but it says according to, so it's more of a he say she say. So that's why I was told not to believe the Hadiths, and unfortunately, blindly, I used to believe it, but yeah, after going through and reading it puts me in a light of like, I don't know, I felt like I was on the wrong side of history, and like you said, just off GP, like just these basic things, these basic concepts, these basic principles, I can't be aligned with that. I just can't.
Well, nigga, you the one said you a Muslim. So what you gonna do, nigga? Is you a Muslim or not?
No,
that's your shit.
At the beginning. I said at the beginning when I first came in, I was like, I used to identify as a Muslim, but I do not anymore because
you living amongst them niggas. So be careful over there. I don't know where you at, but they don't play about that. That apostasy shit get your head chopped off.
Literally, not even joking.
I'm not even joking.
Try that shit in Egypt and see what happens.
Oh yeah. In Egypt, I heard it's crazy, brother. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, brother. But one of the only
tell them that they watch it. Don't you know they be sending messages? They send death threats, nigga. They be like, oh,
I don't.
St. Louis, huh?
Yeah, the show me state. You gonna have to show me.
Oh, but I tell her, hey, see,
you gonna have to show me, brother. It's show me state.
Well, you sound like me. Hey, they gotta come. What that lady said, I want you to put me out. You gotta come show me. For real.
You gonna have to come show me, brother. Hey, and I know. I mean, if they were watching last week and I said that was my barber, you know exactly where I stay. So I ain't no hiding. Like, bro, I never hear from nobody in my life, bro. Hey, man, it is what it is. I am who I am, and I won't ever be afraid of it. And like I said on our previous conversation, I truly believe if someone believes something and they receive new information, that they are totally in their right to change said decision that they previously made. It should be no sort of judgmental or anything on that, because that person has received new information, and that information clearly had enough impact to change their decision or a previous decision that they made. And there should be no judgment in that whatsoever. And plus, I let people live their life. I ain't worried about these niggas, man. I'm not worried about these niggas. Like, I'm not, bro.
You know, I would go with you, but having dealt with my fair share of Muslim men, laugh it now, but I promise you, they always find a way. They always know people, which is why I will speak on it, but at the same time, I also know the risks of speaking on it because these motherfuckers are not okay. They will find you eventually.
Well, tell them I ain't hiding. I'm not hiding. I'm right here.
Get that pew pew ready because you're gonna need it.
Peace. What? That's one of the. I was just watching Medea the other day. What did she say? Peace be still. What she say?
Make sure they meet the steel. That's what I'm saying.
Hey man. Hey. I ain't not playing.
Go
with
first,
it.
ask questions later when it comes to them.
Plus, I don't care anyways. I'm actually already in the process of moving back. I'm not moving back to Missouri, but I'm already in the process of moving. So like I said, none of that won't matter. I'm going back to where my mom is, everybody, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really worried about none of that, bro. And I really don't have nothing to worry about out there. So I'm not. It's life. Hey, if somebody wake up like somebody like it happens every day. It's not something that's new. Christians become Muslims, Muslims become Christians. Somebody drops it all. It happens every single day. I'm living my life and I'm trying to live my truth. I'm trying to find out what's important to me and what's true to me. Forget what everybody else trying to think about, do whatever. Like you said, I can't be worried about the next person starving if I'm starving too. We both starving, so let's help each other eat. That's how I feel about it. I'm not worried about none of that. Whatever.
You gotta stand on this shit. Like what you said, this GP, man, is the general principle, bro. We can't fuck with no God off GP, nigga.
I see the notes. I ain't in the loo no more. Yeah, my mom. It's funny. My mom got me the hell up out of there when I was younger.
No.
got me the hell up out of there when I was young. I was in the trenches, bro. It was terrible. It was terrible. That's why I never see why anybody ever glorified the streets or anything like that. Especially when you used to live in it not willingly. Like, nah, bro. I'm not there no more. I would never move back there. That's a real crab in the bucket mentality place, and it's really one of those places, yo. Like crab in the bucket mentality kind of places.
What does crab in the bucket mentality mean?
So if you've ever like went crab, or I don't think they call it crab. It's called crabbing. That sounds not fishing, but if you have them all in the bucket, and if one crab sees another crab trying to escape, they're gonna pull them back down.
Oh, actually, that's not what's happening. They're all trying to escape. So if a crab sees another crab crawling out, he's going to try and hang on to him so that he could get out too. It eventually leads to him because they'll all do it. And so the weight of the other ones trying to grab on will pull the original one back down. That's what's happening because they're not supposed to be in buckets. They're supposed to be in the ocean. Okay?
Oh, thank you for that clarity. Thank you.
Yeah.
I never heard that term before. Interesting.
Yeah. They say crab in a bucket to talk disparagingly about how things work in the Black community, right? So they'll say, oh, yeah, niggas got a real crab in the bucket. They see one trying to escape. They just going to pull him down. It's not what's happening because they're in a dire situation outside of their natural habitat, right? They try to escape. They see one getting close to escaping. They're going to try to hold on so that they can escape too. And again, eventually the weight of the lower ones is going to drag the top one back down into the bucket. So if we actually look at the saying, we need to start investigating why it is that Black people are in such a dire situation at all times that we end up pulling each other back down into a place that we shouldn't be. especially when you have sayings like a rising tide lifts all boats, right?
Mm-hmm.
People have heard that saying, but what happens if you don't have a boat? What is a rising tide going to do? Drown your ass.
Yeah, it's gonna drown you. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So we have these sayings and we say them without thinking, disparaging our own people instead of looking at the conditions that require us to be put into generalized statements like crab in a bucket, a rising tide lifts all boats. So we gonna put some respect on the hood now. Niggas do what they do, just like white folks do what they do. And if white people were police like niggas were, they'd be in jail too.
Thank you for that clarity, because no one's ever explained it to me that way. I've never heard it that way. So I thank you for that clarity. See, the more you know. See, the more you know. No, but I wouldn't say I've gotten to the. I haven't gotten to that point of not. Or I would say it's weird. I'm in limbo right now, and I'll explain why. I'm in limbo, or I feel I'm in limbo because. How can I explain this? And this is a bad example. I remember I was on the movie Black Panther. I think the second Black Panther, when like they found out, like I think the vibranium, they found out that it didn't originate in Wakanda, or that wasn't the only place. And the one woman was like, she was like, oh my God, the fairy tales, the stories, everything I've known. She was like, that's come to a lie. And like you hear Shuri under her voice say that must be a terrible experience. And that's literally like what keeps reverberating in my mind about like all, like as I'm learning about this stuff, I'm like, dang, like growing up, like this is what I believe. This is kind of what I believe to be ingrained in who I am and the way I am. And it's like, if I'm to believe in all this a lie or, it's not true, it brings me to that. And I think that's why most people will have a hard time ultimately accepting that there is no God or that religion is false because of that reasoning, because they will have to then question who they are and who they have become. But and then the reason I'm even conflicted because like it's like a part of me does feel that way, but a part, like I said earlier, a part of me feels as though you shouldn't have to read a book to be a good person or to just be a normal person or to do good things or to be a positive impact on people's lives. You shouldn't have to read. This book shouldn't have to tell you to do that. And that's why, because like then, it gets into a whole conspiracy theorist about what is life? Why are we here? Because if you look at religion on the outside looking in, at least from the bigger picture, it's like we were literally brought here to worship God. Okay, why? He doesn't need our praise. He's going by Christian standards or by that mythology or theology, God's going to continue to be whatever. He's going to continue to do whatever and be whatever he is in his all his majesty, whatever. He's going to continue that with or without our praise or adulation, with or without it. So why were we created? Oh, well, you were created to pray, and they say we were created to worship him. Really? Is that all we were created to do? It speaks back to the conversation I think you had with someone else last week about the master and the slave mentality. It bolsters to that because then it gets into and then it asks the questions again. What kind of relationship is this? Like it continues to beg the questions that you are asking. As I continue to try to answer those questions for myself, I'm left with even a bigger void and a bigger question mark about why ultimately, because I think everybody just wants to know why. Who, what, when, where, why. I think everybody wants to know that. And that's the part that that's the bridge that I'm on now trying to cross. Like that's where I'm at, and that's not one of the reasons I'm in therapy. But that is one of the reasons that I talk to my therapist about it and things of that, because my therapist doesn't believe in God either. And
love that.
Congratulations on therapy, though. Not most people do that.
thank you. Yeah, I believe, and this is just personal belief, I believe all black people should go to therapy. I do. I think you should get a black therapist, just somebody neutral to talk to, unbiased. Well, they're technically going to be, actually, no, I can't say I'm biased, because I would want you to get a black person so that they can understand our plight better. Because I did have a white therapist, and like as I look back on it, it was some of the weirdest conversations that I've ever had, and I realized I was never really comfortable with this person. Like I was forcing myself to be comfortable, but it wasn't like he could ever relate or ever truly understand, because it's not something that he would ever go through or have to experience. So I was like, why is my therapist white? I literally went to another therapist, got a black therapist, and now that's where now here we are. Now where I'm at. Now I'm questioning a lot of things about the world, and primarily religion, because religion sets itself up to be, or to answer a lot of questions about the world. And it gives you the quick answers. But once you do the research and you do that stuff, and it's like, well, it's not the answer. It's not the key. Like, this isn't the key. It isn't. So yeah, that's why I'm battling with the concept of, is there a God? Is there not a God? Because I don't believe there is a God.
So why the battle?
Well, just explain
what you wrestling with, Israel?
See what you did there.
Boy, you fucked me up as soon as I put these headphones on. That's the first thing I hear.
It's so I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but that's what it was like. Context. I've arrived to this point of questioning, is God real? Okay. Yeah, I've arrived to this point. And so in me at this point, because like Lord said, you guys have brought me to the river. I took a cup. Now I'm back for another cup. I'm drinking this cup as I'm crossing this bridge. And like as I'm crossing this bridge, those are the questions that I'm asking, because as I was brought up, as I grew up, religion provided a lot of answers as to why I am, why you should do this. Religion kind of like stakes itself as the reason that exists, even though I don't believe that,
I'm working on something. I'm working on a list. I'm going to take time, and I'm going to go through all of the languages that I can, that are tied to spiritual entities and deities, and I'm going to do it like a spreadsheet of every language, the people who spoke that language, and what they were referring to when they used that word for that thing. I'm gonna do it for every language, or the main ones, so y'all can see what you're saying. You because y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I know, because I looked up and I studied, looked into it, but y'all don't know, because y'all ain't looked into that. This thing, that God is a white man in the sky. I keep telling y'all that. That's what God is. The same way that in other cultures, languages of, like in the different African cultures, the language that they speak when they refer to their entity, that word is referred, that black deity or that black being that they're referring to, it's black. The Orisha are black. Olodumare is black. You can't can't put no white face on that. Why? Because that's not what the people who spoke that language were referring to. And you got to hold God to that same, even though we speak English and all that, God has always been a white man. Y'all out here, y'all agnostic, about Odin. That don't make sense to me. Now when you know where that word comes from, and then the only people who have a problem with what I just said is the grifters and the apologists. But why we can't trust them anyway? That philosophical monotheistic thing in the sky that transcends time, space, and matter, that's not a God.
But that's what I was about to ask. Even if you get away from calling it God, why are you questioning if that's something that exists or not? Because if you get away from a God, now there ain't no attributes. Now it don't morality don't come from there. It's not all loving. It's not all good.
We ain't even talking about nothing no more.
Right. If it's the creator though, and they don't intervene and react, like who cares if you created us and left us over here? So what? I don't know what y'all are looking for.
No, I agree. And to answer your question, like I said, I'm realizing how indoctrinated I am because I'm trying to have those questions answered, like this, like, you know, have those answers. But it's like, and I mean, as I said, thinking about it now, it's like I don't know why I continue to do that because I've been following religion. I would say majority of my, I mean, I don't say all my life, but majority of my life, and I still don't have the answers to these questions. So I do, I don't know what I'm questioning either.
I see what Jada said too, and I think I wasn't never as indoctrinated as that be coming out of religious people's mouths. I never felt that way, so I don't think I was like as indoctrinated as everybody else because it didn't take me long to be like, oh, fuck that, fuck him, fuck them, her. All of them are reach. All of them. Fuck all of them. They don't do shit. I don't need y'all. Y'all don't help us.
You niggas, don't laugh at me when I say this. you niggas, y'all don't believe in God. Y'all believe in the logos. Y'all believe in the logos, bro. The logos is not a God. That's you see, basically what the Christians did was they usurped all of the Greek culture, all of the Jewish culture, all of the Roman culture, and they just threw that shit together. That listen. You see, this how you know God is something separate because they have different terms for those other things. That let me see how I want to define it. That the divine word or the principle that exists that transcends all, that's the fucking logos from Greek philosophy. That's not a God. That's not even a God.
It's not. And I love it when they use that argument that shoot themselves in the foot.
It's not a God. That ain't a God either.
But
God,
go ahead, act like you know what you're talking about. Huh?
God is specific. I keep trying to listen. It's gonna come a time where everybody gonna be like, you know what? That nigga Bob was on to something this whole time. The logos is not a God. God is that white man with that beard in the sky. Now you got to understand the Christians took Greek philosophy and applied it to some shit that they bastardized from Jewish Israelite culture. That's
I'll put it to it even simpler, Bar. Everyone, I have homework for you. I want you to type in God in your Googles, right? And just look at the imagery, but really keep paying attention to the face.
To these niggas.
And
Hey, man. Hey.
Oh, it's gonna get better, Bar. Wait.
Hey, man.
And then,
all right.
when you completely recognize that face, type in statues of Zeus. Let me know. Let me know what you see when you're done.
Tell them I'm trying. They ain't hearing me. They don't hear me.
I have a statue of Deus in my my catalog, waiting for someone to show God from their Google search, and I'll show you. You're literally worshiping Deus, because the Romans got it from us. We got it from our wannabe depiction of Yahweh, and now the Christians are using it now. Sorry, Christians, I hate to burst your bubble, but you're polytheistic, darling. Welcome to the Hellenized pantheon, because you are actually worshiping Omega Dios Mu, the great Zeus. Make sure to grab the olive oil.
Y'all are worshiping. Oh, they don't know. They don't even know they done got bamboozled, man. They don't even know. It's so sad because they put it right in your face. They put it right in your face. They put it right in your
Not y'all
face.
with the evil laugh.
It's bad. The crazy
It
part
comes
is
out sometimes.
it's how you know that. It's so fucked up because everybody know what Jesus looks like. Just get to typing in the deity that came before. You were like, okay, are they playing with us? Is this the same dude? Same dude. Jupiter is a ripoff of Zeus. Jupiter looks just like Zeus. Jesus looks just like Jupiter. Y'all follow the trail now. I ain't lying to you. Just follow the trail, brother. Follow the trail.
So the answer,
because Mithras don't get no love. Asclepius don't get no love. Jupiter don't get no love. Y'all niggas. I'm agnostic about God. Why? Oh my god, bro. It's so bad. It's so bad for these niggas. I'm not talking about you two. I'm talking about like why?
No, I was gonna try to answer, or I'll at least try to answer it for myself. And the reason I'm questioning it is because I think Jada in the comments said it. I think it is a part of my deconstructing process, and it's because of the way my brain is wired. Like for example, and this is just a random example. Like if something doesn't work out for me, right, or something bad happens to me, for example. My thought, my immediate thought used to be, I deserved it because I transgressed against God. Literally, literally, that used to be my thought process. So I'm when I used to think like, about a year or two ago, when I first started back therapy, my therapist asked me, she was like, "It sounds like you bonded with your trauma." And she was like, "That's what it sounds like to me." She was like, "I don't know about this God thing," but she was like, "Why would you want to bond with your trauma? Because you feel like you deserve something because because you did something." That's the wrong way of thinking. So that's why I'm questioning, because I'm like I said, I was brought up and raised in a way. I'm a military brat, and my dad's a pastor. So you can imagine the type of indoctrination I done went through with that in the structure. So it's like, if I always thought it was something tied to that, God had his hand in everything, and if it cause and effect, I do something, this is the effect. I don't do something, this is why. That's how it is, and that's why I'm questioning. I think that's why my mind is questioning it, and I'm asking so many questions, and I'm just trying to navigate. I'm trying to navigate the curiosity, because before, when I was literally just, I would say, blind faith, I wouldn't question.
Just 1 second, Juan. Hold on.
Yes.
So because we were talking on the God subject, and I really want to bring this up, especially when it comes to imagery. Now, you guys have seen the side by side between me and Serapis. Depictions of Greeks for Greeks, right? But let me show you something. Here is my friend.
Yeah, right. Picture on a club.
This is a troll, by the way, if y'all didn't know.
Lucifer or the other one?
Lucifer.
Lucifer, get down.
What you talking about?
Get down.
All right. So let me get big screen real quick. So this is just to give the people an idea. This is my friend, Michael Antonakos. We are Mani from Laguia. We are Spartan. We are from Laconia. You see how we have similarities even though I am darker than him. So really look at his face, right? Kita the mind. Hold on. This is why I say what I say. This is a modern depiction of Deus, or as people know, Zeus. Everyone knows it, the blood of Zeus. You see the similarities? But, hold on, this is modern. Let me show you ancient depiction. This is an ancient depiction. The imagery that was used for these gods were for Greeks to Greeks. We see it in Serapis, and as a matter of fact, you're about to see in an image of Jesus, which was taken by a Greek philosopher. Hold on. I'm going to show you that too. So, in conclusion, it was made by Greeks for Greeks. This God don't belong to anyone, at least the Christian one, but the Greeks. It is Greek mythology, philosophy, understanding in modern lens, right? But yet people still want to worship it, not realizing he's not for you. He's not for anyone except for the Greeks, which is why the New Testament was originally written in Koine, which is why Christians love using philosophy, don't you? Who do you think you got that from? I rest my case.
Well, Andre, to your point, that was one of the reasons why I turned away from Christianity initially, because I didn't accept that Jesus had a God. Because as a Christian, you are supposed to accept that Jesus is God. However, in the Bible, Jesus says, my God. And if you think about Greek mythology, that is literally Greek mythology. Because if I'm not mistaken, isn't Apollo Zeus's son?
Apollon, yes. Him and Artemis are twins.
And they are gods. But however, they are gods with a god.
Well, Demi, mother was mortal, but yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I'm saying like in the Bible terms, and when I used to think about it, I used to think about, oh, Jesus being God and having a God. I used to be like, oh, that was Greek mythology. And that's what kind of led me to being interested in Islam, because Islam basically says that God has no children. so that was initially reason why, and I thought, oh, I'm more related to that, but that's another story for another time. But that's what I always used to think, like, how does this like, why is this so closely related to Greek mythology? Because in Greek mythology, we gods having children. we see it, and they are technically considered demigods or gods, or half breeds, whatever. They are considered that. But you also look at Apollo. I don't like Apollo I think he is a god, but he is also Zeus's son. But Zeus is a god. Like, it's like it used to always like confuse me, and I used to always think, and that's why I originally didn't. I was told by a Christian that I wasn't a Christian because I didn't believe that Jesus was God, and that's when I started to look at everything like, wait, what? Like what? But they were never able to help me understand why Jesus says, or his word, his words, not mine. He says that he has a God. So why am I worshiping a man who says he has a God?
This is why people need to realize that Christianity is polytheism, because you're over here worshiping a son who has a potter in the sky. If the potter in the sky is God, then that means that the person you are worshiping is a demigod, which concludes that gods can have children. So, if they can have children, why are you worshiping the child and not the All-Father, right?
Yep, and that's literally why, and that's literally why one of the main reasons I looked into Islam. That was one of the main reasons.
Well, Islam tries to correct the Bible's wrongs, even though it's the same branch. But at the end of the day, right?
It's all wrong.
It's all mythology. And even then, Christianity, like all religions before it, were cult-based. You had certain provinces that worship certain deities. Everyone thinks Sparta worshipped Ares. No, we had Athena. She was for both Athens and Sparta because we were constantly, whooping each other's ass. But anyway, cults are a thing. They've always been a thing. Even after Christianity was solidified, cults of Dionysus, Heracles, and a very, very small cult of Apollon were found in Pompeii, iconography-wise. So Christianity was a cult also. They didn't know who the fuck he was, where he came from. It just popped out of nowhere. So it gives you an idea. This mythology is built off of the backs of other religions. And if you're not the part of the culture, why are you bothering with it? It's not for you.
Just him. Are you up here on purpose?
Yeah, just him.
Just him?
You on the panel, just him.
He's teacup for me. Is he teacup for you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they'll tell you, people say stuff like, or when you look it up, it'll say, oh, Christians borrowed imagery and motifs to like gain favor or popularity in a pagan climate. Meanwhile, these same I don't accept that. I believe it's something deeper. I believe that this is just a syncretized religion of all the older ones. It's pagan as well as, right? It's all pagan because everything about Christianity comes from these same pagan cults that they demonize. Everything about it. You can't name anything major in Christianity that doesn't come from an older myth or an older culture or an older religion. It's all syncretized. Every piece of it. The Father, the Trinity, bruh, it's so many fucking Trinities out here. Dying and rising. That's everywhere.
I mean,
like
Dionysos is the god of not only wine and orgies, but of resurrection as well.
exactly. Healing people, medicine, that's Asclepius. Our offering salvation, we have deities offering salvation. You can't name something. Then it gets worse because the names or the they're using the same terms and phrases as the older cultures and religions. This is a telltale sign that it's the same shit.
I was just going to say, the Bible gives itself away that it's polytheistic, right, Bar? They acknowledge Barnabas and the other disciple as Zeus and Hermes. Like, I don't understand. Hey, these are prevalent throughout it too. Think about it. Like, really, it's Bar, it's in their face and they still don't see.
Two of the most important RITES rights. Two of the most important Christian rights are named after. His name is Ptolemy V Epiphanes Eucharistos. The Epiphany and the Eucharist and the Epiphany today, they are attributed to Christianity and Jesus, but they actually predate him or predate Christianity. People in the fucking BC period was honoring Ptolemy V with these titles and epithets, and today the Mother Church are using them as because they say that Epiphany is the revelation, celebrating the revelation of Christ, and they say the Eucharist is the commemoration of the body and the blood. But that goes back to Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic dynasty. Why are Christians referring to their rights as the names? Because this is his name was Ptolemy V Epiphanes Eucharist. That was his name. Why are you referring to something that is mutually exclusive to all this other shit as this nigga's name? Why are you doing that? Why does Jesus looks like Roman gods?
Why do they never get his name right?
A lot to figure out, a lot to wonder. They can tell you Christianity is this brand new religion that doesn't resemble anything else that comes out of nowhere. That's a lie.
Yes, it was travel, and the Olympics got shit for it. Listen, I miss the old school Olympics where they were naked. Can thank us for that too. I can't wait for the day for Abrahamic religions to wake up and realize that they're just cosplayers of other religions long since past, or try to forget. Hey, Ariel, I meant what I said. I said what I meant. But yeah, I feel the more they wake up and realize that they're technically following an old, ancient, polytheistic system, maybe the quicker they'll let the shit go. Who knows? Who knows? But we need to start using iconography, which Christians use already for their issues, which is blasphemous because you're not supposed to use icons, and that little cross around your neck is an icon. Because I promise you one thing, if I was Jesus and I actually existed and I come back to take all your sorry excuses for motherfuckers with me, and I see my body dangling around your neck on something that took me out, bold of you to assume I'm taking you with me. Crazy work.
According to, I don't know where I saw this at, there's a God or a deity who would sacrifice. They would. I think I might be getting it wrong. They would sacrifice humans on a tree to this god, and his name was Esus. I'm trying to figure out. Man, listen. I feel like something got destroyed or burnt. I don't have no evidence. I don't have nothing. I can't find nothing. But I feel like something got destroyed around that first century period. Some documents or some evidence definitely disappeared, man. Because there's some shit missing. But they have a let me look it up. Hold on.
If only the Library of Alexandria wasn't burnt, you know. But man,
Yeah. I would have burned that down too if I was hiding something.
Hello. That's what I'm saying. Like, why? That's one ancient wonder I'm upset about. All that knowledge gone.
Because it says Esus is prominent yet mysterious deity in ancient Celtic mythology, primarily worshipped by the Gauls. He is best known for being one of the 3 Celtic gods of sacrifice, mentioned in the first century Roman poet Lucian, alongside Tyrannus and Teulates. I don't know what that says. The woodman. He is famously depicted on the Pillar of the Boatman and a similar monument in Trier, Germany. In these carvings, he is shown as a bearded woodsman or woodcutter hacking or pruning branches from a tree. Association with trees. Because of his axe and tree imagery, scholars believe he is deeply connected to vegetation, nature, and the seasonal cycle of death and rebirth. According to historical commentaries and Lucian's accounts, worshippers honored Esus through human sacrifice. Yeah, that's what I thought. Often by ritually stabbing victims and hanging them from branches or tying them to trees.
They have the audacity to call my gods barbaric. Listen, my gods were assholes, but they weren't barbaric.
So listen. It's not even a theory because I don't have no evidence. But something in my gut is telling me that. I'm not gonna put it out there because somebody will be like, "Boss it." I'm just be quiet.
Flip that shit so quick.
The Dundada.
Hey man, what's up? Hey man, what's up? You could just call me Marley. Like I've been here before, but how's everything, Black Atheist?
What's up?
Chilling. I've been listening to the live. I think that there's like a lot of great. I think that there's a lot of like great talking points. I've been here before. I think you guys remember that I do identify as a Christian, and I guess like I've been listening to the conversation, and I had a question for you if that's okay.
Yeah.
So I think you brought up a really interesting point about like Black people like worshiping God, especially when it comes to like Christianity and the fact that like it was used to enslave us. It was used to justify a lot of very negative practices in the Black community.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I've been grappling with like on my journey. So like my question to you is that, do you believe that following God or like believing in God or believing in like any type of like spiritual practice is particularly bad for the Black community, or is it only Christianity itself?
Well, Um, I'm an atheist, so I'm in a weird position because I don't subscribe to let me not say that. I don't subscribe to anyone's spirituality. I'm not a spiritual person, but I do think that there are cultural memories and deification of a people, like it's trapped within those indigenous spiritual practices. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not for the world, but it's for that group of people to remember this is their tradition that they came up with, and this is why they do this and this. That's one thing, and I can't take that from nobody. I wouldn't take that from nobody, as long as we understand it's cultural. I don't have a problem with people from this part of Africa practicing or understanding and revering the culture from that part of Africa. I don't have an issue with that. I don't have an issue with people from fucking Rome worshiping Roman deities. That's not the problem. The problem is when one group's culture becomes history for the other groups. That's the issue. So I would say, if a black person does their genealogy or DNA test and it traces them back to a specific group, and they want to dive into that culture of that region and learn those practices and understand those deities, not because they, you know what I'm saying, believe it's true, but that is their culture that they come from. They have every right to do so. And we have to do things like that to overcorrect what has been wrote down about us in this false history. So I would tell them, do that. But when it comes to see the question you asking, what I try to tell black people is Christianity, Islam, and that Hebrew Israelite shit, that is miseducation and slavery for black people. It's not the same. That's bondage.
And when when you say like bondage, are you talking about a bondage in the sense of like not fighting back against like systematic oppressions, or like are you talking about bondage like, you know, like from a spiritual perspective? Because like I'm in a weird space where I wouldn't say I'm losing my faith, but I am questioning the Bible. Like even me being in here, like I get accused of like being indoctrinated, which is like a fair critique, right? Like that's a fair enough like criticism. But I'm really trying to like push myself to like go beyond just what the Bible like tells me. So like when you say in bondage, like what do you mean by like bondage?
Yeah. So that, you know, of course, you know, indentured servitude is a thing. There's always been tribal warfare and like conflict between, you know, brothers and sisters. That's a thing. That's real. But see, when the Christians, when the Christians came, it wasn't like some small scale battle. They saw all of us as destined for slavery, like supposed to be in, like our introduction to Christianity came from people who saw us as slaves. So when I say bondage, we are slaves in Christendom. In a perfect Christian world where the church rules all, we are slaves.
I see. Okay. Like could I position a potential counter argument?
Egypt and Ethiopia?
No.
My bad. Go ahead.
Actually, like I need to do more research on that topic if before I was to like if I was to like ever bring that up. But a counter argument that I would kind of make is that first off, I agree that Christianity justified slavery. It justifies the abuse of women. It justifies the like patriarchy. I'm not necessarily denying those things because they are true. I have seen, however, historically that like Christianity in its best manifestation fights against injustices and like tells people to like put the needs of others before themselves. So like,
To their
so
fellow
like, I guess my,
Israelites.
hmm?
To their fellow Israelites. Not to the
Oh, okay,
world.
okay.
It was just to each other.
Really?
See, yes, this is why this is why we say what we say when it comes to this book. Everyone thinks that this God or gods, plural, I'm gonna use it like that because people don't know whether they're worshiping Yahweh or Jesus, right?
Right.
When it comes to this belief system, it was meant for a certain sect of people because it was based on their culture.
Mm.
The indentured servitude, quote unquote, was for Israelites because you weren't supposed to treat them with harshness. You were supposed to treat them like a neighbor, not a slave. Nations around you, yeah, those are your slaves. You can own them forever. Treat your fellow neighbor with kindness also goes to the Israelites because they were in their own provinces. Jesus even talks more about from the Old Testament and the New Testament, saying, I did not come for the world, I only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. It solidifies who this book and who these teachings are for. It does not care about any Gentile, any woman, any man. If you are not an Israelite, these gods do not care about you. They don't. It's just that simple.
So when you say like Israel, maybe I'm just like maybe I'm just like not as like knowledgeable as to like what the true definition of a Israelite is. Are we talking about the Israelite that is like seen in Israel today? Like
No.
it's just like, or like is it just like a very like, like once you become a Christian, you have to become an Israelite?
Nope.
Like
That they have no
like
tie
I'm a
to
little
each other.
confused.
Christianity has no tie
Okay.
to Judaism because it was a Greek book for a Greek audience. Because during that time, the early Jews were Hellenized, and some of them actually stayed with the Greeks.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
okay.
it was only for Jewish people, is my point.
Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I definitely have to do more homework on that. So like, thank you for that.
So what Hanji is saying is the verses that are, love your neighbor, help your brothers and sisters across the street. I'm just being facetious. Those verses are exclusive to people you would deem your brother. And in that context, those people are Israelites, all of them. There's a different set of instructions for non-Israelites. But even under, because see, when you're dealing with a religion, you can't go off of what they wrote down. You got to go off of what they do.
That is true. That is very true.
The Muslims have a book where they're talking about love and peace and equality, and women can't even show their fingers in the Muslim countries, brother.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, because the theology is one thing, but I'm gonna use Islam as for an example. Islam has a Quran, but they also have the Islamic law, and in the Islamic law, justified enslavement of non-Muslims. And so even though their Quran may say one thing, even though the Quran don't say, it doesn't talk bad against slavery. It actually condones slavery too, but they don't know that. Even though the Quran condones slavery, and they call it this religion of peace. What does their track record? What does the Arab track record show?
I see.
You see what I'm saying? So they can preach anything, but what did they do? How did they get to this point of being one of the most dominant religions on the continent of Africa? How did they do it?
I see.
Mm-hmm. So like, because listen, you ain't gonna like this part, and this is what Lord will tell you.
Tell me.
The people make up the church. Christianity is nothing without the people, right?
I agree.
Without those Christians, there is no Christianity. And when you look at what the Christians have done throughout history, it's not peace and love, and it's violence. I'm
Yeah,
telling
I
you, it's
actually.
valid.
Sorry.
And not
My
to
bad. I
mention,
would
a
have
lot
been.
of these people don't practice what they preach either. Love your
They don't.
neighbor, love everyone, but yet you're judgmental against a person
The-
who is just being themselves or lives a certain way that you don't agree with. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the judge and executioner here. Not to mention, do you know how many European churches are up for sale? I can count 20 just off of one island in Greece.
European churches up for sale. Like, what do you mean? Like, they're
No
like
one is
you can.
attending them.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
these
interesting.
motherfuckers will come quickly to this app and to people's bubbles, preaching a book that even they don't follow and believe in, even though Ecclesia was honestly meant for a gathering, like how all of us are here, all 120 of us in this live stream. This is an Ecclesia. We're gathering, we're discussing.
Yeah.
But Christians who didn't understand what the fuck they were reading thought it meant a literal building. And none of them are being used because the people now, they don't believe this shit. They don't. They're just scared because they don't know what happens next. Because let me tell you something. That, Marley,
Yeah.
we're only guaranteed one thing in this life, and it's death.
I 100%
Focus on
agree.
your life. Don't worry about a Bronze Age book that was meant for a Bronze Age audience that don't even correlate with the book anymore either. Because if these people really gave a shit about this religion, I would be seeing stonings on a daily basis. I would be seeing a lot of atrocities being done because if they really gave a shit about the word, they would actually subscribe to all 613 laws. They don't. Because it's funny how they pick and choose when that's against my religion. But what's stopping you from doing all these laws that your God teaches you? Now all of a sudden man has higher power over your deity? Because I don't see you enforcing these laws. You're not stoning that girl to unalivement because she didn't bleed her first time. What's stopping you? A man? Oh, blasphemy. Get Yahweh on the phone quickly, expeditiously. You see, these people don't believe this shit. They believe what makes them feel good. They believe what makes them feel like they're in control over women's bodies, over people who don't think or look like them. Because at the end of the day, I promise you, every night they go home and they think to themselves, well, if I don't push it, what's going to happen to me? Not realizing that we're all going to be in the same fucking dirt. Unless you get cremated. But that's besides the point. It's mythology, darling. Let it go.
I understand. Like, I definitely understand, and I think you brought up, I actually agree with. I actually agree with almost every point that you made. First off, like, I think at the end of the day, and I know that you guys might not agree with me. I think that for myself personally, when I did start to follow Christianity, I feel like I was a much better person than like where I was before. That's not me. That's not me trying to say that like you guys should do Christianity. That's just for me on a personal level. And it was like the other reason why I come into these spaces is because there is a lot of hypocrisy. Like, it's just like people don't, or like what I'll notice in the churches is that the same passages that you sent to me, Hanji, like they don't really like to talk about it. Like they'll just kind of like brush it over. And I'm just like, but I have these questions, and it's like, like they won't even try to have a discussion with me on it. So I actually agree with that. Like, I don't notice people like I don't see people practicing what they preach, or it's always some type of like political agenda. Like, I don't like I'm not a Trump supporter, but almost every Christian that I talk to, they somehow believe that, like Trump is like the best thing since Jesus, which I don't really understand. So I'm in a weird space because I don't want to give up Christianity, because at least for me, I feel like it's really helped me. But like at the same time too, like I don't want to be blindly following something that could be like used to like hurt other people. Like, I want to represent the best parts of Christianity, which, like, you know, we can debate
There
if
are
that's
no
even
best
possible.
parts, Marley. It's not, and this is why I say it's not possible because also Tabri, I agree, very selfish, but the book tells you how this belief system is. Go into the neighboring nations around you and basically slaughter everything in your sight. This book has constantly been used for war. It has been used to conquer and conquest people. It has never been used for good. And half of the shit that's in there isn't even good anyway. What's good about beating someone that you own as property, as long as you don't unalive them, you hold no repercussions for it? What's good about the book that if you fancy a girl in a village and you don't want no competition, you take out her whole village, shave her hair, cut her nails so that way she doesn't fight back and gouge your eyes, burn her clothes so she's walking around your soldiers butt-ass naked, mourning people who you slaughtered within her very eyes for 30 days just for you to rape her. And then if you're bored of her, be like, you know what? I don't want you. God said I can let you go. I can't enslave you and I can't sell you because I took your innocence. So be gone, instead of just letting the girl fucking go to begin with and not having to traumatize her through all that, or just unaliving her with the rest of the village. I mean, that's more morally permissible than doing what the fuck 2 Samuel allows you to do. This book is based off of bloodshed, tyranny, racism, and supremacy. There is nothing good about this book.
And, you know, I try to tell, well, because you seem like a good person.
I try to be, but
because you said it, you want to represent the best parts of your religion. That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Wait, did you say you try to be, but you struggle?
Yeah. Like I struggle to, at least in my opinion, like it's just like I struggle to be what I would define as a good person. Yeah. Like every day, like
oh my God, Petty, you stole my question. Crap, I wanted to ask a
Your mama
question.
failed you, nigga.
I wanted to ask that question. Dang.
God damn.
What? I forgot what I was about to say. Petty, God damn it.
No, listen.
Listen, shit, man. Damn. I forgot what I was about to say.
I'm sorry, but that was a rough one. He said he want to reflect the best parts of the Bible as a nigga who struggles to be a good person. How are you even deciding? Come on.
No, I think that's a fair. I think that that's a fair question. Like, I'm not trying to say that I feel like I'm this like evil or wicked person, and like I can see the argument being made that it's solely because of the Christian faith that I choose to follow. But it's like the more that I try to read the Bible, it almost kind of reflects back on me that like I'm not doing
what I'm
enough.
asking. That's not what.
Oh,
did you get it back, Bar?
No.
All right, let me ask you this. If you are struggling to be a good person, how is it that you are reading this Bible and choosing what you consider the best parts to exhibit?
how do I choose? Okay, I'm struggling to. I'm not going to I'm a little confused by maybe it's just the fact that like I'm not quite understand. Like I want to try to answer it the best way that I can. Like how can I cherry pick?
No, I'm saying if you're already struggling to be a good person, then maybe your judgment is not the best on deciding what is the best part of this religion, right?
Okay. I think I see what you're trying to say. Interesting. Like I never thought about it from that perspective. Um, yeah, I don't really have a response to that. I guess that's just kind of something that I would need to really that I would that I would need to really like ponder that, if I'm being honest. But like it's a good but like it's a good point though. Like I said, like I try to be better than I was yesterday. And like, who knows? Who knows? Like maybe I'll end up rejecting Christianity. I don't personally think so, but like, who knows? I'm just trying to open myself up to different perspectives. And I think that, and I think that Christians do have this tendency of being in echo chambers and just always trying to like focus on the parts that they want to focus on instead of focusing on some of the more challenging aspects or some of those, or, you know, like some of the more challenging aspects of their faith, which is something that I don't want to do. So, yeah. Yeah.
Are you scared, Marley?
Yeah. I guess I would be considered like scared of the outcome, like scared of like the afterlife. Yeah.
The hellfire.
But why? Why are you scared of something that there's
the
no
nigga ain't a
evidence
good
for?
person. He just told you why. The nigga is struggling to be a good person. Yeah, I would be scared too if I wasn't a good person. If I was struggling to be a decent human, I'd be fucking scared too.
She got the point, Bar. Sorry.
That's a good point. But I think he, you know, that was I don't fucking know, Petty. Goddamn shit. You just fucked my brain up asking him that shit because I had to think about what the fuck you asking him. I done lost my whole damn train of thought. Shit.
Sorry, Bar. But when he said,
because it was a good question, but I'm like, now I got to think about this shit instead of what I'm trying to think about. Like, damn. I felt like I had something to say right there.
Listen, you probably did. My apologies, but that slapped me across my face. I'm like, damn.
What did he even say? I don't even remember what the nigga said. What did he say?
He said, I struggled to be a good person. He was like, so I just, looked to the book so that I could reflect the best parts of this book. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, well, if you struggling to be a good person, your judgment ain't the best, nigga, to look into a book and go, oh, yeah, let me do this. Like, your judgment might be off, nigga. Like, did you consider that? I don't know. It just begs the question.
Right. Niggas immoral.
Right. And you trying to find morality in some shit that you can't even compare it to because you don't have no morals. What is happening? Are we okay?
That nigga's immoral, getting his morality of a slave religion.
Right. Talking about, that sound good. No, nigga. You were
slaves, obey your earthly master. They spitting.
Right. Talk about, yeah, that sound about right. Obeying. That sounds decent. Get the fuck on. Your judgment Marley. It's not it.
Marley. Petty, I be crying. I got tears coming down. So
Uh-oh.
So I just can't help but think this nigga's evil.
I promise you, I'm not evil, but like it's a It was a pretty funny thing. I'm not even
Niggas
gonna
from
lie.
Babylon. All right, let me lock in. That's like you one of them Sumerians that
Bar, please.
Bar, please. Oh, I
hey,
can't forget.
the lady yesterday was talking about the Sumerians.
You got like in, friend. You got like in.
That lady got on my internet. Hey Marley. Hey Marley.
What's up?
Whew, Jesus, man. You a good person, right?
I would say, yeah. Or like, I would like try to say so.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's clear it up, right? You're a good person. And so let me see if I can. I gotta convince this nigga.
That's bargaining. That's a stage of grief.
I done coerced this nigga.
That's a stage of grief. You are bargaining, nigga. You don't believe that shit.
Absolutely not.
I gotta put a pistol up to that nigga.
I do have a question for you, Marley.
You guys are very good. That was actually kind of funny. I'm not even gonna lie. Sorry, Hanji.
You living in your flesh, brother.
Marley, I have a question for you.
Go for it, Hanji.
Do you think I should be stoned to unalivement?
No.
Your book thinks I do because I'm a quote unquote pagan. Do you think that's fair? Do you think that's right?
No, absolutely not.
So if you're able to see the moral plot holes in your God, why hold on to the book?
Because this nigga don't think he a good person.
But I want to see.
He's struggling. He just said that. I'm out here struggling. I got to find something that sounds like
Petty,
I got
watch
some.
out. Petty, watch out. Let him let him
I'm
answer.
just saying.
No, I get that. I do.
But
do you really need a book to be a good person? Or do you just feel like it's something you need to work on yourself? Because that fucker is not going to help you.
No, I think that I think that that's a fair question. It's not necessarily so I want to try to clarify. Yes, I do try to read the Bible, not just because like I want to know more about it, but I also want to be like knowledgeable about like every single aspect. It's not necessarily the book itself that makes me a good person. Like when I think about when I think about like Jesus and like how he lives and like certain things that I was told about like Jesus. That's why I try to say that like, do I think I'm a good person based off of those standards? I would say no. I don't think that I'm evil. I don't think like I would like to believe that I'm that I'm a good person, but it's just for the standards that I kind of set for myself. It's not necessarily that the Bible gives me my morality. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yeah, I could definitely see how like your guys' perspective like alludes to that. I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to say that I'm this evil person. I think that you could be good outside of the Bible. I think that you could be good outside of Christianity, but I think that the standard is different based off of what faith you choose to align yourself with, if that makes any sense.
It doesn't, because why would a faith be the cause of someone's morality? Because at the end, morality is subjective, right?
Okay, true. But like even in the like pagan like pantheon, right? Like there's like certain gods that granted, like I'm not as knowledgeable on this, but like maybe you could definitely like correct me on this. But the gods that you choose to worship, don't they have like standards for living or like sacrifices in order to basically like appease them, whether it's like Zeus or Saturn or Ra or like whoever? Really?
No.
Like they don't require anything in order to like, like appease them?
No, as a matter of fact, and I love that you brought that up, because even though these gods were for the homes, like I said, every person had their own different deity that they would adhere to, that would covet the home. But even Homer explains it. To show humanity alongside the gods or whatever. But even Zeus is like,
right.
Look at them. Look at them. They're blaming us for their fuck ups. How adorable is this? How long do you think we can keep them going? That's basically, the gods don't give a shit. What you do is your business. Okay. If you worship them, fine. They love it. If you don't believe they exist, fine. They don't give a shit. But at the end of the day, who you are is how you are. Don't blame them for that shit. They're not responsible. That's what separates Christians from pagans. We don't hold our deities accountable to our own actions. We hold ourselves accountable, because that's what we were taught to do at a young age. If you hit someone in the face, unless they deserved it, apologize.
Right.
You don't need a deity for that. Now me, I'm a morally great person. I'm neither good nor bad. I'm just a human experiencing humanity. I fuck up like everyone else. I do good like some people. Sometimes I literally envision ways of unaliving SAers and child predators, but that's a topic for another day. Either way, and it gets dark. You don't want to go down that route. But your morality and how you are as a person is you. How you decide to act on it is you. We are a social species who are empathic. If we feel that you are going to harm a community or a civilization, sorry, I'm gonna have to put you down. But if you are willing to make the changes to yourself without the need of a book or a deity, you can do it.
Yeah.
Stop doubting yourself.
You said, y'all, you had something you wanted to respond to Hanji?
No. Like I could respond like afterwards. You could go.
Yeah, because see, the religious people, y'all are evil. You know, there are always going to be evil people, just cause. But see, y'all are evil for a reason that doesn't have to exist, or they are evil for a reason that doesn't have to exist. Like, religious people do evil because they put the religion above humanity. And so even though they, like yourself, even though you don't want to see women who aren't virgins unalive, disobedient children unalive, you know, you don't want to see people enslaved in chains and all that stuff,
right?
Like that. When you put your religion first, you're going to have to defend or do apologetics for those things because the religion comes first. It's hard. It's going to be a religious person. Every Abrahamic religion requires you to put it first. When you put it first, what it's even if you don't agree with what it says, the things that it says are going to always come first in your life. That raises problems when the white European Christian comes out with his doomed verses in 1452. As a Christian, you have to, even if you don't agree with that, well, I'm going to be a Christian despite what they did because my religion come before this church forcing this religion on these other people. You know, this actually ties into the topic because if you're a Christian and you following Jesus and you see them, they are Christians and they following Jesus.
Right.
Why would you worship a God, right, that would allow them to come out with that paper bull in his name? The same God who you're trying, because earlier when asked, you said you're trying to resemble the good parts of your religion. And they are doing the exact opposite of you in the name of the same God. And they're saying God told them to do this. And you saying God told you to do that. And you got to ask yourself,
like, who's actually true? Like, it's just like, who's actually there was actually a great debate that I saw. I'm not sure if you know who Cliff Kneckle is, but like he's a guy that will go on like college campuses, like defending Christianity. Yeah. There was, I don't remember the British guy, but there was this British individual who was who basically asked him that same question, like if another group was told by God hypothetically to like unalive a bunch of people for the name of like their God, and like you have and if you have a completely opposite message, who's actually true? Like it's just like like how would you like justify that? And in that question he couldn't really like answer it. Like he was like that's a very hard moral question, and to see somebody like him not be able to answer that, I think really kind of shows the moral dilemmas when it comes to following a faith like Christianity. That's why I said before, I'm not saying that I'm this evil person because like hypothetically, if I choose not to follow the Bible, and granted, like this could be my own due ignorance, but when I do read about how Jesus commands his followers to like treat other people, I don't see anything morally wrong with that. Now, of course, like with what Hanji said, that like there's certain passages that will bring up like the unalivement of children and very much like violence towards women, especially in the Old Testament. I'm not making an apologetics for that. I'm just saying that I'm trying to learn as much as I possibly can.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
If he had an answer for that question, that would have sufficed for you?
If I had a question, I mean, like if
No,
I
if
had
he
an
had
answer
to the British guy for that question, would that have justified something for you?
Depending on the answer, maybe like it's such a.
So can you clarify exactly what the question was that he was asked?
Yeah. So in the discussion, I don't remember what the British guy's name was, but there was a discussion that he had where he basically said that one of the problems with Christianity is that God commands us to do things on his behalf, right? So what he basically said was he gave a hypothetical. He was like, imagine if a group of people were told by God to unalive a certain to unalive another group of people. They truly believe it. They are saying that they got that divine message from God. And if you are not a part of those people, would you let them slaughter other people in the pursuit of their God?
My question is, why do you need someone else to answer that question for you?
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask him.
I didn't need to. Like, I don't need
Why would you
him
even?
to.
Why would you even? I don't. This is a question that's such a basic human question of humanity. There should be no one being able to sway your thinking. I'm just understand. Why would? If the guy would have said, if he had gave the best, most eloquent answer, I would have said he was an asshole. So I'm wondering why you think that he could have said something that would have justified it.
I don't.
So I don't want to. But that's what you just said. You said it would have been based on his answer.
Like, I don't see. Maybe I need to clarify. For me personally, that answer is a pretty obvious one. I personally wouldn't agree with that, like I said before, but like there are smarter people that have these theological discussions. I don't know what he could have said that
Honestly,
could have potentially.
This is not about smartness. This is about decency.
Yeah.
There's nothing. There's sometimes what someone can say intellectually does not matter. This is not an intellectual question. This is not. I went to Harvard and got a doctorate in 15 doctorates in 15 different philosophies. None of that matters.
It's like a fundamental, like moral question. It's like a fundamental question about like human decency. I see.
Well, yeah, but I'm still stumped by you. I'm stumped by you even thinking that there is a moral question. There is someone who can give you a moral answer to that. You know, it's just from my perspective, it's just like I didn't understand how you could even just in your craziest mind play with that thought. That's all I'm saying. I just don't see it.
Because he already said he's struggling to be a good person.
I know, I know, Penny, but God damn.
Question over and over again.
But wait a minute.
Told you he's struggling.
But Penny, there's certain shit you just don't struggle with.
Rich is making OG making a good point, Marley, and I want you to, I want you to think about like, I just don't understand when Christians get stumped on a question and it's hard for them to answer. Why don't they just ask God? My mind just be blown. Like if I'm in the middle of a conversation and you ask me something and I don't have an answer for you, but I talk to God, I would just, hey God, come here for a minute, God.
Man, I try to do that all the time.
Just to let you know, I think that was Alex O'Connor.
Yes, him.
That was him. I remember it too now.
Yeah. And the thing is, I want to ask you something too. You've been praying to God how many years at this point?
It's a pretty recent thing. So like I would probably say maybe about like 2 years now.
Don't you think God would have answered all this shit for you already?
Like I get answers. Like I get answers. But like
I'm struggling with basic humanity not being answered quickly. Don't you understand? Okay. You shouldn't be waiting 2 fucking years for should I wipe out the neighborhood or not. That question should have been. There should have been this list that came down from Ohio High that you said, "Oh Lord, guide me." Should have given you a list of about 50 things right off the bat. Don't wipe out the neighborhood. Don't wipe.
Right.
These again. My point to you is this: these are not God questions. These are humanity questions. And like Petty, I'm trying to give the guy Petty. I'm trying to give the guy some sense of like he's got to have some. You almost sound like you got a level of psychopathy. Honestly, if you can't, if you're struggling with this question.
No, when the nigga tells you who he is, believe him. I don't know what's wrong with y'all niggas.
So you're okay. So you're saying that. So you're saying that I'm a psychopath.
No, I didn't say you are a psychopath. I said you have a. It's like you're self-absorbed or narcissistic or something that you did these. I wouldn't even ask somebody that goddamn question. Do you understand there are certain questions in life that there's nobody who can philosophically give you an answer to justify anything about it? You don't.
I agree. Yeah.
So Alex O'Connor is a sharp guy, but see, Alex is smart. He asked that guy that to expose his ass. I mean, if you didn't understand that, you haven't listened to Alex enough. But you've got to, if you can, some of these questions, God ain't giving you the list. He ain't giving you that list. If you ain't got it in you, you ain't got it in you. Find it.
I certainly will. And I definitely do appreciate these conversations. Like, we may not necessarily come out of it agreeing on everything, but I think it's very important for Christians, if they do proclaim to be Christians, to face some of the uglier parts about it. And then if they decide to still follow Christianity, I mean, okay, if they decide not to, I don't think that they should be shamed for it. Like I said, these are things that I'm going to have to really sit down and really kind of ponder over with. But I definitely do appreciate you guys but I definitely do appreciate you guys having me and just kind of giving me the space to talk. So
I told y'all niggas. I told y'all niggas, and y'all didn't believe me. This nigga said we shouldn't be shaming Christian.
What are you talking?
Niggas.
Listen,
I told
man,
y'all niggas.
That whole damn spill you just gave me, I'm still thinking, why the hell would he talk about some of the ugly things? As soon as you there's certain ugly things that you see that I don't give a shit what it is. You got to walk away from it. What this triangulation of this fucking religion is crazy, man. How can you triangulate this religion? I'm stumped. I am stumped by what you have just. If you took your humanity, threw it in a fire pit and burned it, and then said, "God, give me humanity." That's how you're sounding, man. Petty told you, Andre told you, and I'm listening to you, and you just keep showing it. Yo, man, you got to check yourself. You don't need no fucking God to be a decent human being. And you're telling us that you're not a decent human being.
Marley.
Yeah.
You can answer the prompt before you go if you want to, or you can just get down if you don't want to answer it.
Before he does, comments are off until we hit 150. But you know what, Nicole? Keep them off until 155 because there should be no reason we haven't even hit 150K yet. Crazy work. Keep tapping.
That was crazy. I can't believe y'all in that 150 yet, man. Come on. But yeah, Marley, do you think human free will, do you think that overrides God's love?
Does human will override God's love? What?
Yeah,
Could you give an example?
If God loves you, and that man over there wants to use his free will to come in between you and God's love, he wants to cause hurt, harm, and danger to you. While you're in the presence of God and God is loving you, he wants to come and cause harm to you and use his free will to fuck up your life and your day. Is him wanting to use his free will going to get in the way of God's relationship and obligation to you and protecting you? Is that going to override what God wants for your life?
I would say no, because I would say no.
So God gonna step in and make sure don't nothing happen to you.
No, it's not necessarily that. I mean, if somebody decides to love God, and if somebody using their free will decides to, hurt, and basically decides to hurt that person, it's not a reflection of the relationship that that person has with God. I think that the issue that a lot of Christians and even like and even atheists kind of like struggle with is this idea of like how can God's omniscience exist alongside free will? Now, I've heard a bunch of like different arguments for this, and I think that the one that resonates the most with me is that God knows the outcome of like every single choice that we make, but at the end of the day, that doesn't, it's not God moving things like for those things to happen. Like just because I know every outcome of a video game, that doesn't mean that I'm like forcing that player that's playing it to like make those decisions, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure if I answered the prompt or not, but
you answered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm saying, does if I'm gonna use the house,
But but you don't have free will when it comes to God, though. How can you have free will with a God that orders your steps?
That's a that's a good question. And the thing that like I've always heard in the and the thing that I always hear in the churches is that God wants your submission. You have to willingly give God access to your life. Whether or not you believe that, that's a completely different thing. But the most important thing that I've almost like seen when it comes to those types of discussions is that for God to order your steps, you have to get rid of all of your quote unquote idols. And like you have to pursue him with every fiber of your being. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think it's
because
it's a form of like submission.
But no, because that's not what the Bible says, right? The Bible says that the Bible doesn't say that you have to. Let me ask you a question. Had Jonah chosen God with every fiber of his being?
No. Jonah walked
and
away
he still
multiple
made
times.
Jonah, and he still made Jonah go to Nineveh.
Mm-hmm.
He made him go, right?
Mm-hmm. But like,
I mean,
wouldn't you? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, continue. Yeah, I was
No,
going
what
to
did you
say
say?
that. I was going to say though, but like, doesn't the fact that Jonah walked away multiple times at least alludes to the idea that there is free will? Otherwise then like Jonah would have just followed him without like any type of like
What do you
resistance.
think free will is?
I believe that free will is the ability to walk away or to choose differently from like any type of or from like any other type of like choice. Now, I know that free will is kind of hard to quantify because like we really can't realistically do that. But in the example that you brought up about Jonah, I think the fact that he rebelled so many times alludes to the fact that free will exists. Like,
No,
wouldn't
it
you
doesn't,
agree?
because he didn't. Did Jonah do what he willed? What he willed?
At the end of it, yeah.
Or did Jonah do what God willed?
No, Jonah did what God willed him to do, but
Right.
Jonah also resisted throughout much of that
No,
process.
he did. He actually did. He got on a boat, and God made a storm come up so that the boat could be destroyed. Right.
Mm.
And then he said, "Throw me overboard." He doesn't want you; he wants me. And then once they threw him overboard, he didn't fuck with them anymore. And then he made Jonah stay in the fish until Jonah was like, "Okay, I'll go to Nineveh and do what you want." And then when Jonah got there, God was like, "Fuck it, I forgive y'all."
That's yeah. I guess like
So how is that? Did Jonah do what he willed?
Jonah didn't do what he willed.
Right. So then how does he have free will? I think maybe it's the definition of the word free that
free
y'all don't.
will. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
the
can
word
see that.
free.
Yeah, because like it's a very complicated. Like, how do you define free will? Like, I think that
There's a
that's like the big
definition for
argument.
free will.
Hmm.
There is a definition of free will. Free will is not the ability to choose, right? Everybody has the ability to
To choose,
choose.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
agree.
not free will, though.
So then, so then, I guess my question to you is that like, what is free will? If it's not the ability to choose, what is free will?
Free will is actually more tied to the reason why you choose things, really, and not that you can choose things, right?
Okay, so like it's the motivation behind the choice, is what you're saying?
Basically, right? Because this is the thing. Most choices that people make are encumbered by some other shit that they have no control over, right? You need shelter, so you gotta go to fucking work. Most people would not want to go to work. They do it because they need somewhere to stay. Shit ain't free, right? You go to school because that's how you can make money, but that's how everybody told us that we can make money.
Right,
Right?
right.
Motherfuckers
Right.
have children because that's what they believe they're supposed to do. People get married because that's what they believe they're supposed to do. That's why so many marriages fail. Those choices have nothing to do with your free will. It has to do with your societal conditioning, right?
Okay.
Those choices have nothing to do with your free will. It has to do with your societal conditioning, right?
Can I?
That's why
Okay.
motherfuckers say, well, I wanted to be a soccer player, but my parents wanted me to go to medical school. It's not. Free will is choice without the constraints of necessity or fate. If you are choosing something because of shit around you, that's not free will. Because really, free will would allow you to choose anything, and you can't choose anything.
You
cannot.
can't choose anything. Oh, sorry. But you finish.
I'm saying you cannot choose anything. Even things that are free for other people to choose, you can't. Because there is some limitation outside of your control. Right? When Jonah got on that boat, he couldn't stay. He couldn't stay. He chose to stay. He chose not to go. Matter of fact, he sailed in the other direction. God said, not today.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's very interesting what you said, because I actually don't disagree with you. I think that you can make an argument that depending on the circumstances that someone's in, like, are they really making a choice if there's like social constraints on them? Like I definitely do agree with you on that front. I don't think that necessarily I don't think that defines free will to a T, however, because like I'll use a personal relationship as an example, right? For a relationship to work, at least in my opinion, there has to be the ability for one person to walk away, right? And it's like whether we're talking about Jonah or Job, or we talk about, even, or like what's his name, Paul, Peter, any of them, there were some points where like they either rebelled, they complained, they didn't want to do it. I think Peter walked away like 3 times. If it's not Peter or Paul, but I believe Peter or Paul denied Jesus like 3 times or something. So so like I definitely do hear what you're saying, in the sense of like, depending on other factors, is it really free will if there's certain types of constraints? But I would also argue that if you don't have the ability to rebel in some capacity, I don't think that that's free will. If that makes any sense.
No, but the rebelling is not the thing, right? That's not that's not the thing. You can say, if I kidnap you, you can say, I want to get out of here all the fuck you want. Can you get out?
Could you repeat that sentence? I'm sorry.
If I kidnap you and tie you in my basement and chain you to the wall,
oh
right,
Lord,
with handcuffs, you could fucking about that. See, you put that. I didn't say nothing about that. My only goal is to have you chained. My only goal is to have you chained up.
Oh, okay.
In my basement. That's my only goal.
But like, what's
I go to
the
work every day.
reason
Matter of
for it?
fact, I don't even remember you down there. I just go to work every day. I got you chained up in my basement. Whose will is being exercised there? Is it yours or mine?
It's yours. It's yours. I can definitely see that. Like, it's yours.
Right. So in the case of Jonah, whose will was being exercised?
It was God's will.
Yeah. So how could Jonah's will be free?
Jonah's will can be. So, are you arguing that for Jonah's will to be free, he would have had to rebel against God entirely, like to
Yes, he would have had to
completely
do
walk
what he
away?
willed. He would have
Okay.
had to
Okay.
do what he willed. Right?
Okay.
He would have had to do what he willed. How is it free will if you can't do what the fuck you want? How is it free will? How do you have free will? How do you have free will if you can't do what you will in your mind?
Well, I was
What
going
good
to
is
say,
free will if you can't execute on what you want?
but I know that I know for a fact that you're going to disagree with me, but I already think that that happens. Like the fact that the fact that even in this space, right, there are people that just flat out don't want to believe in God, or like they flat out don't want to be in relationships with other people or go to like certain jobs or whatever. I think that that already exists. The fact that the fact that the entire Christian population, I mean, like, no, sorry. Let me actually go back. The fact that everybody is not a blinding, like serving a Christian towards God already kind of proves that. Like, if it's like, I think like, again, you may not disagree with me, but one of the best examples that I can think of for free will is the fact that it's the fact that I may impose my will on you physically, but at the end of the day, at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that I can convince you to see see my perspective or to necessarily agree with me. You could just agree with me just for you to go run off and be free, and then basically go back to doing whatever it was that you were doing in the first place, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's not the
Mhm.
point, right? The point is, if I don't want to be kidnapped and you kidnap me, I'm not talking about spiritual will, right? If I don't want to be kidnapped and you kidnap me, then you are going against my will. Whose will is winning out there?
Your will. or
right?
the will of the
The Christians always ask God to usurp their free will, but then they will tell us that they have free will. They always pray to God to usurp their free will, but then they tell us that they have free will. You say all in your prayers, thy kingdom come, thy will
be done.
be done. Y'all always asking God to usurp your will, but then you'll tell us, well, we have free will. Because you do that so that you think that you're making a better choice than all of the people who don't follow your God, right? But you ask God to usurp your will all the time. It's in your prayers, it's in your songs.
I can see your
You
point.
don't want free will. I mean, you don't have it as far as God is concerned, but you don't even want it. Because y'all constantly tell us, thy will be done, thy will be done. You don't even want the free will.
Or to basically like replace, like, you know, like hypothetically, to basically replace our free will with the will of God. So,
Okay,
like,
well, then that
instead of
means it's
always,
not your will anymore. It's what someone else wants.
anymore. But yes,
Yeah,
I
it's
definitely
what
do
somebody
agree.
else. So why would you want your will to be replaced with somebody else's will? So you don't have free will. That's so you won't have free will. Right? Like, what good is that? What good is replacing your will with God's?
Yeah, I think at that point, to that point, it would just be a matter of like preference as to basically like what the person wants to gain out of it. Like I said before, in the Christian doctrine, it's basically like if I replace my will with the will of God, it will sanctify me. I'll be, I'll be able to like live according to Christ. I'll go to heaven. I'll do all of those
No, but
things.
you could do that now. You could do that now because his will is inside of a book.
Right.
You ain't got to wait for God. His will is inside of a book. Is y'all stopping yourself from doing God's will? It's not him. His will.
I 100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah, his will is inside of the book. He tells you exactly what he needs. Total and utter capitulation. That's it. That's all he wants. Obedience is better than sacrifice.
Yes.
He wants you to be a dog, a Saint Bernard. He wants you to run around and do tricks. Like the Westminster Dog Show.
Yeah, and I definitely do think that the key thing that you said that I do agree with is obedience, right? Like this whole thing of like, like you could do anything, but like following God is the most important thing. So like if you want to follow God, you have to do it. Like you basically can't do it half-heartedly. You have to go all in or basically nothing at all. But I definitely do hear what you're saying. I do agree that, like I definitely do agree that like what's the point of free will if you're just going to like give it away to like somebody or like all those things. Like I'm not necessarily debating that. All I'm saying is that I do believe that the ability to basically like disrespect God, curse out God, not wanting to basically like worship God, at least in my opinion, proves that even if you don't agree with free will, that there is some measure of choice. Like, I don't know if I'm going to completely walk away in the next month. Like, I don't. Right. But I do believe that I have that choice.
I don't think you do though, because you don't choose what you believe. You believe what you are convinced of. You can't just one day wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I don't believe in God. You believe what you are convinced of.
I can say the same thing for like atheism as well.
No,
right?
yes,
Like,
I am convinced that God does not exist.
Right.
I don't believe him.
Right. And it's like, right. And it's like, like it would be pretty difficult for you to just one day go, like Jesus is Lord, hallelujah. Like I completely 100% agree. So like, I'm not, I'm not disagreeing with you on that end. Oh man, like it's a complicated.
I don't think it's complicated. It's just that for you. What does Brown do for you? What do you expect him to do for you? While y'all running around here, and when I say y'all, I mean Christians, killing everybody, colonializing, what do you expect God to do for you?
Was that a rhetorical question? Or
No, that was a question. Like, what do you expect God to do for you, like here in the real world? What do you expect him to do for you?
Sure. Sure. So I can't. So I can't speak for individuals that go out and like unalive people, but like in the name of Christianity, and I will just like and like I will just like say this, at least to my understanding, the Abrahamic God or the Christian God, if you choose to follow him with your whole heart, you're not necessarily going to get anything in this world. Like that's not really the whole point. Like
I mean, it actually is, because
Bible.
The thing is, this is how I know that y'all are not serious about this, because God promises y'all certain things in this Bible. But for some reason, y'all are okay with him not keeping that promise.
So I just want to clarify. Are you talking about in the world, or like are you talking about in the
I know, I'm talking about in the world.
Okay.
And this is Jesus. I'm talking about in the world. Jesus promises you that you won't have to worry about anything, about what you eat, what you wear, where you live. But for some reason, y'all are okay with God not keeping his promise. Somehow you have turned that promise that he made into some type of earthly like dance contest.
So like even in that passage that you brought up, and like I definitely do need to like go back and like read it for more context, but when Jesus says don't worry about like what you'll wear, what you'll sleep, and I mean like where you'll sleep, what you'll eat, and like doing all of those things, wasn't he referring to that, like don't worry about the things of this world, because like like the joy that is coming.
He said, don't you worry about what you're gonna eat. The birds don't worry about what they're gonna eat, and you're more important to me than them.
Yes, correct.
Right. The birds don't worry about what they're gonna wear. You're more important to me than them. You shouldn't worry about that either. If the Nigerian told me, the Nigerian is, you know, the guy I've been with for years, decades at this point. If the Nigerian came to me and told me tomorrow, quit your job, shut up, y'all, I don't want to hear anything. Quit your job. And you don't have to worry about where you're going to sleep, what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear. I would do it because I trust him.
Right.
Right? He made a promise to me and I expect him to keep it. Now I might have to do few more strange things for some change for that to happen, but we're going to keep our end of the bargain. We're going to keep our end of the bargain. Is Jesus keeping his end of the bargain?
No,
Is he keeping his end of the bargain? Because Christians going through it out here.
Yeah, yeah, I could definitely attest to that. I can definitely attest to it. So I see the point that you're trying to make, right? Like, if Jesus says that, like, you'll be good, you know, like, don't worry about those things. Like, I think the question that you're trying to ask is that, you know, like, where's the immediate, like, evidence? Like, you know, like, where is the fact that, like, I don't have to worry about, you know, like, food or clothing or, like, any of those things? And, like, yes, it is true, right? Like, the Bible will say that, and then, like, it will also say that, you know, like you're gonna have to kind of, like, go through the fire or, like, the sanctification process. I think what he's trying to say is that, you know, like, don't be so caught up on those things. Like, I know it may seem very immediate, but
wait, but how could you not get caught up on housing?
Which is true. Which is true. Like, mean? I'm not denying that, right?
Like, we need housing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You need food. How could you not get caught up on food?
Mm-hmm. Like, one of the things that the Bible talks about is fasting. Like, you know, I'm not
talking about fasting though. I'm talking about fucking starving.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about fasting.
But sorry. Continue.
I'm talking about starving. Right?
No, but the reason why I was going to, like, bring that up is that, like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, Christians do go through it, like, in the sense of almost like struggling in order to basically please God. I don't think it's because God doesn't care about the things that he promises. I truly believe that, like, the messaging behind that essentially is that, like, yes, I know that, you know, like, these things are immediate, but, like, you know, like, don't lose yourself focusing on that you don't focus on the relationship. Like, you don't have to agree with it, but, like, I think that, like, that's kind of, like, the key message. Like, it's just like, you know, like, don't be so caught up on those things to the point that you no longer follow or worship God. And if that's the case, then I think that, you know, like, that's just a matter of, like, personal preference.
But the relationship is supposed to include those things. That was his side of the bargain. The relationship is supposed to include that.
I see.
That's what the relationship is supposed to include. Right?
Right.
That the relationship is supposed to include him taking care of his people.
Which is why, again, you know, like, I believe that, like, God is basically saying, like, don't worry about those things. I will come through. Just, like, still focus on the relationship. Like, I hear what you're saying, but, like, I don't think that necessarily refutes I don't think that.
Yeah, but the thing is he keeping up with his side of the bargain? That's what I'm asking. And if he's not, like, why are you still following him? Is he keeping up with his side of the bargain?
And I think it's a very like interesting because like I think that like that would fall into the line of like personal testimony because like I've heard people say that before where like like they either lost their house or they couldn't eat or like whatever and like they were really kind of like going through it and like like they were still following God and like they were like I didn't know how I was going to get out of it and then it was just like all of a sudden I got food, I got money, I got this. So I think like once you get into that aspect, it really relies on like personal experience. So that's
but they will be lying. And let me tell you why. 90% of Black people in the US are Christian. The majority of Black people live in the Sun Belt, right? They do. 90% of Black people, the Sun Belt is the South, right? Majority of it is the South. The South has the highest child poverty rate of all regions, and Black children have the highest poverty rate at 30.1%, almost 3 times the poverty rate for white children. They are more impoverished than Hispanic children, Alaskan Native, and American Indian children. Right? While just 38.7% of all U.S. children live in southern states, more than half, 55.1% of all children in households where the head is paid less than $10 an hour live in the South. Now, it does not make sense to me that while 42% of the Southern citizens are Christians, that the majority, I'm assuming the majority of those citizens are Black people, right? And they are doing like so fucking poorly. So poorly. Southern states have consistently shown lower levels of intergenerational mobility than any other region. I would think that with all of these Bible believing people that live in the South, that the South will be doing better than everybody. The South should be doing better than everybody, yet 12.4% of the people in the South live below the poverty level compared to 11% in the West and 9.8% in both the Northeast and the Midwest. I would assume that these Christians will be doing way better than, and especially since almost all of them, well, not almost all of them, 42% of them live in the South, I would think that they will be doing way better. Like we don't have any statistics that show that God is keeping his promise. Because I would think if he were, we would see this. This would be borne out. The South has the lowest salaries. They have the lowest education. I would think that this will be borne out in the statistics that we see. Right. But it's not.
Right.
So why is God not keeping his promise?
I first off, I actually agree. I think that like at least the most common Christian thing that I've heard is that if you decide to follow God, if we read like the book of Job, like which is one of the most contentious passages in the entire Bible, there seems to be this theme of like yes, like you shouldn't have to really think about the things of this world, not that they don't matter, but like you have to pursue God even if your life falls apart. And it's like, like people don't really like to talk about that. And I do think that, And I definitely do think that that is true if you do decide to follow Christianity. Like there's people, but then again, like that falls into like spiritual warfare and, you know, like all of those kinds of things, which I know like can't be proven empirically. But I'm just giving the most common like response to that. Jesus says that for those, if you want to follow me, you have to pick up your cross daily, right? And like there seems to be this theme of like, and I can actually talk about like dozens of Christians who will kind of allude to the same thing, which is that once you start to take on Christ, whatever that may be, things don't go according to like what you want. Like you might
No,
end up.
that's not what I mean. I'm asking you about why is God not keeping the thing that he promised? First of all, that is nigger theology, because white Christians do not believe that. You can tell in their songs, right? Have you ever heard white Christian songs as opposed to black Christian songs? Niggas always begging God to do what the fuck he promised. White Christian songs do not sound like that. White Christian song sounds like Spirit Lead Me, where the voices without waters that niggas always talking about, I need you now, I need you now. Listen to the difference. Their songs are, my God is an awesome God, he reigns. Our song is, what's the name of that fucking song they be singing all the time? Move,
like, you know,
hold up
like
a little
Kirk
high. That
Franklin
our
or
songs
something?
don't sound like that. They say that their God is an awesome God.
Right.
Our songs say, I need you now. Our songs be looking for that motherfucker. They songs be praising him after he done did what the fuck he's supposed to do. Why is that?
Mm-hmm.
Our songs be, I need you now, like we looking for that bitch. They songs be like, my God is an awesome God, he reigns.
Isn't that a black song though?
No.
Oh.
Their songs, they thinking they got, because they got 6 times the net worth. They own all the property, they own all the land. Fucking right. I'ma thank my God too. I'ma be jumping up and down in church.
Yeah, like if your life was like super easy and you know, like if you didn't have to focus on like where your next meal is coming from and like all those things, like it would be like it's just like it would be pretty easy just to go and like worship God. No, I completely and 100% agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that end. All I'm saying is that I think the promise that you're talking about, because I don't remember what the verse was, but Jesus said that, you know, like it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go into heaven. Like a common theme.
Listen, do you know what the eye of a needle is?
The thinnest point on a needle?
No.
I'm assuming.
No.
Oh.
Not in this case. There used to be city gates that people had to go through, and they would call them eyes because they were short, slim, you know. That's what they meant. It was hard for a camel to go through that eye of a needle, not like a regular eye of a needle. But black people sing Amazing Grace. They sing Take My Hand, Precious Lord. His eye is on the sparrow because he said that he will make sure that you get what why y'all not making God keep his promise? Because he keeping his promise to fucking somebody. Mary, shackles, always some slave shit.
Franklin and all of them. Yeah.
Break every chain. Always some old niggardly slave shit. black people always a way maker. Why the fuck he gotta make a way? Them bitches talking about my God is an awesome God. He reigns. We over here talking about great is thy faithfulness. What is happening?
Let's see. How's it going?
Can I ask you? Oh, sorry. I'll mute.
What is happening? Y'all ain't tired of begging this God for y'all raiment?
It's a struggle for sure. I can definitely say that. Like, I have a question for you, but I'm not sure if the next guest wants to like say something.
Go ahead.
To ask the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I actually hear everything that you're saying, and I actually don't disagree. Like that's something that I continue to like personally like to personally like struggle with. So I guess my question for you is this, right? If God, like let's say for example, you pray that like God, like all of these children that are struggling right now, make their lives better, let them be educated, no more black suffering, all of those kinds of things. And if God did that like right away to the point that like you couldn't refute that some other being did this, would that make you worship God, or like would you still, or like
no, I would know that God is real.
Okay.
I would know that he was real, but I wouldn't worship him.
Interesting.
Because after 400 years of them people's knee on our fucking neck, you mean to tell me you could have done this earlier and you didn't?
I see.
You mean to tell me you could have snapped your fingers and turned all this shit around 4 centuries ago and you fucking didn't?
Lords, what do you worship?
I don't worship any fucking thing. Why would I worship? Why do I
Everybody
need
worship something.
No, I don't. First of all,
I don't worship anything.
First of all, you ask me what I worship, and I say nothing, and you say everybody worships something, but that's because you're white, and you believe that you know everything, right? You ask me a question, I say nothing, and you say that's a lie. Everybody worships something. I don't. I don't worship a motherfucking thing.
Maybe I'll just
Maybe you can wait your turn because you're derailing the whole conversation. Nobody was talking to you.
It's not your turn yet, Bob.
No, I can actually like.
No. We don't do that here at motherfucking all. He better go to work and laugh at them fucking white folks. Ho, 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 ho. Well, you get up. We don't do that over here under no motherfucking circumstances. Bitch mad because I'm talking about his guy. Sing a song, nigga. You better act like you got some sense. We don't do that over here at all. He don't get the tag in because the fuck he feel like he let me say something. I'm going to say something because my name is Bob.
I'm going to give them a piece of my mind.
Yes, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. And when I ask them questions, I'm going to say they're lying. That'll teach them. Right.
I have to go. Like I have to go.
Okay.
I have to try to finish up.
Okay, bye. Because you're definitely doing apologetics for an hour.
What do you worship? I don't worship anything. You're a lie. Everybody worships something.
That's true. You're a slave
No, it's
to
not
something.
true, Bob. Listen, just because you can't
Bob
get
wants
through
us to
your
be a
day-
slave so bad.
Yeah, right.
He
They
said,
want us to be. They want us to be back in fucking chains.
they do
so bad.
This nigga
With
talking
a
about
whip.
everybody's a slave to something. Nigga, you're
an
a slave
outhouse.
to your inability to mind your own fucking business. That's what you're a slave to, Bob.
A whip and a motherfucking outhouse.
Why don't you stop me?
No,
I'm
I'm
muting
not
you.
going to stop muting you
No,
nobody was
because
talking to you.
Nobody was talking to you, and you're disrespectful.
How am I disrespectful?
Because you keep
Because
doing
you
that
asked
too,
me a
kid.
question.
Nobody's in.
I answered
nobody's
it because that,
in
and also that wasn't your first time interrupting, right? You asked me a question and I answered it, and then you called me a liar.
Well, I do
You don't
you're
think that's
lying.
disrespectful, Robert?
No, I just think you're lying. I don't think you're telling the truth. That's not
I
being
think it was
disrespectful.
disrespectful
what
to
do you-
start talking before it was your turn.
So what do you think
answer
I
my
worship?
question.
I didn't ask you a question, bitch. You a fucking lie. I didn't ask you a question. I didn't even know the fuck you was down there, ho.
Oh, now you do.
So,
Not for long.
yeah, right. So what do you think I worship, Bob? Why y'all dropped him? Because I wanted to call him some more names. What do you think I worship, Bob? Come back up.
I didn't drop him, but y'all gotta stop doing that shit.
I did.
Nobody
Because I
was
knew-
talking to you, weirdos.
Come back up, Robert.
Yeah, I think you worship yourself.
Oh, you think I worship myself? Why do you think I worship myself? Tell me why you think that.
Well, I keep getting muted.
Because I
just
haven't
based off
said
your
anything
attitude.
about myself. So why
Just
do you
the way
think I worship
just the way you
myself?
the way you carry yourself.
What do you mean? How do I carry myself?
Well, you're
I hadn't
vile.
said
And
anything for
people that are
over an
vile,
hour.
they
I just
worship
talked to that
themselves
man for like 30 minutes, maybe. How do I carry myself?
because you're vile.
Oh, I'm vile. You think I'm vile? Tell me why you think I'm vile.
Just the way you've been conducting yourself for the last, I don't know, 5 minutes.
Like
Because
you
he's
being
white,
what do
he
you into the
thinks that
conversation?
he's the he thinks that he's
I
What do
also
you
think
mean
you're
the
a
way I've
bigot.
been
of all
conducting
that's
myself for
good.
the last? I was
I
having
also
a
think you're bigots, by the
conversation.
way.
I was
You're
having a
a bigot.
conversation.
Everybody's a bigot, Bob. Shut the fuck. Oh my god!
Bob,
Immediately.
I was having a conversation with somebody else, and I must have said something that you didn't like, right? And you decided to chime in. So how am I vile?
That's how conversations work. You
No, it's literally not.
No, because I was talking to him. So how am I vile, Robert?
just based
My
off your
mind's
responses
telling
and
me
the way you
no,
act.
but my body is telling me yeah. Yeah. So how am I vile?
Just the way you respond.
To
You have no
respond to
argument.
whom?
Everybody, you
To
just have
what?
no argument.
What do you mean I have no argument about what? I wasn't arguing with anybody.
Yeah, you were. You were arguing with that gentleman, and you made some
No, I wasn't
presuppositions.
arguing with him.
And then when you got called out on it, you spurred out.
No,
What do you
they were
mean
having a
called out on what?
conversation.
What do you mean? Wait a
Argument,
minute, y'all.
conversation, debate.
What do
Same
you
thing.
mean? Who was I arguing with?
Want to have a discussion, or do you want to just have a meta conversation?
No, I'm asking you who was I arguing with?
We didn't want to talk to you at all, bitch.
bitch.
But you decided to weasel your way into the goddamn conversation.
Yeah, so talk now. So who was I arguing with?
I don't know what the person's name was. I didn't memorize it.
Okay, so how did I argue with him?
I don't know. You were telling him something about worshiping.
Oh, you said you don't
yada,
know?
Yada, yada. I didn't.
You
I
just
didn't
said you
memorize
don't
it.
know. So how was I arguing with him?
I didn't memorize it.
So you don't know. The answer is you don't know.
I just don't care.
You
cared enough to
pasty
butt
ass
in.
off of here, bitch. You pasty bastard. Get your pasty motherfucking ass off of here. Go put some sunscreen on, ho, for you wither. Bitch, they about to, listen, it's 100 degrees in France. It's 100 degrees in France. If the gas prices don't get you, bitches, the sun will. They dying because only 42% of homes in France have air conditioning. It's 100 degrees. You over here fussing with me, bitch. You better roll up on some motherfucking sunscreen because it's about to be hard out here for a pimp.
Give her 5 seconds.
Y'all better get y'all some sunscreen because it's about to be hard out here for a pimp. It's 100 degrees in France. Only 42% of their houses got air conditioning. It's 100 degrees in France. Y'all bet you over here worrying about me. You better get you some SPF 75. Because the sun is my Belmont. That's how I know. The sun is my, that's how y'all ought to know there ain't no God. You better get you some SPF, Bob, Robert, Wiley.
Let's go and get this 200K, everybody. Come on. And the Lord said all that to say why black people shouldn't be Christians.
Should not. Yes, you said I'm having a cordial conversation with that man, and he said you arguing with him. Bitch, you must want me to whisper under a comforter.
Oh my God.
They listen, I'm telling you. They can't wait till they repeal the what it is? The 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment. They can't wait till they repeal the 14th Amendment, bitch, whichever one that is. Because they think they're gonna be hollering at you. Listen. All I'm saying is Robert waited all that time to get called Elmer's fucking Blue.
Gonna get that 200K. Help with the GGs, y'all. Send the little roses. Get your heart me's. Get your little ticket things on TikTok. You know, let's do it. I'm trying to catch up to Be Easy so I can talk shit. That's right. That's the only reason. No other reason but that one. Proud, how old are you? Oh, you don't know you up here? Yeah. Because he follows me. Yeah. I miss my black people shouldn't be Christian already. I be missing that, John. Whenever I don't do it, I be like, man, I want to do that. I'm trying to add some news up there, but that's my bread and butter. So very near and dear to my heart. But I don't know. Try it. Right. We tried it.
It's good to try different things.
Yeah. I feel like we should be talking about something about history right now, but we not, because internal critiquing,
Still do history.
Yeah, I guess. We found a way to put that doom to verses in that, though.
There we go. See?
Listen, I'm still stuck on y'all niggas bargaining with that fool who said he was struggling to be a good person.
How do you struggle?
That was the weirdest. That dude was weird. Like,
how old was he? I think he was kind of young.
I don't know. I was like, just simple ass shit. Like, I swear, if you would have asked him, well, if God told you to wipe out all the babies in your town under 2, what would you do? Well, I would have to examine that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Man, I had some good questions for him, Petty, but you threw my whole.
She's
whole. I mean, I feel like I was going somewhere. And she asked him. I said, I can't even remember what the fuck I was trying to say. I just lost my whole train of thought.
Petty just asked him a very simple, straightforward question. There was nothing.
What else?
I couldn't even get it. I couldn't even get it back, and then I couldn't even get it back. Though that's the thing. I wanted to get it back. I just could not remember what I was about to say. Just went out.
Listen, what you want from me? I done already said I'm sorry, Bar. It was just it slapped. You know, I'd be quiet most of the time. I'd be up here quiet, but when he said I'm struggling. He said, I'm here struggling, trying to make heaven my home. I said, what this nigga say?
So she asked him a simple question. What was he struggling with? She didn't ask him anything. There was nothing complex. She asked his dumb ass.
Twan, if you watching, that's how you used to sound, brother. That's how you was sounding last week when you was up here. You get to see it. See now when you come on this side, it's like that's what I sound like. Yes, that's what you niggas sound like. Jerome, how old are you? I said Jerome in the house. Jerome.
That's an accident, brother. Can you hear me?
Oh, you
heard me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an accident. I'm a friendly. It's all good. I appreciate you, brother.
That. Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Miss Lewis, I love you. So funny.
Yeah, they all love Lewis. I'm telling you, when you go listen,
bro.
The day you press that red button, ma'am. Man, the live gonna be like 2 minutes long, but
Don't do it.
It's gonna be 2 minutes long. Cause bitch, get the fuck down. She gonna be like, when she get to talk about out of both draw legs, yeah, go same shit warmed over, go get up out of there. It's over. What you about to say to him?
Bro, that is the first thing I said. But I came on here.
That's how you sounded, brother.
I
Just
did
like
not.
that.
I said I did not know how crazy I was sounding trying to defend this stuff, bro. It's because you can't defend it. You can't. You just can't. Is no way you could sit up here and try to substantiate anything that comes out of it. Like you can't say, "Oh, I only pay attention to the good and not the bad." No, you gotta take the good, the bad, and the ugly. You gotta sit there and think, like, is this something that you want to be a part of? And it's the ugly. I mean, the ugly is just outweighing them both. But the bad, I mean, how do you even pay attention to the good when this bad is happening? Like the good things, of course, we're supposed to expect, but like this bad stuff, like, wait, we need to take a step back, brother. I said the petty stole my question. I said, you start becoming a good person after you read that book? I'm like, is that what you just said? Really? I was gonna ask him that, but Petty beat me to it. And like, cause I couldn't believe what I was hearing from him. Even the other guy who said, man, the other guy, I don't know. He need to be put in jail or something. Because for him to say, for those little black girls, bro.
Yeah, that's the one right there. That was bad.
That bothered my bro. That bothered my soul, bro. Because how are you going to punish the student for what they were taught? How were you going to punish a student for what they were taught? That's basically what he said. Oh, you were taught this, so I got like, bro. Bro. I sound like insane in the brain, bro. Crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, that shit was embarrassing for real. Cause it's like, bro, you are a human, and then you're black, and then you have women in your family, and then you come from a woman. You can't all put all that together, and you blaming the teacher. Man, look. Are you up here on purpose? The one and only.
I invited
black
them
man?
up because they're a Christian that was chirping in comments. So maybe they had, the balls to discuss the topic.
You was in the chat chirping?
Where are my crows?
Oh, I got
you.
Jeepers creepers, where to get those beavers? Jeepers creepers, where to get those eyes?
Why are you still in the comments?
Right? Not anymore. So
You
go
on
ahead.
the panel, big dog? What's up?
I sent you an invite to unmute. Pick a topic, any topic.
H1. Next time I do Black People Shouldn't Be Christian, Muslim, or Hebrew Israelite, man, I'm gonna have to let you come up here and get your song. I gotta tag you in, man.
I'm with it.
As an ex-Muslim, I'll let you and Sathiam get them.
No, because he keeps saying deconstructing. You come back when you actually get out of there.
That's why I asked you earlier, like, bro, what's up, man? That's why Sathiam came up, because we was confused for a minute. Like, what you
But no,
mean, gang?
like I said, I don't identify, and I clarify that is not. I identify as me.
I think you might have been trying to speak past tense, but you said it present tense. When you talking about the Muslim living nigga, yeah, you speaking present. But I figured that's what you meant. I just had to ask. Like,
I'm glad you asked, and I want to clarify. I'm glad I could clarify that. I didn't.
I'll let you and Sathiam cook them next time. But I asked Sathiam to send me that shit he was reading off. Nigga, it's bad.
And Sathiam knows Arabic, so the things that he can read and understand, because a lot of sources they are only in Arabic, and if you don't have like someone to translate,
Tuan, I don't speak Arabic. Just to clarify.
Oh, okay. I thought you spoke Arabic. Okay.
You don't? Could have fooled me.
I know how to. I have a good tongue, so I can mimic their words. So some Arab speakers are like, "Oh shit, I thought you were an Arab." So,
but Ems actually does speak the Arabic.
I haven't seen Emson for months, and all of a sudden I haven't seen him for months.
He's been in here.
I actually saw him the last week. But I used to see Ems every day 2 years ago.
Y'all leave that man.
Every day I would see Ems. Because Ems is like, he's like 25. He's a very young guy.
Mm-hmm. Said that he got that
baby.
Yeah. But that voice he got, he be low ass to shit. Then he cook him.
He got that motherfucker. No.
The what? He got the what? Oh, you can't.
Hey, he said it.
Do it.
He said it, not me. I ain't said it.
Mimic well is what I Oh god.
It's the God in me, hey. you were never a Muslim, where you say this.
No. Ew, hell no. Thank gods. Thank all the gods.
Mm-hmm.
What? No. Thank who? No, I'm fucking with you. But, you gotta be careful, man, when you speaking, man.
I mean, the other way works too. So,
bro, get that image off the thing, man.
Ariel, please.
It was like, he got that. It's all right, Sathiam. So, Sathiam, what is your race, creed, or color?
I'm Indian. I don't know how Indian.
Nigga, I thought you was Arab, brother. I ain't gonna hold you. This whole time I thought,
That's my skin color.
Where you from?
Like, what you mean? Like, what part of India, or like what from America?
Like, you live in America?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Where you at?
The Big Apple.
What?
Gotham.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. But I spent some time down deep south in the Delta, so I've been all over.
How old are you?
I'm in my 30s. Younger than you, I think. So, much younger.
We sound older than what we are.
Long as you know, gang. Long as you know. Yeah, because I'm 56.
I'm a baby. Okay.
So so how did you get into this whole thing, like where you at right now? Because you don't play games. You be
So I've been an atheist since I was like 7, because I went outside and I saw some beggars, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. Because
you said you went outside and saw what?
Beggars. when I was 7.
Hey, Wolf, come on, man. Y'all.
I wish. Not that kind of Indian.
Wolf,
I wish,
bro.
though.
Brother, come on, brother.
Back the 90s.
Damn.
Got Shell, a BP.
So the Indians that own that are from a specific state called Gujarat. And that's not my people. So I wish, though. They got it set up real nice.
Listen, I love their movies.
Listen, I love
And their
Bollywood.
music.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
I just don't know why y'all be cooking and eating with y'all hands like that.
Why not? That's in fact. There's apparently
them people on them streets. Them people on the street selling that food. Dipping their hand and all the damn different juices.
Man, they find the nastiest
street
places you can
drinks.
find for that. Not all of them are like that. You know, you gotta know where you go and see who you deal with. So, but anyway, I was yapping about something and I forgot. Oh well.
You said something about the gas stations.
Yeah. Okay. I wish I had gas stations. No, so.
Are you giving out free gas? Cause
sign me up, man. It's $5 right now. Are you out of your mind? Shit. But
so you was talking about how you got what made you do
it's just
because you're not ex-Muslim.
No. It doesn't make sense. So when I was 7, I was like, how does the concept of a beggar make sense? There's an all-powerful God. Why would it, why would ever seek the ill or the poverty or degeneracy of any human? It doesn't make any sense. Oh my God. That's straight up racist. Oh, geez.
Craig, this your cousin.
Thanks, Ariel. Yeah.
Say them take me back.
Yeah. What is that?
That's nostalgia.
Don't like that one.
Say them. Who is this? This your cousin?
Gee, gross.
Welcome to the family. You've now been roasted.
Hey, listen. If you don't get made fun of up here, it's real. It's real. Listen, that's your initiation, like a frat. Fraternity or sorority.
Yes. Last week I went to a Yemeni restaurant for the first time in my life, right? And they put this huge plate of food in the middle of the table. It was 2 whole chickens, rice, veggies, right? There were about 7 people around the table, including children. And I've seen people eat with their hands where they eat with the tips of their finger. But they were taking whole scoops of rice and putting it in their hand. And that shit, for the first couple of seconds, it sort of shocked me because I had never seen it at that level. And everybody reaching. But I noticed the one thing, they would throw the food, they would throw the rice in their mouth. They wouldn't put their mouth on their fingers. They would throw the food in their mouth. And they would never put the food, if there was food on their hand, they would brush it off before they would put it back in the thing. But they were scooping, literally, they would scoop a whole thing of rice in the middle of their hand and throw it in their mouth. I had never seen that style of eating before.
Yeah. It's only Sathium know about that. Nah, but Sathium, serious though. So you said how did you what made you go into the whole Islam thing? What made you look into it like that?
I can't actually remember exactly what triggered it, but I think I was just on YouTube at some point and I started listening to some, talks, scholarly talks, some Christian pushback. Christians and Muslims always love going after each other. And so then I started listening to lectures and stuff. Started listening to some ex-Muslims as well. There's a great series. There's a guy named The Masked Arab, and he has to be masked because you know what they do to ex-Muslims. And so on. And then the more I learned, and I was it was appalling, but also bizarre to me that anybody would know this and still be part of it. Because, all of us here are rational folks. So just from the outside looking in, yeah, like the religion is insane for sure, but like the truly interesting part is like how you can know this and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Like this dude is talking about sleeping with his own aunt after she dies, like lying in the grave with her and then doing her and then putting his cloak on her so that she's eased, her burden is eased when she goes to wherever she goes afterwards or some shit like that. Like this is actual hadith. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, yuck, what the fuck? I didn't even, oh.
Yeah, necrophilia. Yeah, he fucks his aunt. Why? Because allegedly the uncle, the one that's married to him, like he had raped Muhammad when he was a child.
Oh.
Allegedly. Yeah, so it's like payback for him. Like the more you learn, the like crazier it gets, right? Like that's what I'm saying. So anyway, like that's how that whole journey started for me. And then of course, I learn about the jihad, the amount of G-sides all over the world, the enslavement, the rape, and so on. And especially it's manifest even in India, right? Like India, you guys, I don't know how much you know about that whole region, but there's Pakistan and there's Bangladesh.
Yep.
They're just Indians. And the only difference is their ancestors got raped and converted forcibly, and now they hate their own brothers.
Yep.
Because Islam tells them, so like the name Pakistan, can anyone guess what that, well, nobody's going to know. I'll just tell you, it's rhetorical. Pakistan means country of the pure, land of the pure. The word Paki is a Persian word meaning pure, and then Stan is a Persian word meaning, country. Mind you, like the people in Pakistan are Indians, like genetically, racially, culturally, they're mostly all of them are Indians. They named themselves Pakistan because kafirs or mushrik, like idol worshippers or disbelievers, are called impure and unclean. They're considered filthy, and you can't live with them. So they created a country that's pure and clean and free of this filth, right? This infidelity. And that's where that name Pakistan comes in. It used to be called, Bangladesh used to be a part of it. It used to be called one country, East Pakistan and West Pakistan. And they're separated in the middle by India. And then there's one ethnic group, the Punjabis in Pakistan. There's Punjabi part of it. They wanted control and dominion. So they started G-siding East Pakistan. I don't want to go into all that. But point is, right, like this cult like turns brother against brother. And exactly, Jada. Sorry. Necrophilia is okay, but living with, disbeliever. By the way, in Pakistan, they have to lock up graves because people are going in there and doing things to the graves. You could go Google this. Like,
come on.
Yeah, no lie. Look, Google this shit.
No, I'm not
even exaggerating.
I'm not going.
Yeah.
No, good enough. You just told me.
Yeah. So like that facts, that's a back formation. Initially, it was just called Pakistan because of pure, like the word Paki meant pure and then land. And then they were like, okay, but we'll also back form it to fit Punjab, Afghan, Kashmir, which, where's the I? Right? They kind of missed that, So anyway, like basically turn brother against brother. And like this, that's why I was like, oh, wow. And like, these people are my people, but they'll happily unalive me. And they do like terrorism every day you read, some sort of attack. Oh, like this guy said something about Muhammad, so his family came over and lynched this guy in the middle of the street. Some crazy shit like that. And that's like completely normal. Or they'll go and tell an Indian girl like, oh, I'm an Indian too. And it turns out they were just Muslim all along, but they were hiding their identity. And then once they like get them into the relationship, they'll take pictures and they'll say, listen, I'll like blackmail, like pictures in compromising positions. And they'll say, I'll release them to your family. You'll be ostracized. I'll put them out in society. So you better convert. And then, there's a guy recently arrested. He was getting like millions of dollars funding for running a racket where he put a price, he put like a bounty. You get this type of girl, you get X amount of money for like force converting her. Like they call it love jihad nowadays, by the way. You can Google all this. This is like, his name is Baba Changur or some shit like that. Anyway, so this shit, it goes on every day. And then like if you speak against it, you'll be called like Islamophobic or whatever, at least in that part of in part of that kind of world. So yeah, just lots of horrors that like are not going anywhere, and like you can't speak about it because if you speak about it, you don't see that. You don't see anybody saying Christophobia, but you'll hear people say Islamophobia, and I don't get why, because I go just as hard on Christianity, but I don't know. Anyway, so that's where it started for me. Sorry for that long yap session, folks. Thanks for listening.
No, I asked. I wanted to know. Yeah,
That's
because maybe Islam, you know, in the future, maybe Islam should get its own live, separate from Christianity, where we just do like Islamic topics the whole time. But I don't know. But see, I know Muslims wouldn't dare come up on. They wouldn't dare step in that damn fire like that. They wouldn't do it. They might, but I doubt we would get some all day. We probably get like 2 or 3 before they start realizing, oh no, this shit is this is show a
No, Bar, the Muslims don't play. They're 10 toes down in their shit. They ain't gonna run.
You think they'd come and?
Yeah, they would.
You think so?
There was a girl from everybody. Sathium, you remember Jabola? What's her name now? The girl from England. Sathium. That's all she does is Muslims.
Yeah, Jabola. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell her, her room stays full. Stays full.
She gets like 150 easy, like all the time, constantly. And they're Muslims.
Talks about them like dogs.
Requesting up. Yeah.
Like she'll say, as soon as Jabola says, with all due respect, you know the shit coming. She coming hard. And they stay there. They don't care.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. We're gonna modulate. I'm gonna work on some stuff. I like that.
And you think Christians lie? Shoot.
I know the Muslim lie.
We try to walk some of it. Sorry, Rich. Like they'll try to dilute it a bit or whatever. But the Abduls will be like, yeah. Like we've talked to multiple of them who are like, yeah, if my daughter was 6 and another Muslim wanted to marry her, yeah, I would give her up for marriage, no problem. Yeah. Or if you ask them, I'm speaking against Islam, should I be unalive? They say, well, they'll hem and haw, right? And they'll try to hedge their answer. Well, we're in a secular country. You have the right to say whatever you want. And then they'll say, okay, so in Islamic law, according to Sharia, and then you kind of have to keep pressing them, right? And then they'll say, okay, well, as long as you're quiet about it, there's nothing I can do. But, obviously the answer is, if you're outspoken, then, your head got to be removed. Yeah.
Sathium, do you remember about maybe 10 years ago when the brother unalived his sister in Buffalo by taking her head?
I don't remember that, but it doesn't surprise me in any way.
In Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, I did not know. No, I don't remember this one, but yeah, I know a few years ago. Yeah, the father was choking his daughter. This happened in Washington because she had a boyfriend and she didn't want to go back to Pakistan to get married off to her cousin or whatever. And he pulled up to the school and started choking her right then and there, trying to unalive her. He got arrested, of course. And he was completely unrepentant about it, if I remember correctly. And the mom was like defending the father too. But yeah, this sort of stuff happens all the time, right? It's we just don't hear about it, right? Also especially when they have power or they form an in-group, forget about it. You're never going to hear about it. There was a few years ago, I think she was Stanford. She was a Stanford trained doctor out in Michigan. She got arrested because she was doing FGM for little girls that were born. So what are you going to do,
Every day, the more shit I learn, the more disgusted and hate-filled I am towards Islam.
That's why I go so hard on it. Yeah, it's again, don't get me wrong. Christianity, like the Inquisition, they did it on my people too. The amount of G-sides, like it's I am those. Yeah,
absolutely. But this shit.
Yeah. Mostly Christians have chilled out, at least in terms of implementation, right? There's no real Christian countries anymore, right? There are a lot of Muslim countries and a lot of Muslim societies, and you don't have
grown the Muslim over the last 20 years. The numbers of Muslim countries have grown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, we almost at 200K. Dugard just went live, so we probably can go over there once we get to 200, right? Right. Let's tap the 200 and then we go over there to Dugard live. But I at least need that 200 from y'all. Come on, let's all do it together. We almost there. I done tapped it 40 times. I done tapped it 60 times, 70, 80, 90. Go 100 from me. Do another 100. We almost there. We're gonna tap. We're gonna go over there to Dugard panel and fuck his shit up. But yeah. It was cool. I need to read some more books. God, the hardest part is like when there's so much stuff you got to read at one time and you don't know what to read first, and so you end up not reading anything, because your mind is just all over the place, and then you end up falling asleep.
I'm reading 5 books right now.
You end up falling asleep because you didn't know which book to read first, so you just go to bed. Yeah, that's me.
But you end up being so spread out thin. You don't feel like you're learning enough in one subject. You almost feel like a dilettante, where I'm just touching this. I'm touching the surface of this stuff. So it's like you almost got to admit, you got to bite the bullet and just say, this is what I want to do. And I'm just not. I guess that's why doctorates are like they are.
Yeah, because I skipped everything to go to Islam, but now it's like everything that I skipped, I have to have an answer for it, and I don't really have an answer for it.
Yeah.
So I skipped everything. Like as soon as I got through Christianity, I wanted to go straight to Islam. I didn't want to go to the other shit. I don't really know nothing about that other shit. But it's like now I have to go back. It's like, but damn,
Bar, you can't know it all. You got to get a co-host who knows Islam. Right?
Touche. That's why Sathiam and M's, they always come up and kick
You know
ass.
what I love about M's? His voice is so soothing, but he be
Yeah, listen, because I just
what did you say, M?
We almost there. Look at that. Look at God. Jesus. Thank y'all, man. Yeah. I don't know how, but we did it. Thank y'all.
Yo, Barb, you know Vessel of Dishonor, right? You know her, right?
Yes.
No.
The lady from England. She did one of yours. She did a 24-hour the other day.
Ooh,
damn,
listen. I would listen. 24-hour, listen.
I
could do it
because she was up one morning, then I get back on the next. I said, Vessel, you still here?
Mm-hmm. I used to do those. I used to get on there like
you did 14, 15 easy.
Listen,
you did 14, 15 3 times a week.
Easy. Light pack. That's a light pack football, man. I could do it. I just don't because I was told I need to get some sleep, so I just said,
yeah, we got tired of watching you fall off the damn chair and busting your head on the floor. That's why
nigga screenshotted me and stuff. I had to go to bed. Fuck it.
You would fall asleep and fall out the damn chair almost. Be talking to you, just fall right to sleep.
Man, them the good old days, man. All praises to Oosh Moosh. All praises to Oosh Moosh. You better do it.
When are you, by the way, going to merge that? Because don't make me have friend have to to take your idea and do it herself.
You talking about Oosh Boosh? I have to listen. I have to
Look, she already on it. She didn't already put Ushmush up. We need a little plushie.
Oh,
we need a plushie. Absolutely need a plushie.
Oh, hell, Ushmush.
We absolutely need a plushie.
Ain't that's a god worth worshiping right there?
It is, but you need to merch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on a jacket. You need a god, worship Ushmush. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. But everybody, YouTube, it's that time. Dugard is live, so we're gonna go over there and fuck his furniture up. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have drinks on this table, no coaster and shit, you know. YouTube, they say it's cute on YouTube. I appreciate y'all.
Put our feet up on his
right. You know what I'm saying? Coughing, don't cover your mouth and shit, you know.
Don't take your shoes off. Don't take your muddy shoes off at the door.
Put your shoes on the couch.
Yeah, type shit. We're gonna season, you know.
On the couch. Tell them, fuck your couch, nigga.
We're gonna sneak and put seasoning on the chicken because you know. White folk don't